I crossed over to the Douluo continent. Other protagonists want Xiao Wu's beautiful body. But I only want Xiao Wu's soul ring. Xiao Wu, I coming for you. On the plain outside Sodto city, looking at Tanghao in front of him, he seemed to have already held him in his hands. There was a trace of ridicule on Xiao Yu's face. So many years. Tanghao, you really haven't changed at all. While speaking, Xiao Yu had already summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit. After seeing Xiao Yu's martial spirit, Tanghao frowned. Do not know why, he had an inexplicable feeling that Xiao Yu's martial spirit seemed familiar. Tanghao frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Who are you? Where have we met? Quote. While talking, Tanghao began to look at Xiao Yu in front of him. Are you a descendant of the Qibao glazed sect? Or a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Quote. As he said that, Tanghao's face turned cold again. HMPH, I don't care who you are. A mere soul saint dares to have murderous intentions towards my son. You must die here today. Tanghao, are you sure Tang San is your son? Tanghao hasn't finished speaking yet. He was interrupted by Xiao Yu. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tanghao's face became even more angry. After a while, Tanghao asked, suppressing his anger. What do you mean? Tang San must be my son. Yin will not betray me. As he said that, Tanghao noticed Xiao Yu's playful expression. At this time, there was a trace of fear in his heart. Is what Zhang Yu said true? Tanghao didn't dare to think about it further. He looked at Xiao Yu and said fiercely, I hope you can still be so strong when I break all your bones later. As he spoke, Tanghao directly activated his martial spirit true form. He didn't give Xiao Yu a chance to speak anymore and launched an attack directly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. His sixth soul ring lit up. The next moment, a purple-black chain appeared out of thin air and connected to Tanghao's body. When the chain was just connected to the body, Tanghao felt that the soul power in his body was slowing down. His mental power is also limited. After sensing all this, Tanghao's expression changed drastically. Boom! He swung the clear sky hammer in his hand and hit the chains on his body. Take advantage of this time. Xiao Yu suddenly slapped his palm on the ground. The next moment, buzz, countless purple-black ripples appeared out of thin air. In a very short period of time, with Xiao Yu's palm as the center. An area of several hundred meters in radius was covered by these ripples. These ripples form a giant portal. Kakaka, in Tanghao's horrified eyes. Only the skeletons of the Titan Snow Demon King, Daming and Ming are left. There were also the special-looking Galway Douluo and Xiao He, who crawled out one after another. The moment the Titan Snow Demon King and others appeared, they locked onto Tanghao in the air. Titan's sky is broken. After Ming roared angrily, he took the lead. A purple-black beam of light erupted from his mouth. When Ming just took action, the soul fire in Daming's eyes jumped. Realm of slowness. A green field spread towards Tanghao in the air. At the same time, boom, the Titan Snow Demon King quickly took a few steps forward and jumped high into the air. He clenched his fists with both hands and raised them high to hit Tanghao in the air. Seeing this, Tanghao finally reacted. Buzz. In the blink of an eye, Tanghao's soul ring began to vibrate. The next moment, Tanghao's first 5 soul rings exploded at the same time. At this moment, Tanghao's momentum reached its peak. A giant blood-red shadow appeared behind Tanghao. The blood-red phantom held a Haoshan hammer that was more than 10 meters long and smashed it at the Titan Snow Demon King in front of him. Get out of my way! Tanghao roared angrily and smashed the Titan Snow Demon King away, who had just jumped up and had nowhere to rely on. After defeating the Titan Snow Demon King, Tanghao took advantage of the situation and stood the huge clear sky hammer in front of him. Resisting Ming's attack, boom, the beam of light spit out from Ming's mouth collided with Tanghao's Haoshan body. Along with the violent explosion, Tanghao coughed out a trace of blood. His current health is quite poor, and his injuries from back then are still not healed. The ring explosion put a huge burden on his body again. Tanghao knew in his heart that he could not delay it any longer. Just when Tanghao was about to explode the ring, a burst of gray mist enveloped the entire space with a radius of 1 kilometer at some point. In the mist, Tanghao took a simple breath, and he felt a little sleepy. After sensing all this, Tanghao's pupils shrank suddenly. Damn, just when Tanghao was scolding. With the help of the cover of the mist, Galway Douluo appeared behind Tanghao. Poof! One of the palms of the Gorgon Douluo inserted into Tanghao's body. The faint poisonous fire spread towards Tanghao's body. Feel the tingling pain coming from your body. Tanghao swung the hammer back hard. In an instant, the Gorgon Douluo had already retreated into the shadows. Tanghao's attack fell into the air again. Seeing this, Tanghao's eyes were bloodshot. It's not like he hasn't fought hard, but this was the first time he had experienced such a frustrating battle. Just when Tanghao wanted to curse angrily, several more attacks penetrated the gray mist and hit him accurately. Puff! Tanghao couldn't help spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feel the weakness in your body. A trace of determination flashed in Tanghao's eyes. At this moment, Tanghao's remaining soul rings also began to vibrate. In one breath, bang bang bang, dragging his seriously injured body, Tanghao once again blew up his remaining 4 soul rings. The powerful power brought by the explosive ring filled Tanghao's body. Die! Tanghao roared and smashed the hammer in front of him. Boom! A shock wave shot out in all directions. The gray-white mist created by Xiao He was also washed away at this moment. Seeing this, Tanghao jumped up high. In a moment, just when Tanghao was about to use all his soul power to fight to the death with the big beard hammer, Tanghao suddenly discovered, Xiao Yu and Daming have disappeared. There was nothing all around. Seeing this, Tanghao's eyes flashed with bitterness. The big beard hammer he used with all his strength could no longer be stopped. Tanghao had no choice but to hit the ground with the hammer. Boom boom boom, a deep pit over 100 meters appeared. Tanghao gasped and stood there holding the clear sky hammer with one hand. At this time, boom, another beam of light struck him. After Tanghao reluctantly raised the clear sky hammer to resist the attack, he turned and looked back. Tanghao discovered it immediately. 1,000 meters away from him, Xiao Yu held a strange martial spirit towards himself. Twin martial souls. After noticing this, Tanghao couldn't help but exclaimed. At this time, Xiao Yu, who was not far away, chuckled and waved to Tanghao. The next moment, Xiao Hei's 300-meter tall shadow appeared behind Xiao Yu. In Tanghao's desperate eyes, Xiao Hei spit out streaks of gray-white halo. In just a few breaths, those halos exploded and turned into streaks of gray-white mist. Everything nearby was covered up again. On the plain outside Sodto, Wingdings. Holding the clear sky hammer with one arm, Tanghao panted violently. At this time, most of his soul power had been consumed. Every muscle in his body was shaking. The pain that penetrated into the bone marrow stimulated Tanghao's mind all the time. Compared with these, what frightened Tanghao even more? The gray-white mist all around covered everything. An attack would suddenly hit him at any time. Tanghao had to maintain a tense posture at all times. At this time, Tanghao's eyes were bloodshot. He roared while holding back the pain. Zhang Yu, come out. If you have the ability, come out. Tanghao finished roaring. It was quiet all around. Xiao Yu never responded to him. Damn, Tanghao cursed angrily again. At this time, Tanghao knew. I absolutely can't drag it out any longer. Thinking of this, Tanghao forced his severely injured body to move. After randomly choosing a direction, Tanghao began to rush in that direction. At this time, boom, a beam of light struck from behind Tanghao. Tanghao, who was slightly relaxed, had no time to react. That beam of light accurately hit Tanghao's abdomen. Puff, blood spurted out from Tanghao's mouth. You, a rat in the gutter, will use such despicable methods. Tanghao was extremely vigilant. He suppressed his injuries and flew forward while paying attention to possible attacks coming from behind. After a while, looking at the slightly thinner gray fog ahead, Tanghao's eyes flashed with hope. As long as I can fly out of this fog, I still have a chance. At this time, Tanghao's hopes for survival were all pinned on the unknown road ahead. Seeing this, Xiao Yu, who was hidden in the gray mist, sneered. Titan Snow Demon King, Guillotine Douluo, you guys go to the front to intercept. Don't let Tanghao escape from the gray fog. Da Ming, Ming, then give him strength. So are you, Xiao He. Then expand the scope of the gray fog. Quote. Hearing this, the undead people behind Xiao Yu nodded in agreement. Titan Sky Cannon, Azure Nirvana Divine Thunder. Da Ming and Ming successively used their special moves to attack Tanghao. At the same time, Tanghao, who had been tense, also noticed the attack behind him. He stopped and shouted angrily. Haoshan body protection. As soon as he finished speaking, Tanghao began to rapidly spin the clear sky hammer in his hand. The clear sky hammer formed a barrier. Blocked the attacks of Da Ming and Ming. Take this opportunity. Titan Snow Demon King and Guillotine Douluo went around in a circle. Blocked in Tanghao's direction. After a while, Tanghao gasped violently. But the joy in his eyes was even stronger. At this time, the gray fog in front of him had become much thinner. Tanghao could already vaguely see the road, just as Tanghao was preparing to speed up and rush out of the gray mist. Swish, accompanied by a scream in the air, a fist much larger than Tanghao's body suddenly stretched out from the gray mist. Boom, the fist hit Tanghao hard, pushing Tanghao back into the gray mist range again. At the same time, Galakan Douluo appeared quietly behind Tanghao. Seizing the opportunity where Tanghao had no time to react, Galway Douluo caught Tanghao's vital point. Pinch hard, pull again. Ah, the severe pain coming from his lower body made Tanghao's eyes darken. Damn it, Gen Ziju. The injury to his lower body made Tanghao lose his mind. He waved the clear sky hammer in his hand desperately to fight back. But everything is in vain. Abak Douluo, who succeeded in obtaining the chicken, escaped into the gray mist again. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who took all this into consideration, no longer hesitated. Xiao Yu directly used his mental power to notify Agony Douluo that they should retreat. Immediately, he stared at Tanghao, who was gradually falling into madness not far away. Xiao Yu's sixth soul ring lit up. Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand and shook it empty-handedly towards where Tanghao was standing. The Ice King's wrath, with the infusion of massive soul power. The surrounding water elements rioted. In an instant, the surrounding temperature dropped, countless ice picks appeared out of thin air and thrust hard at Tanghao. At this time, Tanghao also noticed this. Haoshan body protection. Realizing the life and death crisis, Tanghao finally calmed down. He waved the clear sky hammer desperately, resisting the icicles coming from all around. At the same time, the sixth soul ring behind Xiao Yu lit up again. Xiao Yu opened his mouth slightly and whispered softly. Burst. The next moment, a huge shock wave appeared, rapidly expanding to all directions. The land, trees, rocks along the way. Everything was overturned. A huge mushroom cloud rose. At this time, even ordinary residents in Sodto City could feel it, and the ground began to tremble. Wait until the shock wave caused by the explosion stops. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao He in his hand and said, Go and see if Tanghao is dead. Hearing this, Xiao He nodded. Yes, my lord. With that said, Xiao He disappeared into Xiao Yu's hands. After a while, Xiao He flew over dragging a few incomplete soul bones in a glowing soul body. My lord, your most loyal servant has found these things for you. As he spoke, Xiao He dragged his tentacles. Send the soul bone and soul body to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu carefully looked at the several things in front of him. Needless to say, 6 soul bones. All of them came from Tanghao. 2 of them are the inherited soul bones of the Haoshan sect, and the quality is pretty good. After a few brief glances, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze. He stretched out his hand to grasp the soul bones and took them back into the netherworld. Immediately, Xiao Yu grabbed the soul body not far away in his hands. Tanghao's features could be vaguely seen on that soul's face. At this time, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little emotional. The enemy who chased him like a dead dog 6 years ago. Now the ashes have been raised by him. Even the soul was caught in his hands. At this time, Xiao Yu's mood was somewhat complicated. After a while, Xiao Yu looked at Xiao He and asked, Are you sure everything is here? Hearing this, Xiao He pointed at Tanghao's soul body with his tentacles and said, My lord, Tanghao's physical body has been completely obliterated. I also captured the remaining soul. Quote, after hearing this, Xiao Yu asked next, Xiao He, can you extract the Haoshan sect's secret technique from Tanghao's memory? Hearing this, Xiao He quickly responded, Sure. With that said, Xiao He directly inserted his tentacle into Tanghao's soul body. At the same time, Tanghao's spirit also woke up. He felt that the secrets in his memory were being extracted. Tanghao, who sensed all this, stared at Xiao Yu angrily. For him, death is not terrible. What he fears most is that the secrets of the Haoshan sect are stolen by outsiders. At the same time, The pain of my soul being torn apart kept coming. Tanghao's consciousness also began to gradually become blurred. After a while, Xiao He retracted his tentacles. A small spot of light was pulled out of Tanghao's soul body. Xiao He respectfully handed the light spot to Xiao Yu. My lord, I have extracted all the secret techniques of the Haoshan sect. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. After reaching out his free hand to take the light spot, Xiao Yu's hand holding Tanghao's soul body exerted force. Huge spiritual power was poured into it. The next moment, boom, Tanghao's soul shattered into pieces. On the plain outside Sodto. After completely erasing the traces of Tanghao's existence in the world, Xiao Yu picked up the light spot recording the secret technique of Haoshan sect in his hand. Press it on the forehead. The next moment, countless information flows appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Haoshan Juhue, the secret technique of ring explosion. The secret of the great Sumeru hammer. There is not a lot of information about these secret techniques, but fortunately, Xiao Yu's mental power is also extremely strong. This information can be processed easily. For the rest of the secret techniques developed specifically for the Haoshan hammer, Xiao Yu didn't care very much, which really made Xiao Yu happy. It is the secret technique of ring explosion and the secret of the great Sumeru hammer. The secret technique of ring explosion is common to all martial spirits. The mystery of the great Sumeru hammer can also serve as a reference. In the original work, Tanghao was in the final battle. Tanghao only had level 97 soul power. Relying on the secret technique of ring explosion, he activated the great Sumeru hammer and knocked away Bibi Dong, who had become a Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong also admitted at the time that Tanghao's attack already had god-level strength. After a while, Xiao Yu opened his eyes. A gleam flashed in his eyes. Xiao Yu couldn't help but murmured, "Bring out all the power of the soul ring. And integrate this power into yourself. In this way, he can obtain power far beyond his own strength." Tang Chen can develop so many amazing secret techniques. You are indeed extremely talented. With that said, Xiao Yu looked in the direction of Sodto City again. But, now these secrets are mine. Quote, seeing this, Xiao He came up to Xiao Yu and said, "Dear Lord, I wonder if there is anything else you need me to do for you." Hearing this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Daming and the others and said, "What follows is all small scenes. What needs to be dealt with is only a boy at the Soul Master level. You don't need to show up. Let's go back to the Netherworld first." As he said that, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and patted it to the side. After a while, the portal to the Netherworld slowly opened, and Daming and the others had no traces of ink. Returned directly to the Netherworld. Just as Xiao He was preparing to follow the portal back to the Nether space, Xiao Yu caught him. "Xiao He, you stay here, I'll need you later. However, you must be careful to hide your aura." Hearing this, Xiao He's octopus showed a humanized smile. "Dear Lord, your most loyal servant is happy to serve you." As he spoke, Xiao He's tentacles trembled twice. All his breath was restrained. At this time, from the outside, Xiao He is like a harmless octopus baby. Seeing this, Xiao Yu put Xiao He's shadow on his shoulder. Looking at Sodto City not far away, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart, Tang San definitely can't run away. The method used to deal with Tanghao just now. He must also be given a set. It's not enough to destroy his physical body. We also have to wipe out his soul and never give him a chance to be resurrected. But, the Xuantian Baolu in his mind is also a treasure. Do not miss it. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu accelerated towards Sodto City. At this time, the surrounding gray fog had already dissipated. Wait until Xiao Yu approaches Sodto City. He vaguely saw a few bold residents rushing towards the place where he had just fought with Tanghao. Xiao Yu didn't care much about this. After a while, Xiao Yu landed at the store again. After noticing that Tang San had left, Xiao Yu walked towards the store, ignoring the disheveled men and women. Xiao Yu asked the shop owner who had just had a pleasant conversation with Flanders. "Hello, I am a teacher from Shrek Academy. Do you know where Dean Flanders and the others went?" Quote, "Have no idea." After hearing Xiao Yu's voice, the shop owner seemed a little impatient. The battle between Xiao Yu and Tanghao just now was too loud. Most people in Sodto were affected. This shop owner, the customers who were doing business in the shop, many of them stopped halfway. Many people were in a bad mood and ran away without paying. This caused her to lose a lot of money. He noticed that Xiao Yu hadn't left yet. The shop owner, who was in a very bad mood, looked at Xiao Yu when she was about to curse. She then noticed Xiao Yu's appearance. The next moment, her expression softened. The shop owner walked up to Xiao Yu and said, "Flanders and the others seem to have gone to the spirit hall. I originally wanted to do another Flanders business. But that student of his didn't look good and was dressed in a tacky way. He just dragged him in the direction of Flanders Spirit Hall. When you see that student, you must give him a good education." How could he ask the division commander to change his schedule specifically for him? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Just as Xiao Yu turned around and was about to leave the store, the shop owner grabbed Xiao Yu's sleeve and said, "Young man, I think you have great potential. Don't be a teacher at Shrek Academy. You come to work at my place. I can assure you, within 1 year, you can buy a big house in Sodto City." Hearing this, Xiao Yu's face darkened. Ignored the store owner's plea to stay. Xiao Yu broke free directly. Walked quickly towards the outside of the palace. After a few minutes, outside the Wuhun Hall in Sodto City, Xiao Yu stopped. At this time, Xiao Yu had already seen Tang San and his party who were arguing with the guards. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt relieved. He knew that Tang San couldn't run away. Xiao Yu walked quickly towards Tang San and the others. At the same time, Tang San also noticed Xiao Yu walking towards him. Tang San could feel it. Xiao Yu's murderous intention towards him became even stronger at this time. After noticing all this, Tang San's eyes also turned cold. After looking at Flanders next to him bitterly, Tang San's pupils turned purple. He hid his hands under his sleeves and curled his fingers slightly. He hid the hidden weapon of the dragon beard needle, which he had high hopes for, at his fingertips. At this time, Flanders also noticed Tang San's movements. After thinking briefly, Flanders responded. He stood between Xiao Yu and Tang San and said, "Teacher Zhang Yu, do you have any grudge against this student?" While speaking, Flanders unfolded his martial spirit. 7 soul rings flickered behind him. "Tang San is the disciple of my best friend. Could you please be kind and give this student a break?" As he spoke, Flanders stared at Xiao Yu. He was ready to fight Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. "Dean Flanders, you don't need to use honorifics to me. There is no need to be divided like this." As he spoke, Xiao Yu spread his hands and said, "Dean Flanders, Tanghao just died in my hands. Are you sure you want to fight me?" Quote. Tanghao. Flanders looked at Xiao Yu with some confusion. He didn't understand what Xiao Yu meant. After lowering his head and thinking for a moment, Flanders looked at Xiao Yu with a look of horror. He subconsciously took 2 steps back and said tremblingly, "The noise just came from outside the city. It's you and Haoshan Douluo who are fighting." Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu walked towards Tang San. When passing by Flanders, Xiao Yu put his hand on Flanders' shoulder. "Give it a flick." Flanders fell to the side. Tang San was revealed behind him with a look of hatred on his face. Looking at Tang San in front of him, Xiao Yu said with a smile, "Tang San, long time no see." In front of the Wuhun Hall in Sodto City. After Xiao Yu said hello, everyone looked at Xiao Yu and Tang San with surprised expressions. "Mistress, it turns out you two know each other." Oscar walked forward with a smile. He stood between Xiao Yu and Tang San. Start trying to smooth things over. Seeing this, Tang San's face showed no expression. He pushed Oscar away roughly. Then, Tang San looked at Xiao Yu with an indifferent expression and said, "Did you kill my father?" "What?" After hearing Tang San's words, Oscar's expression changed instantly. Seeing this, Flanders sighed in his heart. He already knew that Tanghao was Tang San's father. It is even clearer that Tanghao is the famous Haoshan Douluo. Therefore, after Xiao Yu just said that he had successfully killed Tanghao, Flanders, he already knew, there is no possibility for me to stop Xiao Yu. At this time, after Tang San pushed Oscar aside, he walked slowly towards Xiao Yu. He asked coldly towards Xiao Yu, "Who are you?" As he spoke, Tang San suddenly waved his hand at Xiao Yu. Swish! Dozens of tiny golden light spots attacked Xiao Yu. This is the most powerful hidden weapon Tang San possesses at this time, the Dragon Beard Needle. A year ago, Zhao Wudi also suffered a small loss from the Dragon Beard Needle. Tang San looked at the Dragon Beard Needle flying towards Xiao Yu. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. Tanghao is already dead, and you still want to make a comeback. As he spoke, Xiao Yu stretched out his left hand and waved forward. The dark blue soul power turned into a light shield and blocked all the dragon whisker needles thrown by Tang San. At this time, clatter, Tang San tapped his feet lightly on the ground and used Ghost Shadow to rush towards Xiao Yu. Not long ago, I learned from Flanders that Xiao Yu was a strong man at the Soul Saint level. Tang San had already thought it through in his mind. He has no way out. If Wahundian is unwilling to mediate, if he wants to live, the only way to kill Xiao Yu is to fight to the death. The next moment, Tang San then rushed forward to a distance of about 1 meter in front of Xiao Yu. Tang San shouted angrily, "Go to hell." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang San's upper body clothes were instantly torn apart. The 8 spider spears poked out from behind him. Swish, the flickering 8 punishment spears stabbed at Xiao Yu crazily. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was not surprised but happy. The plot has changed so much. Tang San came to Shrek Academy a year earlier than in the original work. I thought I might have to miss the poisonous soul bone attached to the 8 spider spear. I didn't expect Tang San to send it to me today. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu used the teleportation soul skill. Buzz. The next moment, Xiao Yu appeared behind Tang San. Without giving Tang San a chance to react again, Xiao Yu turned his palm into a sword. Condensing the soul power on the surface of his palm, he slashed at Tang San. Poof, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being penetrated. Xiao Yu directly cut off Tang San's head. The next moment, plop, Tang San's body fell heavily to the ground. Hot blood also spurted out. Then it flowed downwards along the bluestone steps in front of Wuhun Hall. Saw this horrifying scene, the surrounding area immediately became quiet. The next moment, several screams were heard. The mistress is dead. Dean, he killed the mistress. Dean, let's run quickly. Dai Mubai and others suddenly became confused. At this time, Flanders' mood was a little complicated. He looked at the dead Tang San and couldn't help but sigh. For their reaction, Xiao Yu didn't care, just as Xiao Yu was about to pull out the 8 spider spear and completely destroyed Tang San's body and obliterated his soul. An indifferent voice suddenly sounded. What an evil soul master. How can I allow you to be so presumptuous in front of my Wuhun palace? Quote. The next moment, wow, countless silver-white lightsabers were thrust towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. Xiao Yu directly used his teleportation soul skill to avoid the incoming lightsaber. The next moment, poof, Tang San was still staying where he was. Directly chopped into countless small pieces by these lightsabers. Seeing this, Xiao Yu turned his head and looked not far away. At this time, an old man with white beard and hair appeared. They are coming here with several Soul Saint level cardinals. The old man's martial spirit was a white iron sword. There are 8 soul rings on top of it. Seeing this, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. Is this someone from Wuhun Palace? The leader is the Contra-level guy. Is he the strongest person in Wuhun Palace in Sodto City? They had been watching just now and were too lazy to take action. At this time, Tang San's attached soul bone was seen. Are you going to cut me off? Single quote. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu snorted coldly. He casually took out Xiao He from his pocket and threw it towards Tang San's mutilated body. Xiao Yu said, Xiao He, go and extract all Tang San's soul resurrected bones. Hearing this, Xiao He nodded quickly. My lord, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Xiao He stretched out his tentacles towards Tang San, who could no longer see his human form. Seeing this, Xiao Yu also summoned his Barret martial spirit. The next moment, Xiao Yu's eyes turned blood red. Buzz. Xiao Yu directly opened the killing field that had completed its second evolution. The shadow of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor emerged behind Xiao Yu. At the same time, the surrounding temperature began to drop rapidly. Seeing this, the people from Wahundian who were coming also realized that something was wrong. Damn it, why can't I use my soul skills? Careful. In the frightened eyes of the Wuhun Palace group, the red light in Xiao Yu's eyes lit up again. Buzz. Xiao Yu directly used the clearing ability he gained when Killing Domain first evolved. The black and red ripples spread out rapidly in all directions with Xiao Yu as the center. The next moment, except for Flanders and that Contra from the Spirit Hall, everyone present fell into a coma. Seeing this, Flanders and the Soul Douluo from the Spirit Hall looked at Xiao Yu in front of them in horror. The Soul Douluo from Wuhun Palace asked in a hoarse voice, "What kind of soul skill is this?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu ignored him. Barrett just silently raised his hand and pointed the gun at the Contra's eyebrows. When the black hole of the gun appeared in front of him, the Contra in the Wuhun Palace turned pale in an instant. Although I don't understand what kind of martial spirit this is, but he could clearly sense the danger from Xiao Yu's martial spirit. He wanted to resist, but the murderous aura and chill that surrounded him surged into his body all the time. But it left him completely unable to resist. In that Contra's frightened eyes, the muzzle of Xiao Yu Barrett's gun flashed. The next moment, boom, that Contra's head exploded like a watermelon. Seeing this, Xiao Yu took back his martial spirit. After taking a look at Flanders, who was silent beside him, Xiao Yu stepped towards Tang San's corpse. At this time, Xiao He has completed the task, dragging Tang San's soul out of the pile of corpses. Outside the Wuhun Hall in Sodto City, Xiao He dragged a glowing soul body and Tang San's 8 spider spear soul bones and flew towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Flanders' pupils suddenly opened wide. He is no stranger to soul bones. In this year, he also saw Tang San use it several times. What really frightened him was the glowing thing that Xiao He was dragging. Flanders himself is a powerful person at the Soul Saint level, although separated by a long distance. But he has keen senses. You can still see that luminous thing reflecting Tang San's face. At this time, Flanders vaguely guessed that the glowing thing was Tang San's soul. He also realized what Xiao Yu was planning to do. Flanders stretched out his hand weakly towards the soul body that Xiao He was holding. He really wanted to do something, but his reason told him that he must not do this. At this time, Xiao Yu also noticed Flanders' movements. Xiao Yu turned to look at Flender and said, "Dean Flanders, are you going to sleep on your own now? Or are you preparing to sleep here?" Quote. Hearing this, Flanders froze on the spot. The next moment, a wry smile appeared on Flanders' face. He understood what Xiao Yu meant. He can't see the rest. After sighing secretly, Flanders no longer hesitated. He summoned up his soul power and slapped himself on the back of the neck. The next moment, Flanders fell to the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Yu used his mental power to investigate. After confirming that there were no conscious humans near the Wuhun Hall in Sodto City, Xiao Yu reached out and took the 8 spider spear from Xiao He. After briefly looking at it, Xiao Yu put it into the netherworld. He had no intention of absorbing this poisonous soul bone. A few years ago, Xiao Yu once promised Dugu Bo that he would find her a poisonous soul bone. Now, this thing is finally available. After putting away the 8 spider spears, Xiao Yu looked at Xiao He and said, "Xiao He, the same method as when dealing with Tanghao. You start extracting the secret techniques from Tang San's mind now." Quote. Hearing this, Xiao He nodded. "My lord, as you wish." Next moment, Xiao He inserted his tentacle into Tang San's soul body. At the same time, when Xiao He's tentacles were just inserted, Tang San's consciousness regained consciousness. The pain of a soul being torn apart. The face on Tang San's soul body began to twist. He realized what Xiao Yu was doing. There was also a trace of unwillingness in Tang San's eyes. He began to struggle, but all resistance is in vain. Tang San's mental power was not as good as Tang Hao's. Therefore, Xiao He was more relaxed when dealing with Tang San's soul. It doesn't take a moment. Xiao He extracted all the secret techniques from Tang San's mind. Xiao He stretched out a tentacle. He raised a faint point of light in front of Xiao Yu and said, "My lord, these are all the secret techniques in Tang San's mind. These include Xuantian Kung, 100 Solutions to Hidden Weapons, Medicine Chapter, Poison Chapter, Controlling Cranes and Catching Dragons, Purple Devil Eyes, Ghost Shadows. I've taken it all out now." Hearing this, Xiao Yu was not in a hurry to pick him up. Instead, he grabbed Tang San's soul body. The next moment, the vast amount of spiritual power in Xiao Yu's body concentrated towards the hand he was holding Tang San. Boom! Under the oppression of Xiao Yu's huge mental power, Tang San's soul, like Tang Hao, turned into light dust all over the sky. After all this is done, Xiao Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. It's better for a family to be in order. I finally succeeded in killing this son of destiny who had a grudge against me. This time, my first goal of returning to the mainland has been achieved. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. Immediately, Xiao Yu took the light spot from Xiao Hei's hand. After briefly looking at the light spot, Xiao Yu picked up the light spot. A light touched towards the center of the eyebrow. The next moment, a large amount of information appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. Xiao Yu directly chose to ignore things like the hidden weapon by Ji and the hidden weapon techniques. Xiao Yu looked at the other techniques in Xuantian Kung attentively. After a while, after processing all the information, Xiao Yu began to think. Zantian Gong is a Taoist skill. Zhongjung and peaceful, I can also use it to practice first. The secret technique of cultivating spiritual power, the purple demon eye, also has certain merits. As for the mysterious jade hand, ghost shadows and traces are of no use to me. In addition, wait until you have time. I still have to go back to Poseidon Island to pass on this Xuantian technique to Sister Yanyan and the others. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked in the direction of Tiandou City again. I don't know if Qian Renshue's enthronement ceremony is over now. If Qian Renxue had already left Tiandou City, then, those titled Douluo who came to watch the ceremony should also leave. No more interference from these people. Then I can consider going to the Ice and Fire Eyes to have a look. Single quote. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu's eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of fire. He thought of the information recorded in the original work. The Eye of Ice and Fire is the burial place of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. I am under the Eyes of Ice and Fire. There is a high probability that the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King can be found. But there is still a very important issue that is unclear. I don't know if the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul is still conscious. If their souls are still conscious, can I resist them? In addition, can I turn their remains into undead? If you can, I will go hunting for ferocious beasts in the future. It would be much easier to go to the Killing City to seize the Shira inheritance. Think of this. Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Hei in front of him and said, Xiao Hei, come back. Your mission is complete. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Yu stretched out his right hand and struck the void in front of him. A purple-gray crack appeared. After seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Xiao Hei immediately responded. My lord, follow your will. With that said, Xiao Hei flashed into the nether space. Seeing this, Xiao Yu closed the portal to the netherworld. He looked at the people nearby again. After noticing Tang San's mutilated corpses, Xiao Yu frowned slightly. The next moment, Xiao Yu pressed his palms against the corpses. In a blink, the surfaces of the corpses were all covered in a layer of frost. Immediately, Xiao Yu activated his sixth soul skill again. Boom boom boom, several slight explosions sounded. Tang San's body was completely gone, and there was no possibility of resurrection. After completing all this, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. As for Flanders and Dai Mubai, I can kill him directly, or I can not kill him. Tang San no longer existed. These guys don't pose any threat to me. After thinking about this, Xiao Yu glanced at the soul saints from the spirit hall not far away again. That Contra is dead. Whether the remaining people are dead or alive, it doesn't matter. Scan around again. After confirming that you have not missed any details, Xiao Yu then stood up and flew towards Tiandou City. 5 hours later, in front of Shrek Academy, the disgraced Flanders returned here with Oscar and his party. Thinking of what just happened, Flanders looked a little bitter. That guy named Zhang Yu is in front of Wuhun Hall. He just used an unknown soul skill. He directly controlled all the soul masters in the field. Even the soul Douluo from the spirit hall. They were all suppressed by his soul skill. As a strong man at the Contra level, he was slaughtered without the ability to resist. Thinking of this, Flanders' consciousness became a little dazed. He felt like he was in a dream. After a while, Flanders, who finally came to his senses, looked bitter. Where did that lunatic named Zhang Yu come from? How dare you kill the people of Wuhun Palace in front of Wuhun Palace? Because of him, even I was interrogated by Wuhun Palace. Thinking of this, Flanders looked at where Yu Xiaogang came from. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What on earth should I do? In a few days, I was going to start recruiting a new batch of students. However, Wahundian will come to the academy to investigate again during this period. The enrollment matter will definitely not be possible. How should I deal with it? Tang San is dead. How should I explain to Xiaogang? At this time, Oscar, who was the most attentive, saw what Flanders was thinking. He walked quickly to Flanders and said, Dean, Please tell the master about the mistress as soon as possible. This cannot be concealed, and we have to get out of here as soon as possible. The master is Tang San's teacher. Just in case. The man suddenly had murderous intention towards the master again. Master, hearing this, Flanders' expression changed. Oscar is right, that lunatic named Zhang Yu said that Tang San had a grudge against him. Xiaogang is Tang San's teacher. What if Xiaogang is also implicated because of Tang San's affairs? Thinking of this, Flanders' expression changed. Because the matter involves Yu Xiaogang. He finally made a decision. Flanders turned to Oscar and the others and said, Oscar, you guys go back to the dormitory now. Organize your personal belongings as soon as possible. 2 hours later, let's set off immediately and leave Sodto City. With that said, Flanders quickly walked towards Yu Xiaogang's residence. Only Oscar and the others were left standing there looking at each other. After a while, in front of a wooden house. This is the best dormitory in Shrek Academy. It was originally his residence. A year ago, when Yu Xiaogang came over, Flanders took the initiative to give this residence to Yu Xiaogang. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar wooden door in front of him, Flanders took a deep breath. Immediately, Flanders adjusted his mentality and pushed the door directly in. Xiaogang, there is something I have to tell you. Yu Xiaogang turned his head when he heard the noise. At this time, he was drinking tea in the house leisurely. After seeing Flanders' expression in front of him, Yu Xiaogang's face turned cold. What are you doing here? By the way, where is the mistress? Why hasn't he come back yet? Quote. After hearing what Yu Xiaogang said, Flanders' newly adjusted mentality collapsed again. Xiaogang, the mistress, what's up with him? Seeing Flanders hesitate to speak, Yu Xiaogang frowned and asked. Seeing this, Flanders said hesitantly. Zhang Yu is very strong. Mistress, he can't come back. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang was stunned. The next moment, Yu Xiaogang's face turned pale, and he could no longer hold the teacup in his hand. Snapped, the teacup fell to the ground, and the hot tea splashed onto him. But Yu Xiaogang had no reaction at all. He asked shakily. Flanders, what are you talking about? Seeing this, Flanders said it directly. Tang San is dead, he was directly killed by Zhang Yu. After speaking, Flanders relaxed a little, but Yu Xiaogang in front of him rolled his eyes and almost rolled off the wheelchair. Seeing this, Flanders quickly stepped forward and supported Yu Xiaogang. Snapped, Yu Xiaogang waved his hand as big as a cattail fan randomly, hitting Flanders in the face continuously. Why don't you save Xiao San? Flanders, why don't you save Xiao San? Flanders, do you know? I am already a useless person. The mistress is my last hope. Quote. Yu Xiaogang's eyes were bloodshot. He placed all the blame on Flanders. Flanders had already anticipated Yu Xiaogang's reaction. He silently endured Yu Xiaogang's slap. After a while, Flanders' face was already swollen. At this time, Yu Xiaogang calmed down a little. He looked at Flanders coldly and said, Flanders, have you forgotten? Xiao San's father is the emperor of Haoshan. There is Haoshan crown protecting him in secret. How could something happen to the mistress? Quote. After hearing this, Flanders, who felt a little less guilty, began to explain. Xiaogang, that Zhang Yu has a grudge against Tang San. He is very powerful. Haoshan Douluo had died in his hands. Quote. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After hearing Flanders say that Tanghao also died in Xiao Yu's hands, Yu Xiaogang waved his hands and said. That Zhang Yu, isn't he just a soul saint? How could a loser like him defeat the invincible Haoshan Xianxia? Flanders, you must be lying to me, right? Quote. Hearing this, Flanders did not speak. He just looked at Yu Xiaogang quietly in front of him. Look at the reaction of my old friend. The last hope in Yu Xiaogang's heart was shattered. Xiao San, I must avenge you. Yu Xiaogang started to cry. Seeing this, Flanders sighed. Immediately, Flanders said in a deep voice. Xiaogang, I know that you and Xiao San have a deep relationship. But now is not the time to be sentimental. You are Xiao San's teacher. The students and I were skeptical. That Zhang Yu may come to trouble you. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang's crying stopped immediately. He looked steadily at Flanders in front of him. Seeing this scene, Flanders had a headache. While Flanders was still thinking about how to make Yu Xiaogang give up the idea of revenge, Yu Xiaogang suddenly grabbed his sleeve. After sensing this, Flanders' expression changed. He said hurriedly, Xiaogang, I'm just a soul saint. I can't be that Zhang Yu's opponent. Quote, hearing this, Yu Xiaogang quickly began to explain. No, brother Flanders, I have no intention of asking you to avenge the mistress. Brother, let's leave quickly. If that Zhang Yu comes to look for me, things will be in trouble. Hearing this, Flanders stared blankly at Yu Xiaogang in front of him. He never expected that Yu Xiaogang's attitude would change so quickly. However, Flanders didn't think much about it. He said directly, Xiaogang, let's go to Tiandou City. That is the main city of the Tiandou Empire. We will join the college over there with our brothers and these students. Went to Tiandou City. That Zhang Yu will never find us. And even if he is found, we are not afraid. In Tiandou City, there are millions of troops threatening them. I don't believe that Zhang Yu dares to attack you. 3 days later, in a restaurant in Tiandou City, Xiao Yu sat in the corner of the second floor, listened patiently to the comments of Zhou's guests. Today is already the 7th day of the coronation ceremony. It is also the last day of the coronation ceremony. Our Tiandou Empire will soon welcome a new emperor. Yes, have you heard about it? It is said that the newly appointed Emperor Qinghe will give a speech in the square in the center of Tiandou City today. Even the big shots from the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, and Wuhun City will appear. Quote, the notices were posted all over the city a few days ago, how could I not know about it? Let's go and have a look too. Then we will see the grace of Emperor Qinghe. After hearing the comments from those guests, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. After leaving Sodto City, I rushed here at full speed. I thought Qian Renshue's enthronement ceremony had been completed. Who would have thought that her coronation ceremony would last for 7 days? Is it so troublesome to be an emperor? Single quote. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu felt helpless. Even I can only wait patiently here. We can only wait for Qian Renshue's enthronement ceremony to end. After all the titled Douluo left Tiandou City, this is the time for me to go to the Eye of Ice and Fire. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked out through the window on the side. At this time, a large number of Tiandou City residents gathered into the crowd. They are rushing towards the center of the city in a steady stream. Seeing this, Xiao Yu drank all the tea in the cup. After dropping a gold soul coin, Xiao Yu walked out of the tavern. Xiao Yu put on his hood and controlled his breath. Just like the most ordinary Tiandou City resident, Xiao Yu hid in the crowd, followed the crowd and rushed toward the center of the city. After a while, an exquisite high platform appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Stand at the back of the crowd. Xiao Yu could vaguely see the scene in the stands. Seeing this, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. Qian Renxue and the others specially arranged such a venue. At the same time, there was another commotion. Are they really just there to complete the coronation ceremony? What's more, people from Wuhun City are also here. Is it someone from the Wuhun Palace who wants to propose the establishment of the Wuhun Empire during this ceremony? And asked Qian Renxue to announce that Tiandou would join the Spirit Empire. Or, this is a swearing-in meeting. Do they want to mobilize all the soldiers and civilians of the Tiandou Empire to jointly participate in the war between the Stardow Forest? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu found a suitable position and waited patiently. At the same time, outside Tiandou City, Flanders and his party also arrived here in disgrace. 3 days ago, after Flanders made his decision. So we set off directly overnight. Yu Xiaogang was carried by Zhao Wuji. The other Soul Emperor level teachers also took 1 student with them. They were moving at full speed. It took 3 days of non-stop sleep before finally arriving at Tiandou City. At this time, under the gate of Tiandou City, Flanders breathed a sigh of relief. Kids, here we are. We will be safe. With that said, Flanders looked at Yu Xiaogang again and said, Xiaogang, please bear with me a little longer. Once we get into the city, let's just go find a place to rest. Quote. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang nodded with a tired look on his face. Flanders, find a place as soon as possible. I'm very tired, I need a rest. After hearing what Yu Xiaogang said, everyone except Flanders. Everyone else in Shrek Academy curled their lips in disdain. None of them shouted tired. How on earth could a loser who had been carried by Zhao Wuji have the nerve to say such a thing? Seeing this, Flanders scratched his head. But he still comforted Yu Xiaogang patiently. Xiaogang, please sleep for a while first. We will soon find a place to stay in Tiandou City. Yu Xiaogang responded casually. Then he lay on Zhao Wuji's back and fell asleep. Seeing this, Flanders sighed. He led everyone towards Tiandou City. Soon, the lively atmosphere in Tiandou City caught their attention. Flanders grabbed a passerby and asked. They just knew. The new Emperor Tiandou will complete the coronation ceremony today. After learning everything, Flanders also lost interest. He led everyone and started walking around Tiandou City. After a while, a notice caught Flanders' attention. We are looking for you. Lanba Advanced Soul Master Academy, due to its own expansion. We are now recruiting the following personnel, 10 soul sects above level 40. Those with higher soul power will be given priority. Once hired, treated favorably. Flanders slowly read out the information on the notice. Looking at the words Lanba Academy, Flanders felt a little complicated. Naturally, he knew that this was Lu Erlong's destination. Just when Flanders was thinking, several other teachers from Shrek Academy also finished reading the notice. Interest suddenly arose in their hearts. Zhao Wuji walked up to Flender first and said, Dean, let's go to that Lanba Academy and have a look. Who knows, that will be our final destination in the future. Quote. Hearing this, Flanders glanced at Yu Xiaogang on Zhao Wuji's back. Immediately, Flanders responded, Okay, Lao Zhao. This time I will listen to you. Let's go to that Lanba Academy together. Quote. At this time, Yu Xiaogang let out thunderous snores on Zhao Wuji's back. After hearing Yu Xiaogang's voice, Zhao Wuji and others' faces darkened. Seeing this, Flanders didn't know what to say. After laughing twice, Flanders once again pulled over a passerby and said, Take us to Lanba Academy. Hearing this, the passerby pushed away Flanders' hand. Who are you? I don't have time, I also want to watch the coronation ceremony of Emperor Qinghe. After hearing what the passerby said, Flanders directly summoned his martial spirit. When 7 soul rings appeared behind Flanders, the passerby's face changed instantly. It turns out that you are a powerful person at the soul saint level. Please come with me. Under the guidance of passers-by, Shrek and his group soon arrived at the entrance of Lanba Academy. Looking at the white jade-like gate tower in front of me, there was a hint of envy on the faces of Zhao Wuji and others. This Lanba Academy is really rich. Even the door is so well made. Hearing this, Flanders sneered. He led Zhao Wuji and the others towards the reception desk of Lanba Academy. After Flanders showed their strength, a group of people from Shrek Academy entered the academy very smoothly. The teacher in charge of reception, he led Flanders and the others towards the depths of the academy, preparing them to meet the dean of the academy. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was still sleeping on Zhao Wuji's back. He didn't expect it at all. I'm such a big brother, I'm going to stab him in the back. Half an hour later, in Tiandou City Lanba Academy, Flanders and his group followed the teacher from Lanba Academy. Came to a forest on campus. We walked into the forest for another 10 minutes or so. A faint singing voice came from afar. Listen to this sad and melodious voice. Flanders' heart trembled. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Yu Xiaogang on Zhao Wuji's back. At this time, Yu Xiaogang was still sleeping. In the dream, he seemed to be dreaming of some delicious food, and he kept smacking his lips. Saliva also flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, Flanders suddenly hesitated. He couldn't help but think about it. Am I right or wrong in bringing Yu Xiaogang like this to Erlongmei? Is he still afraid that he is worthy of Erlongmei now? Just when Flanders was thinking, the other people also noticed Flanders' abnormality. The teacher from Lanba Academy asked with some confusion, Senior, what are you doing? After hearing the teacher's voice, Flanders also came back to his senses. He waved his hand at the teacher. It doesn't matter. You take us in. Quote. Seeing this, the teacher from Lanba Academy said nothing more. Silently, he led Shrek and his group towards Lu Erlong's residence. After a while, a woman watering flowers appeared in front of everyone. At this time, the woman also noticed Flanders and his group. When she saw Flanders, the woman's face showed a hint of joy. Boss Fu, why are you here? I haven't seen you for many years, but you are still the same. Hearing this, Flanders looked intently at the woman in front of him who had fascinated him. For a moment, he was also a little absent-minded. After turning his head and taking a look at Yu Xiaogang, Flanders finally made up his mind. Xiaogang has become so decadent. Can he really bring happiness to Erlongmei like this? No, this time, I want to fight with Xiaogang. I am the one who can bring happiness to Erlongmei. Single quote. Thinking of this, Flanders asked in a hoarse voice. Longmei, I haven't seen you for so many years. How are you? Quote. Seeing this, the rest of the people present were all stunned. Immediately, they looked at each other. Everyone guessed that there was a story between Flender and Luer Long. They retreated in tacit agreement. Leave space to Flanders and the others. After noticing the movements of several people behind him, Flanders walked quickly towards Luer Long. After hesitating for a moment, Flanders asked. Longmei, it's been so many years. Are you still alone? Quote. Hearing this, Luer Long's heart trembled. She couldn't help but sigh. Boss Fu, I can't forget Xiaogang. As he said that, Luer Long's eyes showed a hint of hope. She asked, looking steadily at Flanders in front of her. Boss Fu, do you know where Xiaogang is? After so many years, I still can't find him. Hearing this, Flanders felt a pain in his heart. But he still said with a forced smile. Long's sister, Xiaogang is also here with me. After Flanders mentioned Xiaogang's name, Luer Long stepped forward directly, grabbed Flanders' arm and said, Boss Fu, take me to see him quickly. This time, I will never let him leave. Quote. Hearing this, Flanders' heart bleeds. But he still pretended to be calm and said, Longmei, the one on Lao Zhao's back is Xiaogang. With that said, Flanders stretched out a finger and pointed at Yu Xiaogang. After seeing Flanders' actions, Luer Long was stunned for a moment. But she immediately looked in the direction of Flanders' finger. That one weighs about 300 pounds. When Yu Xiaogang, whose body was piled up like a mountain of fat, appeared in front of her, Luer Long's expression changed. She looked at Flanders and forced a smile. Boss Fu, are you kidding me? Quote. Hearing this, Flanders felt a sense of joy suddenly rise in his heart for some unknown reason. He pointed at Yu Xiaogang and said firmly, Long's sister, I'm not joking with you. He is Yu Xiaogang. Quote. Snapped. The showerhead in Luer Long's hand fell to the ground. She couldn't believe her eyes. Why did the knowledgeable and personable Yu Xiaogang in my heart become like this? At this moment, Yu Xiaogang yawned. He slowly opened his eyes and asked in a cold tone. Flanders, where is this? Didn't you say you wanted to find a hotel to rest? Quote. After hearing this familiar voice, Luer Long was finally certain of one thing. Flanders didn't lie to her. The guy in front of me is like a mountain of meat. It's really her favorite Yu Xiaogang. Thinking of this, Luer Long collapsed directly to the ground. At this moment, her world seemed to have lost its color. Seeing this, Flanders hurriedly squatted in front of Luer Long and tried to persuade him. Long's sister, don't worry. Even if Xiaogang is just a cripple now and can never stand up again, I will also try my best to take good care of him for the rest of his life. Let him have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Quote. Hearing this, Luer Long and Yu Xiaogang turned to look at Flanders at the same time. After seeing Luer Long in front of him, Yu Xiaogang finally came to his senses. He tried his best to shrink back, trying to hide behind Zhao Wuji. However, how could he hide his exaggerated figure? Seeing this, Luer Long pushed Flanders' hand away. She walked towards Yu Xiaogang tremblingly. Xiaogang, I am your second dragon. Even if you become like this, I won't leave you either. Hearing this, Yu Xiaogang became even more excited. Luer Long, get out of here. I am a world-famous master of martial arts theory. I don't need your pity. Quote. After hearing what Yu Xiaogang said, Luer Long had tears in his eyes again. She turned to look at Flanders and asked. Boss Fu, tell me, who turned Xiaogang into this? I want him to pay with his life. As she spoke, Luer Long's martial spirit was also summoned by her. Her 78th level soul power aura made everyone in the hospital hold their breath. At this time, waves of shouts came from a distance. The Heaven Do Empire will be victorious. The Heaven Do Empire will be victorious. The voices gradually came together, getting louder. After hearing these voices, Luer Long became even more irritable. She couldn't help but use her soul power and shouted angrily. Shut up, Mom. Under the influence of her soul power, Luer Long's voice spread around. Seeing this, Flanders' face instantly turned pale. He listened carefully for a while. Found out after Luer Long spoke out. The surroundings were indeed quiet. After noticing this, Flanders' expression turned even worse. He pointed at Luer Long and asked tremblingly. Longmei, don't you know what day it is today? Hearing this, Luer Long was stunned for a moment. She shook her head at Flanders. Boss Fu, I have been living in seclusion here. I don't care about external affairs. What's wrong with you? Quote. Seeing Lu Erlong's attitude, Flanders collapsed to the ground weakly, and he murmured. It's over. Everything is over. Half an hour ago. Tiandou City, at the central square. Qian Renshue's enthronement ceremony has also reached the final step. Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo from the Qibao glazed sect. Yu Yuanjun of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Guangling Douluo of Wuhun Palace. These heavyweights, who are rarely seen on weekdays, appeared one after another. They stood near the high platform with the people of their sect, waiting with a solemn expression. After a while, Qian Renxue pretended to be Shui Qinghe, wearing a grand dress. Under the guidance of the attendants, he slowly walked onto the high platform. Because the entire Tiandou royal family was killed by Qian Renxue, the only remaining member of the Tiandou royal family, the little Princess Shuiqi walked out of the crowd holding a blue cushion. On the cushion he held, there was a crown studded with precious stones. Shui Ke walked towards Shui Qinghe cautiously. At this time, the surroundings were extremely quiet. Everyone held their breath, quietly looking at Qian Renxue on the high platform. After a while, Shui Ke knelt in front of Qian Renxue, under the watchful eyes of all Tiandou city residents. Shui Qinghe, disguised as Qian Renxue, stepped forward. He picked up the crown that symbolized royal power and slowly put it on his head. At the same time, the residents of Tiandou City under the stands burst into cheers. Emperor Qinghe will always be here. The Heaven Dou Empire will last forever. After a while, Qian Renxue raised her arms towards the people in the stands, signaling everyone to be quiet. After the people in Tiandou City stopped cheering, Qian Renxue said loudly, "People of the Tiandou Empire, from now on, the old days are over. We will usher in a new era." Quote. Speaking of this, Qian Renxue paused. Her expression also became serious. A better tomorrow is coming. But at this time, there is a dark force attacking us. Over the past year or so, 4 soul beasts with unimaginable strength appeared in the Star Forest. While speaking, Qian Renxue glanced at Guangling Douluo beside her. Immediately, Qian Renxue added, "Those 4 powerful soul beasts were named ferocious beasts by the Wuhun Palace. Under the leadership of the 4 ferocious beasts, the spirit beasts in the Star-Dou forest have formed beast tides many times. Start to invade our Tiandou Empire's cities. To date, hundreds of thousands of people have died in the beast tide. Several titled Douluo from Wuhun Palace have died in the Star Forest." After hearing Qian Renshue's words, Xiao Yu's expression changed slightly. What does Qian Renxue mean? A titled Douluo from Wuhun Palace died in the Star-Dou forest. How can this be? There are Qian Douluo, a 99th level titled Douluo, and Golden Crocodile Douluo, a 98th level titled Douluo. At the top level of combat power, Wuhun Palace may not be weaker than Dishan and the others. If there really was a titled Douluo in Wuhun Palace who died in the Star-Dou forest, how could Qian Douluo and the others not come to the door? Could it be that the Silver Dragon King woke up early? However, why should Dishan and the others fight with Wuhun Palace? Besides, can 4 ferocious beasts be able to? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu suddenly froze. Wait a minute, Qian Renxue seemed to be talking about 4 ferocious beasts just now. Emperor Tian, Lord Shang, King of 10,000 Demons, Bai Ji, Ziji, Red King, Demon Spirit. I remember that in the original work, there were 7 ferocious beasts in the Star-Dou forest. Damn it, the people from Wuhun Palace couldn't have successfully hunted down the ferocious beasts, which prompted DTN to take action. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Guangling Douluo in the stands in surprise. This old guy is a member of the Enshrinement Hall. He must know the news about the Star-Dou forest. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu was a little ready to make a move. He wanted to directly kidnap Lightling Douluo and search for first-hand information from his mind. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu suppressed this idea. No one knows whether Qian Douluo is here or not. I can't move the people in Wuhun Palace for the time being. But, I can go to Landian and Qibao to see. When Qian Renxue just told the news, the expressions of Landian and Qibao didn't change at all. They obviously also know some inside information. Single quote. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu began to silently look at Yu Yuanjun not far away. At this time, Qian Renshue's speech had come to an end. Residents of the Tiandou Empire. Our enemies are those ferocious beasts. The brutality and greed of those beasts have shaken our nation. We must find a way to drive them out of the Tiandou Empire. For a better tomorrow, we must root them out. Heaven Dou Empire. One victory. Quote, after Qian Renxue finished speaking, the residents of Tiandou City also shouted in unison. Their voices gradually came together. The Heaven Dou Empire will be victorious. The Heaven Dou Empire will be victorious. These 6 words echoed through the sky. It's this exciting moment. Boom. There was a burst of explosions. Immediately, an angry female voice reached everyone's ears. Shut up, Mom. Hearing this, the surrounding area suddenly became quiet. All the residents of Tiandou City looked confused. At this time, Qian Renshue's face also darkened. The expressions of Ning Fengji and others on the side were not much better. They don't understand who he is. Dare to make trouble in such an occasion. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, Guangling Douluo from Wuhun Palace appeared next to Qian Renxue. Lightling Douluo explained in a low voice. That side seems to be the direction of Lanba Academy. Judging from the movement, it seems that a woman at the Soul Saint level is going crazy. After hearing what Guangling Douluo said, Qian Renxue said indifferently. Bring her here, according to Tiandou's law, executed to death. Hearing this, Guangling Douluo nodded, flying towards the direction of Lanba Academy. A few minutes later, Lightling Douluo carried Yu Xiaogang, who weighed about 300 kilograms, and Lu Erlong, who had a sad look on his face, back to the high platform. Bang bang, Lightling Douluo threw the 2 of them directly in front of Qian Renxue. Wait until Lightling Douluo completes all this. Flanders came in a hurry. After seeing the scene clearly, Flanders suddenly felt his eyes go dark. Flanders, realizing the seriousness of the matter, hurriedly knelt down under the high platform. He prayed to Qian Renxue. Your Majesty the Emperor, Erlong was just excited for the moment. He did not mean to offend your Majesty. Please, sir, please don't argue with him if you have a lot of money. As he spoke, Flanders kept kowtowing to Qian Renxue. Bang bang bang, he drank so hard that the blood on his forehead gradually turned the ground red. At this time, Yu Luo Mian, who was standing behind Yu Yuan Zhen, also reacted. Isn't the woman in the stands his daughter Lu Erlong? Realizing this, Yu Luo Mian couldn't help but sigh. After hesitating for a moment, he walked forward anyway, followed Flanders' example, knelt down in front of Qian Renxue and said, Your Majesty, this is my daughter. I know her, she is not the kind of person who would deliberately offend your dignity. Your Majesty, please be more careful. Quote, saying that, Yu Luo Mian also knelt down. None of them glanced at Yu Xiaogang from beginning to end. Tiandou City Central Square, 6. Seeing Flanders and Yu Luo Mian who were begging Lu Erlong for mercy. Cao Yu was a little confused. No, a few days ago, weren't Flanders, Yu Xiaogang and the others in Sodto City? How did they arrive at Tiandou City so quickly? Single quote. After thinking for a moment, Cao Yu had the answer in his mind. Is this because they were afraid of being chased by me, so they ran to Tiandou City overnight? Single quote. Thinking of this, Cao Yu's mouth twitched. Immediately, Cao Yu looked at Qian Renxue and Guangling Douluo on the stage. Suppose Yu Xiaogang really died here today. He died at the hands of Qian Renxue. Will Bibi Dong, who knows all this, fall into madness? Single quote. While thinking, Cao Yu set his sights on Yu Luo Mian. I must know more. Yu Luo Mian can be said to be one of the absolute top leaders among the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex. The inside story about the Stardew Forest. He must know something. In addition, Yu Luo Mian is just a Contra. And he doesn't have someone to protect him like Ning Fengji. If I want to capture him, it shouldn't be very difficult. After exploring the Ice and Fire Eyes, I might consider going to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. After thinking of this, Cao Yu also adjusted his mentality. He stood quietly in the crowd. Start waiting patiently. At this time, above the stands, Lu Erlong finally reacted. She looked at Yu Luo Mian and Flanders, who were begging for her, with complicated expressions. Lu Erlong opened his mouth, not knowing what to say for a moment. Compared to Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaogang's performance was even worse. He stared blankly at Yu Yuanzhen not far away. He murmured in his mouth, Father. Although Yu Xiaogang's voice was very soft, But everyone present was a strong person with cultivation level above Soul Saint. They all clearly heard the words from Yu Xiaogang's mouth. Everyone looked at Yu Yuanjun not far away. After noticing everyone's gazes, Yu Yuanjun's expression turned ugly. Although Yu Xiaogang has changed a lot, but he still recognized his useless son. Look at Yu Xiaogang's current appearance. And his paralyzed body. Yu Yuanjun's face showed a look of disgust. The former Yu Xiaogang published the so-called 10 core theories of Wuhun. The reputation of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect has been completely lost. Now he has become such a useless person again. If it's about him and Lu Erlong. It was also revealed today. Then wouldn't our Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect completely become everyone's laughing stock? Damn it, this kind of thing must never happen. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanjun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Yu Yuanjun walked out of the crowd. He suppressed the anger in his heart and bowed slightly to Qian Renxue. Your Majesty, I am the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. In the past year, he also made great achievements for the Tiandou Empire. To this day, there are still disciples of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect fighting on the front lines of the Sodto Forest. Regarding Lu Erlong's matter, I still hope that your Majesty will be kind to you. Quote. Hearing this, Qian Renxue raised her eyebrows and said, Lu Erlong's matter is neither big nor small. According to the law, she should have been executed. But, this is war time, our Tiandou Empire is short of manpower. Lu Erlong is a level 78 Soul Saint. It's a good combat power, but it's a pity to kill him like this. If she is willing to go to the front line, she can be allowed to pay for her crimes. After saying this, Qian Renxue suddenly changed the subject. She pointed at Yu Xiaogang not far away and asked, pretending to be confused. Is that your son? Qian Renxue just finished speaking. Yu Yuanjun objected mercilessly. No, I do not know him. Quote. Yu Yuanjun's answer hit Yu Xiaogang's heart like a heavy hammer. Father. Yu Xiaogang's painful cry just reached his mouth. Boom. A dark blue thunder struck Yu Xiaogang's body. Yu Xiaogang didn't have time to speak, so he turned into a corpse. After completing all this, Yu Yuanjun's cold voice then sounded. Lu Erlong will be transferred to the front line from now on. No return until death. For this explanation, is your Majesty satisfied? Quote. Seeing Yu Yuanjun's indifferent approach, Qian Renxue also put away her contemptuous attitude. She nodded slightly at Yu Yuanjun. Looking at the dead Yu Xiaogang. Lu Erlong's vision went dark and he fainted. Seeing this, Qian Renxue lost interest. Qian Renxue ignored Lu Erlong and Yu Yuanjun. She walked towards the edge of the platform. Standing on the edge of the high platform, Qian Renxue looked down at the residents of Tiandou City below and said loudly. This enthronement ceremony is officially over. From now on, the Tiandou Pardon Order was promulgated. Establish Wuhun Palace as the state religion of the Tiandou Empire. Conscription was issued. From now on, the empire will begin a large-scale recruitment. Dear citizens of the Tiandou Empire, to regain the lost lands of the empire. For the innocent people who died at the hands of the Soul Beast. Take up arms and sign up to join the army. We must make those ferocious beasts pay with their blood. Quote. Under the influence of soul power, Qian Renshue's voice clearly reached the ears of everyone present. At this time, the residents of Tiandou City also reacted. They raised their arms and roared, "Eye for eye." Quote. Seeing this, Xiao Yu also imitated the residents of nearby Tiandou City and acted like he was full of enthusiasm. While chanting slogans, Xiao Yu looked at Yu Yuanjun on the stage with his peripheral vision. There was a trace of amusement in Xiao Yu's eyes. What happened today will definitely reach Bibi Dong's ears. At this time, Yu Yuanjun had absolutely no way out. Can I kill Yu Yuanjun after Bibi Dong? Take his body and turn him into an undead? Wait until the Tiandou Empire organizes its army and goes to war with the Sodto Forest. Can I pick it up? Single quote. While Xiao Yu was playing the role of a qualified Tiandou City resident, he thought about it in his heart. At the same time, Qian Renxue on the high platform nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, Qian Renxue stepped back. He turned his attention to Guangling Douluo and the others. Under Guangling's crown, there are 2 sect masters. It's your turn. Hearing this, Guangling Douluo stood up directly. He shouted, "From now on, I will serve as the representative of Wuhun Palace. Join the Tiandou army, go to the front lines and fight. In the future, other elders from our Wuhun Palace will go to the front line together. Quote. With the example of Light Ling Douluo, Ning Fengji and Yu Yuanjun also walked out one after another. We, the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, are also willing to join the Tiandou army. Go to the front line to fight. The voices of several people spread in this square. Seeing this, Qian Renxue nodded. Our mission has completed negotiations with the Star Luo Empire. Half-year later, wait until the training of the new army of our Tiandou Empire is completed. Our Tiandou Empire and the Star Luo Empire will jointly send troops to conquer the Star Do Forest. 1 week after the ceremony, the people who came to Tiandou City gradually dispersed. Taking this opportunity, Xiao Yu came to the sky above the former site of Bingwo Liangyan. Hidden behind the clouds, Xiao Yu looked at the scene in Bingwo Liangyi's eyes from a distance. At this time, all the broken rocks have been cleared. The eyes of ice and fire reappear in the world again. People in 2s and 3s wearing the costumes of Wuhun Palace were moving around the spring of ice and fire eye. At the same time, near the spring of the ice and fire eye, a large number of medicinal fields have been opened up again. All kinds of exotic flowers and plants are planted on it. Seeing this, Xiao Yu frowned. Has the effect of the ice and fire eyes on accelerating plant growth been discovered? Who planted these flowers and plants? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu opened the blue-silver domain and began to investigate carefully. After a while, Xiao Yu's face showed a hint of joy. Among the people staying here, the strongest one is only at the Soul Saint level. Most of the remaining members are only around the level of the Soul King. Single quote. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu put on his hood. Xiao Yu, who had covered his face, fell downwards. At this time, those members of the Wuhun Palace who stayed near the ice and fire eyes also noticed Xiao Yu in midair. After seeing that Xiao Yu could fly without summoning a martial spirit, they quickly looked wary. Among them, the Soul Saint was summoning the martial spirit and said in a deep voice to Xiao Yu. Who are you? This is where our spirit hall is located. The surrounding flowers and plants are the treasures of Chrysanthemum Douluo. If you dare to mess around, think about the consequences yourself. The Soul Saint hasn't finished speaking yet. Xiao Yu directly opened the killing field. The strong murderous aura and biting cold made him shut his mouth instantly. Xiao Yu was too lazy to waste time with them. Buzz. A circle of black and red ripples passed over the figures of the Spirit Hall members. The next moment, bang bang bang, all the members of Wuhundian who stayed near the ice and fire eyes fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Seeing this, Xiao Yu ignored the members of the Spirit Hall. He walked quickly towards the spring of the ice and fire eyes. Standing near the spring of the eye of ice and fire, Xiao Yu looked at those exotic flowers and plants. After a while, Xiao Yu had a look of disappointment on his face. It's a pity, although these flowers and plants can be considered good treasures, but their value is completely incomparable to that of grass jelly. For me, these flowers and plants are not very useful. Single quote. After a few brief glances, Xiao Yu once again focused his attention on the spring of the ice and fire eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu followed the decision he had made before. He jumped straight into the eyes of ice and fire. Almost instantly, Xiao Yu's clothes were completely corroded by the spring water that had both extremely cold and extremely hot properties. However, Xiao Yu didn't worry too much. Summons the blue-silver emperor with immunity to ice and fire. After simply turning it into clothing, Xiao Yu accelerated towards the depths of the ice and fire eyes. As the diving depth continues to increase, Xiao Yu also had to use his soul power to resist the pressure coming from all directions. After a while, Xiao Yu didn't know how deep he had dived. He only knew that the extremely cold and hot atmosphere around him was getting stronger and stronger. Under pressure, Xiao Yu then moved forward for a certain distance. Two huge skeletons appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's eyes flashed with joy. Found it, the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Although he was surprised to find his target, Xiao Yu still did not relax his vigilance. Because he was worried that the Ice and Fire Dragon King still had an incomplete soul that had not dissipated. After Xiao Yu raised his attention to the highest level, then he cautiously approached the two skeletons. At this time, buzz, two shadows appeared above the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. They looked intently at Xiao Yu not far away. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately used his teleportation soul skill. He quickly opened the distance between himself and the two shadows. Xiao Yu has realized it. The two phantoms in front of him are the souls of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. After a while, Xiao Yu stopped moving. He looked at the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King with some confusion. At this time, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King still maintained its original posture. Seeing this, Xiao Yu looked at the two shadows from a distance. After a while, Xiao Yu saw them showing no signs of attack. Therefore, Xiao Yu began to try to use mental power to communicate with the other party. Two seniors, I have no ill intentions. I'm just curious, so I came here to investigate. If you are offended, I will leave immediately. Quote, after Xiao Yu used his mental power to express what he meant. Once again, he observed the reaction of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul. At this time, the two souls still had no reaction. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. He asked again tentatively using his mental power. Seniors, are you okay? After Xiao Yu finished expressing his meaning, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King still made no move. Seeing this, Xiao Yu also had speculation in his mind. Tens of thousands of years have passed. Although the Ice and Fire Dragon King still has an incomplete soul, it has been preserved. But has all the will in the soul dissipated? Single quote, think of this. Xiao Yu carefully leaned towards the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King in the distance. When Xiao Yu was close to the wreckage of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, he was 100 meters away. Buzz. Two mental shocks suddenly hit Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu always had his attention full. He reacted immediately. Xiao Yu once again used the teleportation soul skill to avoid the attack of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's spirit. After escaping a certain distance, Xiao Yu stopped again. At this time, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King did not continue to attack. Seeing this, Xiao Yu had new speculations in his mind. These two souls still have the instinct to protect their own remains. When approaching the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King 100 meters away, will these two souls launch an attack? Single quote, thinking of this, Xiao Yu tentatively leaned over again. Buzz. Sure enough, after approaching 100 meters, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King attacked Xiao Yu again. With the help of the teleportation soul skill, Xiao Yu once again avoided the incoming mental impact. At this time, Xiao Yu also had a headache. Damn it, how should I deal with this? Could it be said that those two souls cannot be destroyed? Can't I get the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu suddenly thought of Xiao He in the Netherworld. Isn't the mental ability what Xiao He is best at? Why not ask him what he thinks? Thinking of this, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and drew it in front of him. After isolating the surrounding spring water, a small portal appeared. Xiao He also took advantage of the situation and emerged from this portal. The first time he saw Xiao Yu, Xiao He said loudly, "Dear, no need to say this again." Xiao Yu interrupted Xiao He directly. In Xiao He's doubtful eyes, Xiao Yu pointed at the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King hundreds of meters away and said, "I'll leave these two to you. Can you handle it?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao He briefly glanced at the soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The next second, Xiao He froze on the spot. Ah. Me. Get them done. Quote. The burial ground of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. After hearing Xiao Yu's instructions, Xiao He didn't know how to respond for a moment. Seeing this, Xiao Yu coughed twice and said, "Xiao He, the souls of these two Ice and Fire Dragon Kings are already incomplete. Their consciousness has also been wiped clean by the power of time. All that remains is the instinct to protect his own bones. Only when he was 100 meters away from the corpse of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, those two souls will instinctively launch spiritual attacks." After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Xiao He stretched out a tentacle and scratched his head, and he began to think. After a while, Xiao He said in a deep voice, "My lord, please wait a moment." As he spoke, a gray-white halo of light came out of Xiao He's mouth and struck towards the soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Buzz. The gray-white halo approached the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul. The spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King launched another spiritual attack, completely obliterating the halo of Xiao He's spit. Seeing this, Xiao He's pupils ignited with blood-red light. His figure suddenly grew huge. It turned into a strange shadow more than 300 meters high. Hiss. Xiao He neighed. Countless gray-white light waves of different sizes. Like a tide, it spread towards the distant soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. When Xiao He's attack reached 100 meters away from the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King began to flicker. Buzz buzz. Several mental shocks with the same intensity as before appeared again. Within a few seconds, all Xiao He's attacks were wiped out. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu immediately realized what Xiao He was thinking. The soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King has no will of its own. They only have instinct. Therefore, no matter how strong the energy Xiao He uses to attack the opponent, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King will only use its strongest power to counterattack. The soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King is like boundless water. The power of their souls will be reduced if they are used a little. In this way, just consume them from a distance. There will come a day when his soul will be completely wiped out. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu directly summoned the Barret Martial Spirit. He didn't use soul skills. Only a small amount of soul power was injected into the gun body. Then he began to attack the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King from a distance. Buzz. Sure enough, Xiao Yu's attack had just entered within 100 meters of the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King strikes again with all its strength. Destroy Xiao Yu's attack. Seeing this scene, Xiao He also stopped. He knew in his heart that Xiao Yu had understood his thoughts at this time. There was a look of reverence in Xiao He's eyes. He said respectfully, "My lord, congratulations, you will soon be able to obtain the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King." Hearing this, Xiao Yu also stopped what he was doing. He asked, pointing to the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, "Xiao He, follow this method. How long do you think it will take? Can we completely exhaust their power?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao He started to think. After a moment, Xiao He said with some uncertainty, "My lord, it will probably take me about a week." 1 week, Xiao Yu muttered in his mouth while thinking. It seems that I still need to stay in this Ice and Fire Eye for a while. Thus, those people from the Wuhun Palace above cannot be kept. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu ordered Xiao He, "You start now. I still have some things to take care of, I'll be back soon." Quote. With that said, Xiao Yu put away the barret in his hand. He began to rush towards the top of the Ice and Fire Eyes at full speed. Seeing this, Xiao He no longer hesitated. His eyes glowed blood red again. An offensive like a tidal wave once again attacks the soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. At the same time, above the Ice and Fire Eyes, the soul saint who was left guarding the Ice and Fire Liangyi Eye in the Wuhun Palace woke up leisurely. The next moment, he shuddered as he recalled what had just happened. The soul saint quickly looked around. Soon, he noticed his colleagues who were still unconscious around him. There was a look of fear in the soul saint's eyes. One move subdued us all. That guy is indeed a titled Douluo level expert. What exactly did he want to do when he came to Ju Douluo Mian's private medicine field? Single quote. While thinking, the soul saint got up. After careful inspection, he felt relieved. It seems, the unknown titled Douluo has left. Fortunately, all of Ju Douluo's treasures were not damaged. Quote. At this time, the soul saint was slightly relieved. Immediately, he walked to the other unconscious Wahundian members one after another. Bang bang bang. A few slaps in the face. The soul saint used the simplest and crudest method to wake up those colleagues. Immediately, he began to give instructions to the members of the Wuhun Hall. You guys, go back to Tiandou City immediately and report. Tell someone above. An unknown titled Douluo came here. Hearing this, one of the Soul King level members said, Your Majesty Bishop, Ju Douluo was informed before. He'll be here in 3 days. Otherwise, we wait for Ju Douluo to come over. We can just report directly to Your Majesty. Quote. Just when the Soul Saint was about to speak, Xiao Yu's voice sounded. 3 days, I see. Quote. Hearing this unfamiliar voice, several members of the Wuhun Palace were stunned. The next moment, they didn't even have time to react. Bang bang bang. Several gunshots rang out. All their heads shattered like watermelons. Seeing this, Xiao Yu slowly walked out of the shadows. After glancing at the corpses of several people, Xiao Yu began to think in his heart. Is Ju Douluo coming in 3 days? I don't know if Ghost Douluo will come with him. These two are the top leaders of Wuhun Palace. They must know about Xingdu. Maybe, there is no need for me to make a special trip to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu raised his right hand high. The dark blue soul power quickly gathered in Xiao Yu's hands. Buzz. Xiao Yu made an empty draw in the space in front of him. The portal to the netherworld opened again. Kakaka. The Titan Snow Demon King, the Great Ming Dynasty and the Second Ming Dynasty, and the Porcupine Douluo. They walked out of the portal one after another. Seeing this, Xiao Yu began to give instructions. You guys hide your aura first. 3 days later, 1 or 2 powerful people at the title Douluo level will come here. When the time comes, just take action with all your strength. Don't give them a chance to escape. Take them down directly. Hearing this, Titan Snow Demon King and the others responded quickly. Yes. As he spoke, the Titan Snow Demon King began to look at the surrounding environment. Although the area around the Ice and Fire Eyes has been sorted out, but there are still many large rocks that have not been transported away. Those huge rocks are stacked randomly together. It's a nice hidden spot. After noticing these, the Titan Snow Demon quickly walked to the back of a rock. Immediately, the Titan Snow Demon lay down against the rocks. The next moment, the soul fire in Titan Snow Demon King's eyes converged. The amazing aura on his body also disappeared. At this time, the Titan Snow Demon King looks like an ordinary stone sculpture. Seeing this, Da Ming and Ming followed suit. They found a place to hide one after another. 3 days later, the sky above the eyes of ice and fire. Ju Douluo flew here leisurely, looking at the flourishing flowers and plants in Bingwo Liani's eyes. Ju Douluo was in a good mood. Finally, I can see these precious treasures of mine again. I miss you so much. What a pity, that old bastard. No one wants to come with me. Snort. After snorting softly, Ju Douluo slowly looked towards the ice and fire eyes. Next moment, Ju Douluo noticed that the flowers and plants around him showed signs of being overwhelmed. Seeing this, Ju Douluo's eyes lit up with anger. What do those left behind do for food? Is this how they take care of my collection? Quote. After thinking of this, Ju Douluo glanced around. Just when Ju Douluo was about to vent, he immediately realized something was wrong. Damn, why is it so quiet here? What about those who stayed behind? Single quote. Boom. Just when Ju Douluo was thinking, a beam of light struck Ju Douluo. Seeing this, Ju Douluo's eyes widened. After summoning the strange velvet Tongtianju martial spirit, he barely blocked the light beam in front of him. Ju Douluo coughed up a trace of blood. He shouted angrily around. Who are you? I am the elder of Wuhun Palace, how dare you sneak attack me? Quote. Juhuaguan's words have not yet finished. 4 shocking auras suddenly appeared. Titan Snow Demon and the others stood up from the rocks. Their huge bodies made of skeletons put great pressure on Ju Douluo. When Ju Douluo didn't react, the realm of slowness, the realm of gravity, they fell on Ju Douluo one after another. Before Ju Douluo had time to respond, he noticed the array Douluo not far away. Ju Douluo's expression changed. You are the blood-stabbing who disappeared more than a year ago. How did you become like this? Quote. Buzz. Agetis Douluo did not answer Ju Douluo's question. He directly summoned his martial soul's true form. Attacked Ju Douluo. Seeing this, Titan Snow Demon King and the others had no intention of talking nonsense. They each used their special skills to attack Ju Douluo. Ju Douluo, who felt the threat of death, did not dare to hesitate any longer and roared angrily. The amazing velvet reaches the sky, the King Kong is indestructible. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a trace of blood in Ju Douluo's eyes. Wisps of white hair also began to appear on his temples. A golden light immediately emerged from his body. Surrounded by Ju Douluo, boom, a violent explosion sounded. The surrounding mountains and rocks were blown away, and smoke and dust were everywhere. Before the smoke and dust dissipated, Ju Douluo then stepped on the strange velvet-toothing chrysanthemum, turning it into a golden stream of light. He resisted the 2 realms of gravity and slowness, and fled away from the 2 eyes of ice and fire. Just as Ju Douluo was secretly rejoicing, the temperature around him instantly dropped. An astonishing murderous aura, accompanied by a biting chill, attacked Ju Douluo in the air. This made Ju Douluo's speed slow down by 1 point. The next moment, countless shadows of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion appeared. One after another, they rushed towards Ju Douluo. Boom boom boom. The shadows of the Ice Jade Emperor scorpions exploded the moment they pressed against Ju Douluo. The murderous aura accompanied by the chill was like maggots attached to the bones, completely ignoring the defense of the indestructible body, invading into Ju Douluo's body. At this moment, Ju Douluo's soul power was also affected. This caused the speed of Juhuaguan to slow down again. At this time, Titan Snow Demon King and the others also seized the opportunity to surround them again. Ju Douluo had no intention of giving up. He said to the Titan Snow Demon King and the others, "If you can't break through my defense, let me leave here. I swear to God, I will never reveal what is going on here." At this time, Xiao Yu stepped on the void and walked slowly towards Ju Douluo. Seeing this, Ju Douluo was shocked. He knew that the real owner had come out. Thinking of this, Ju Douluo looked at Xiao Yu warily. At this time, Ju Douluo still did not turn off the secret method of Vajra indestructibility. The rich golden light always surrounds him. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, "Ju Douluo, if I guess correctly, is this secret technique of yours consuming your lifespan? In several of our fields, there is almost no consumption when used. And you, how long can this secret method be used?" Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ju Douluo was shocked. He glanced around hurriedly, after noticing that Titan Snow Demon and the others were eager to try. Juhuaguan smiled bitterly, and he finally gave up the idea of escape. Well, after sighing, Ju Douluo turned off his secret method of indestructibility. Immediately, Ju Douluo looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Who are you? As long as you let me go, I am willing to surrender to you." Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu spoke, "Okay, but I don't trust you now." As he said that, Xiao Yu pointed to the dolphin Douluo beside him. Ju Douluo followed Xiao Yu's line of sight. After seeing the Gorgon Douluo in front of him, Ju Douluo's heart trembled. His muscles tensed again. Ju Douluo understood Xiao Yu's thoughts instantly. After a while, Ju Douluo sighed. He looked at Gorgon Douluo and asked tentatively, "Elder Bloodthorn, do you still recognize me?" "Juhuaguan, you sissy talks too much. To surrender to the Lord honestly is." Hearing this, Ju Douluo frowned. At this time, Ju Douluo had already guessed that Agetis Douluo still retained his consciousness. He looked faintly at Xiao Yu in front of him. In Ju Douluo's view, there must be some kind of restriction device implanted in the body of the Gorgon Douluo. Therefore, he chose to surrender to Xiao Yu. After thinking of this, Ju Douluo smiled bitterly. "I am willing to surrender." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. "Ju Douluo, let your spirit go and don't resist." Quote. With that said, Xiao Yu summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Spirit. His sixth soul ring then lit up. A purple-black chain was wrapped around Ju Douluo's body. After noticing the soul ring behind Xiao Yu, Ju Douluo exclaimed, "Impossible, if you are just a soul saint. How can you control so many powerful people with title levels?" Quote. Xiao Yu ignored Ju Douluo's words. After putting on the chain of resentment, his sixth soul ring lit up again. At the same time, Xiao Yu put his palms together. He started chanting. Waves of purple-black light spread towards Ju Douluo. Seeing this, Ju Douluo's expression changed slightly. He subconsciously took 2 steps back, just when Ju Douluo gathered his soul power and prepared to resist. Snort. Titan Snow Demon King and the others snorted coldly. They all approached Ju Douluo. Seeing this, Ju Douluo sneered. The movements of his hands also stopped. Ju Douluo allowed those purple-black light waves to pass by his body. The next moment, his consciousness began to blur. After a while, ice and fire are in the eyes. Xiao Yu's transformation into Ju Douluo has been completed. At this time, Ju Douluo's exposed skin had turned blue-purple. 2 faint soul fires flickered in his pupils. Seeing this, Xiao Yu let go of his hand. The chains of resentment also turned into points of light and slowly dissipated in the air. At this time, Ju Douluo, who had been transformed into an undead, opened his eyes. After experiencing a brief period of confusion, Ju Douluo came back to his senses. He knelt down on one knee, put his right hand on his heart, and saluted respectfully. "My lord, Yu Guan is willing to serve you." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. "Yugan, tell me, what happened in the Star Forest? Why, the ferocious beast would choose to be born? Also, did your Wuhun Palace hunt down a few ferocious beasts? Whose hands did the soul bones fall into again?" Quote. After hearing a series of questions from Xiao Yu, Ju Douluo quickly raised his head and responded. My lord, more than a year ago, the current Pope Bibi Dong took me and the old ghost to hunt for souls in the Sodto forest. As he said that, Ju Douluo looked at Da Ming and Ming who were standing aside. Through the battle just now, Ju Douluo had already guessed it. The two people in front of me are the two beast kings who disappeared in the Sodto forest. Thinking of this, Ju Douluo slowly spoke. His Majesty the Pope is the owner of twin martial spirits. Her original purpose of going to the Sodto forest. Just to hunt down the two beast kings deep in the Sodto forest. Titan giant ape and azure bull python. Hearing this, the soul fire in Da Ming and Ming's eyes flickered. Ming even laughed out loud. She also wants to hunt our two brothers. Court death. Quote. After hearing Ming's words, Ju Douluo spread his hands. He was too lazy to refute Ming on this matter. Ju Douluo continued, as the Pope, I and the old ghost will be together. When you go deep into the Lake of Life in the core area of the Star Forest. We did not find the two legendary beast kings. As he said that, Ju Douluo showed a hint of fear on his face. Just as we were preparing to leave the Lake of Life, a terrifying spirit beast attacked us. The old ghost had no time to react and was directly attacked and severely injured by the spirit beast. Fortunately, His Majesty the Pope finally reacted. Come with me to rescue the old ghost. At that moment, the soul beast also revealed its true appearance. It was a giant bear with a shoulder height of more than 15 meters and dark golden hair all over its body. Quote. That's Mr. Shang. A dark gold terraclaw bear with at least 400,000 years of cultivation. It is the strongest bear spirit beast. Before Ju Douluo finished speaking, he was interrupted by Daming. After a brief introduction, Daming looked at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, when Ming and I sacrificed to you, I felt it. Dishan, Mr. Shang and the others seemed to have the idea of being born. It is precisely for this reason that I hinted to you to leave as soon as possible. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. He also recalled the scene at that time. Dishan and the others seemed to have been awakened by his killing field. Bibi Dong, Ju Douluo and the others had collided with the muzzle of the gun. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu coughed twice. He said to Ju Douluo beside him, Yugon, go on, tell me, how did you guys escape from Mr. Shang and the others? Hearing this, Ju Douluo's face turned bitter. My lord, it wasn't just that Mr. Bear who showed up at that time. A total of 7 ferocious beasts appeared at that time. The 7 ferocious beasts surrounded the 3 of us. Impossible. If Dishan and the others all come out. Just the 3 of you. It is absolutely impossible for you to leave the Sodto forest alive. Ming interrupted Ju Douluo's words again. Xiao Yu also started thinking. Tian and the others have not absorbed Tian Meng's soul power yet. His strength is definitely not as strong as it would be 10,000 years later. But, even so, Bibi Dong and the others shouldn't be Dishan's opponents. At this moment, Ju Douluo continued. Same as you said, if there were only 3 of us at that time. We are indeed going to sleep forever in the Star Forest. At that time, we were in dire straits. Just when the 3 of us were beaten to a near-death state and almost died. The 7 major offerings in the enshrinement hall took action at the same time. A great offering to the 99th level soul power. The secret attack briefly affected Tian, the strongest among the ferocious beasts. When no one reacted, the remaining 6 worshippers seized the opportunity and worked together to kill the emerald swan among the ferocious beasts. And a high-quality trunk bone was exploded. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression changed. Now he finally understood why Dishan and the others wanted to fight with Wuhun Palace. Da Ming and Ming on the side even exclaimed in surprise. That's Bridget. You guys from Wuhun Palace actually killed Tian's wife. Da Ming and Ming showed a look of disgust. The Emerald Swan Bridget has a high status among soul beasts. It's not good at fighting though. But let's just talk about influence. Except for Dishan, there is no soul beast in the Sodto forest that can compare with it. Ju Douluo sighed and then added. After killing the Emerald Swan, all the ferocious beasts fell into madness. But by then the situation had reversed. The great enshrinement Tiandou restrained Tian, the strongest among the soul beasts. The 2 worshippers, Golden Crocodile Douluo and His Majesty the Pope, also restrained the 10,000 Demon King and Lord Shang respectively. In addition, The other 5 worshippers are all powerful men with soul powers above level 96. At that time, we already had the idea of killing all these soul beasts. As he said that, Ju Douluo's face showed a hint of bitterness again. Just when the situation was great, a silver-haired woman appeared on the battlefield. As soon as she took action, she severely damaged the great worshipper. This turned the tables again. As a last resort, we had no choice but to give up the plan we just had. Escape towards the outside of the Sodto forest. Fortunately, the silver-haired woman didn't chase us. Although Dishan and the others are strong, they cannot stop us if we want to escape. After paying a certain price, we successfully left the Sodto forest. After hearing Ju Douluo's words, Ming couldn't help but murmured. At that time, even the Soul Beast Co-Master had awakened. Da Ming and Ming had no idea that things would develop to this point. Seeing this, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu asked again. Yu Guan, in this case, why do you people from Wuhun Palace dare to organize manpower to launch a counterattack against the Sodto forest? Quote. Hearing this, Ju Douluo responded quickly. My lord, after we successfully escaped back to Wuhun Palace, the great worshipper directly called us together for discussion. After carefully inspecting the injury, the great worshipper was made. Tell us, the silver-haired woman probably didn't want to chase us. But unable to pursue, she seemed to have been seriously injured, and that attack might have aggravated her injuries again. According to the big offering, if the silver-haired woman is in good condition, that blow at that time should have been able to directly kill the great worshipper. Ice and fire are in the eyes. After Ju Douluo finished speaking, no one spoke. For a moment, the surroundings fell into silence. Xiao Yu thought silently, the Silver Dragon King is in a very bad state now and has no way to take action. Could it be said that Tiandou had thoughts about her? Half a year later, Wahundian took the lead. All human forces participated in the campaign to conquer the Sodto forest. Was it Tiandou's idea? What does he want to do? Want to test the Silver Dragon King's bottom line? Or does he want to kill Silver Dragon King, Dishan and the others? Seize their soul bones and replace them as the energy source to start the 9th test of angels. Single quote. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu glanced at Ju Douluo. His mind wandered again. Also, is there Bibi Dong's shadow behind this incident? After all, if Bibi Dong wants to complete the divine test, it also requires a lot of energy. According to the original statement, the more people die, the faster her progress. It's a pity that I don't know how far along she is in the divine examination. No, I have to speed up my practice. Under the threat of the Silver Dragon King, Bibi Dong and Renxue will definitely become gods faster than in the original work. If I want to annex Wuhun Palace, rely on the foundation of Wuhun Palace to gather faith. If I want to build my own god and become a god, I must hurry up. Moreover, the living gold in the hands of the Silver Dragon King is also something I am in urgent need of. I have to find a way to get it. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu asked again. Yugan, who holds the soul bone of the Emerald Swan? Hearing this, Ju Douluo showed a hint of envy on his face. He and Ghost Douluo were 2 unlucky guys. I have worked hard for Wuhun Palace for half my life, but I still haven't found a single soul bone. After sighing in his heart, Ju Douluo spoke. My lord, the torso soul bone was assigned to Golden Crocodile Douluo by the Great Enshrinement. I doubt, after absorbing that high-quality soul bone, Golden Crocodile Douluo has probably broken through to the 99th level of soul power. Hearing this, Xiao Yu began to think. If you include Bibi Dong, at this time, Wuhun Palace most likely already has 3 level 99 extreme Douluo. The Silver Dragon King was in a very bad state, and she couldn't take action at will. The battle half a year later. We humans may not lose. Maybe, I can try to participate. While Xiao Yu was thinking, Ju Douluo asked hesitantly. My lord, I don't know. How long do you plan to stay here? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned. He asked with some confusion. Yu Guan, at this moment, are there any powerful people at the title Douluo level in Tiandou City? Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ju Douluo quickly shook his head. My lord, there are no powerful people of title Douluo level in Tiandou City. His Highness Qian Renxue has also left Tiandou City. After a pause, Ju Douluo continued. My lord, I came with the old ghost on this trip. After arriving in Tiandou City, we learn temporarily. There is a fallen person at the level of titled Douluo in Sodto City. That madman killed the Contra of our spirit hall in the street. This incident had a very bad impact. The old ghost and I decided to go to Sodto City to check. It's just that I'm a little worried about the treasures I have here. So I asked the old ghost to go to Sodto City first. I myself came here according to the original plan. Old ghost, he should be almost at Sodto City now. If I don't go there for a long time, the old ghost is very likely to come looking for him. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's lips twitched. The fallen in Sodto. A madman who killed members of Wahundian in the street. It seems like you are talking about me. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu coughed twice. Immediately, Xiao Yu continued. Yugan, how do you feel about your current condition? After hearing what Xiao Yu said, Ju Douluo had a fanatical look on his face. He knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, My lord, I feel like I'm in pretty good shape right now. The hidden wounds I have suffered have all disappeared, and my lifespan can no longer be limited to me. At the same time, I vaguely felt the opportunity to break through to 96 soul powers. Hearing this, a light flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Yu Guan. Good things should be shared with friends. Don't you hope that your old ghost can continue to accompany you? Quote. At this time, Ju Douluo had fallen into a sluggish state. He murmured, Let the old ghost become like me. It seems pretty good. After a while, the fanatical expression on Ju Douluo's face became even stronger. My lord, it is an honor for me and Lao Gui to surrender to you. Please be sure to let the old ghost come back to me. Seeing this, Xiao Yu spoke again. Yugan, how long do you think it will take for Ghost Douluo to get here? Hearing this, Ju Douluo lowered his head and began to think. After a moment, Ju Douluo said with some uncertainty. According to my understanding of the old ghost, if I don't go to Sodto City within 3 days, he is bound to have doubts. He will wait in Sodto City for at most 1 day. If he still hasn't passed, he should come directly. At his pace, in about 1 to 2 days, he should be able to reach the Ice and Fire Eye. Calculate it this way, in less than a week, the old ghost will definitely come here. After hearing what Ju Douluo said, Xiao Yu felt happy. Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo, plus the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King that I can get right away. My income this time is definitely no less than that in the far north. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked at Ju Douluo and Daming and said, I still have to go to the bottom of the Ice and Fire Eyes. You guys should hide as before. Just wait patiently for Ghost Douluo's arrival. With that said, Xiao Yu walked towards the spring of the Ice and Fire Eyes. After a while, the bottom of the Ice and Fire Eyes. It looked like Xiao He was not slacking off and was constantly consuming the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul. A smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face. At this time, Xiao He also noticed Xiao Yu's return. He stopped what he was doing and said respectfully to Xiao Yu. My lord, please take a look. With that said, Xiao He pointed at the soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King with his tentacle. Xiao Yu looked along Xiao He's tentacles. At this time, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King was already somewhat illusory and transparent. Their condition is completely different from 3 days ago. Seeing this, Xiao Yu had a look of surprise on his face. At the same time, Xiao He's voice sounded again. My lord, I misjudged the time. According to my current progress, it will take about 2 days at most. I should be able to completely consume all the remaining energy in the Ice and Fire Dragon King's soul. 2 days later, the bottom of the Ice and Fire Eyes. Boom! Xiao Yu fired another shot. When Xiao Yu's attack approached the wreckage of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, it was 100 meters away. The spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King flickered. There was an undetectable wave. Buzz! Xiao Yu's attack was wiped out again. At the same time, the spirit of the Ice and Fire Dragon King began to flicker. It doesn't take a moment. The 2 shadows turned into countless light spots and disappeared. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt happy. It took 5.5 days. Finally, the power of these 2 souls was completely consumed. Quote. At this time, Xiao He on the side also said quickly. My lord, congratulations. The remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King are about to be harvested. Please wait a moment, I will get them for you. With that said, Xiao He stretched out his tentacles, reaching towards the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Seeing this, Xiao Yu pulled Xiao He and shook his head at him. Don't be impatient yet, the Ice and Fire Dragon King may have other arrangements. With that said, Xiao Yu raised the barret in his hand again. After aiming at the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Xiao Yu fired again. Boom! Xiao Yu slightly increased his soul power output this time. Barret's attack at this time was much stronger than before. The next moment, Xiao Yu's attack hit the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Ding! Xiao Yu's attack was directly deflected by the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Didn't cause any harm to it. Seeing this, Xiao Yu felt a little relieved. Is there really no problem? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu fired a few more shots. Bang bang bang. Just like before, Xiao Yu's attack had no effect. The remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King did not show any changes. Seeing this, Xiao Yu cautiously moved towards the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Xiao He followed silently. After a while, Xiao Yu successfully stopped in front of the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Standing in front of the dragon bone, feeling the breath of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. I don't know what the strength of the Ice and Fire Dragon King will be like when he is at his peak. As he spoke, Xiao Yu put his hand on the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. With the infusion of soul power, Xiao Yu began to feel it carefully. After a while, Xiao Yu opened his eyes. Xiao Yu already knew the condition of the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. The skeleton is relatively intact. Basically nothing is missing. But it's a pity. Countless years passed. The Ice and Fire Dragon King has lost a lot of its origins. After checking it carefully, Xiao Yu no longer wasted time. The dark blue soul power gathered towards Xiao Yu's right hand. After a while, two giant light balls appeared in Xiao Yu's hands. Call. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu shot the light balls in his hands into the remains of the Fire Dragon King and Ice Dragon King respectively. The next moment, the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King began to tremble. The amazing aura was also revealed. In the surprised eyes of Xiao Yu and Xiao He, the entire spring of ice and fire. It all becomes like boiling water. It started to surge crazily. At the same time, beyond the two eyes of ice and fire, great changes began to occur. Boom boom boom, the surrounding mountains began to shake, and the rock formations began to collapse. This is like an earth dragon turning over. Daming and the others who were hiding in the dark had to reveal themselves. With amazing power, Daming and the others easily rushed out of the range of the Ice and Fire eyes. Looking at the ground that was still shaking in front of them, Daming and the others became a little anxious. The Agouti Douluo's face looked a little ugly. He stared in the direction of the Ice and Fire eyes and said, "So what happened? Will everything be okay there, Lord?" Quote. Hearing this, Daming on the side spoke. "What are you guys panicking about? Xiao Yu also has title level combat power. Such a small scene poses no threat to him. Stay calm and don't be impatient." After hearing what Daming said, everyone looked towards the direction of the Ice and Fire eyes. At this time, the shaking on the ground still did not stop. Moreover, the water level of the spring in the Eye of Ice and Fire has also begun to drop. Seeing this, the soul fire in Daming's eyes suddenly ignited. Daming said to Galway Douluo and the others, "You guys, pay attention, there's a lot of movement this time. Not just Tiandou City, I suspect the changes here may be felt further afield. I estimate that many people will be attracted by this movement." After a pause, Daming continued, "It's unclear when Xiao Yu's side will be able to finish. We need to prepare. I suspect that this time, there may be enemies at the ban level coming. We can't let them affect Xiao Yu." Quote. Hearing this, Ju Douluo's face also turned cold. At this time, there are no titled Douluo level existences in Tiandou City. But the Qibao Glazed Sect's headquarters is not too far from Tiandou City. If there really is a level of banning, come over. I think people from the Qibao Glazed Sect might be the first group. Quote. After hearing Ju Douluo's words, Daming asked again, "How many titled Douluo are there in the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect?" Hearing this, Ju Douluo began to introduce. There are 2 titled Douluo in total. Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong is said to have the highest defense power. Possess the ability to travel through space. Sword fighter Luo Chenshin is known as the number 1 in attack power. As for Ning Fengji, the leader of Qibao Glazed Sect, known as the first person to assist. With him here, the strength of Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo can be doubled. It may be difficult for us to deal with them. Quote, hearing this, Ming said coldly. Juhuaguan, what does this old Juhua have to be afraid of? That Bone Douluo is the first in defense. Can he still compare with the current Yu? Quote, hearing this, Ju Douluo frowned. What do you mean? After noticing Ju Douluo's expression, Ming laughed directly. Juhuaguan, you are really stupid. You are now transformed into this state. What does life mean to you? Your indestructible secret method that requires lifespan. Can't you use it now? Moreover, Xiao Yu is here. You don't need to worry about death either. Even if you are dead, as long as there is still a trace of soul fire left, Xiao Yu can revive you. Hearing this, Ju Douluo showed a look of surprise on his face. He couldn't help but murmur. That seems to be the case. Seeing this, Daming spoke again. Okay, calm down. Everyone, find another place to hide. Quote, after saying that, Daming glanced in the direction of Bingwo Liangyi again. After a while, Daming withdrew his gaze and said in a deep voice. This time, I'm afraid it will be us guys. The first battle exposed to the eyes of the world. Everyone, or for those who have seen us. Be us, or let them sleep here. 3 hours later, night falls, although the movement in the Bingwo Liangyi eye was a little smaller. But it's still not over. Boom boom boom, the sound of the ground collapsing. Past far away, due to their size, Daming, Ming, and Titan Snow Demon did not show up easily. The earth was shaking just now, and several large cracks appeared on the ground. Daming and the others took advantage of the situation and hid in these cracks. At this time, only Galway Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo were on the ground dealing with the soul masters they were looking for. Poof! Ure Douluo pulled his hand out of the corpse of a soul master. After wiping off the blood stains on the other person's clothes, the Agouti Douluo couldn't help but sigh. Now people from Tiandou City have come to check the situation. I don't know how long it will take for the Lord to finish. Hearing this, Ju Douluo was also a little helpless. That's okay, I'm just worried. What should I do if the old ghost comes here at this time? How should I convince the old ghost? So annoying. Seeing this, Ju Douluo just taunted Ju Douluo. Buzz. An invisible wave came. After feeling all this, Galway Douluo and Ju Douluo immediately became vigilant. The next moment, a dark crack opened in front of the two of them. Immediately, a slightly dull voice sounded in their ears. What did I think it was? It turned out to be two degenerates. When this voice sounded, a bone dragon slowly flew out from the crack in front of them. There are 3 figures standing on top of this bone dragon. Seeing this, Ju Douluo immediately realized their origin. Pricking blood, these are the immortals from the Qibao glazed sect. Let's not talk nonsense with them and just do it. As he spoke, bursts of golden light began to rise from Ju Douluo's body. Purple-black flames and golden halos complement each other. Brings a coquettish and sacred feeling. The amazing velvet reaches the sky, the King Kong is indestructible. After shouting angrily, Ju Douluo took the lead and rushed towards the bone dragon. Seeing this, Bone Douluo Ji Yu Rong couldn't sit still. A degenerate is a degenerate, without any education at all. While speaking, Ji Yu Rong floated up and raised his hand in front of him. Black soul power surged around him. The next moment, countless bone spurs appeared. He pricked at Ju Douluo who was not far away. Boom! Although the bone spurs made enough noise, they had no effect. Ju Douluo directly pushed against the bone spur in front of him. Killing for Ji Yu Rong. Seeing this, Ji Yu Rong's expression changed. Because Ning Fengji is right next to him. In addition, the reason why Ju Douluo is still unclear. Ji Yu Rong didn't dare to be careless. He directly controlled the bone dragon and traveled through space to another place. Seeing this, Ju Douluo also stopped moving. Together with the Ure Douluo, he slowly surrounded Ji Yu Rong and the others. At this time, Ji Yu Rong's face looked a little ugly. How can this be? My attack was completely ineffective. Hearing this, Sword Douluo Chenshin on the side laughed directly. Old bones, can you do it? Let me tell you, you should give up your title of first defense to this degenerate. Hearing this, Ji Yu Rong snorted coldly. Just when Ji Yu Rong wanted to refute Chen Xin, Ning Fengji spoke. You guys should calm down. Pay attention. Those two degenerates, doesn't it look a lot like the elders of Wuhun Palace? Hearing this, Chen Xin, who had previously had a calm expression on his face, could not sit still. After taking a careful look at Ju Douluo and Galway Douluo, Chen Xin frowned and said, "The other one I'm not so sure about." However, the titled Douluo ignored Old Bone's attack. It seems to be Ju Douluo Yugan of Wuhun Palace. Hearing this, Ji Yu Rong was also a little stunned. Yugan. That sissy, how can it be? When did he become so hard? Quote. Just when Ning Fengji was about to speak. Boom. One green and one yellow, two beams of light soared into the sky. At the same time, in midair, the situation suddenly changed. The ice elements began to riot. Countless ice balls with a diameter of about 7 or 8 meters were thrown at Ning Fengji and them. Seeing this, Ji Yu Rong's expression changed drastically. These attacks came so fast that he had no time to activate his soul skill defense. After grabbing Ning Fengji with one hand, Ji Yu Rong controlled the bone dragon under his feet to levitate. It turned into a spherical bone shield, protected them in the middle. Boom boom boom, a violent explosion sounded. At this time, Daming and the others all gathered around. The 5 of them formed an encirclement. At the same time, the soul fire in the eyes of the 5 of them flickered violently at the same time. Purple-black flames escaped from them. The next moment, those purple-black flames connected together. A purple-black flame barrier slowly rose, covering everything within a kilometer radius, including rocks, grass and trees. Everything in this flame barrier is dyed with a touch of purple. After a while, buzz, an invisible wave came out. The surrounding flame barrier shook. The next second, puff, there was a sound of vomiting blood. Wait until the smoke clears. The somewhat embarrassed Ji Yu Rong and the others appeared in the eyes of Daming and the others. Just as Ji Yu Rong was about to step forward, he was stopped by Ning Fengji on the side. Ning Fengji looked at the 5 weird guys in front of him. Then he looked at Ji Yu Rong, who was seriously injured behind him. Ning Fengji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Immediately, Ning Fengji took a step forward. He bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Guys, my Qibao glazed sect is a little offended today. We don't want to get involved in what happens next. Can you let us go? Quote. Hearing this, Ming sneered directly. Immediately, the soul fire in his eyes flickered. Titan's sky breaks. The khaki light beam shot towards Ji Yu Rong and the others again. Seeing this, Ji Yu Rong supported his body and said, "The 9th soul skill, bone-forming dragon." The next moment, a black halo spread out from the soles of his feet. An ancient dragon in perfect condition flew out from the rush, standing in front of Ji Yu Rong and the others. Seeing this, Chen Xin held the 7 kills sword in his hand and said hastily, "Sect Master, give me assistance. Let me break this weird barrier. Bones, you should also seize the opportunity. Start the space shuttle and take us away." Ji Yu Rong didn't dare to neglect, he responded hurriedly. "Old bitch, I know it in my heart. You and the Sect Master should take action quickly." Seeing this, Ning Fengji said nothing and directly assisted Chen Xin. The 7 treasures are famous, one is power. At the same time, Chen Xin no longer hesitated, he levitated directly. The 7 kills sword in his hand turned into light spots and dissipated. The cyan soul power spread out like water waves. Chen Xin turned his left hand into a sword finger and slid it in front of him. At the same time, he groaned softly. The osmanthus tree is full of youth and the river is hundreds of miles away, and the partridges are singing through the midnight cold. While talking, a long dragon of sword energy emerged from his fingertips. Behind Chen Xin also appeared a cyan figure holding a giant sword dozens of meters tall. The next moment, Chen Xin's left hand suddenly moved downwards. 7 killing swords, rise. Chen Xin just finished speaking. That 7-kill sword that was dozens of meters high. He struck hard at the purple fire barrier not far away. Ice and fire are beyond the eyes. Wow, on top of the dozens of meters long 7-killing sword summoned by Chen Xin. The dazzling blue sword energy turned into a long dragon hovering on the side. This giant 7-kill sword fell with unrivaled momentum. Boom, a violent sonic boom sounded. It seems to indicate the power of the 7-killing sword. Seeing this, Daming was the first to react. He made the right decision in a very short period of time. Daming shouted sharply, "Don't take this blow forcefully." After dodging the attack Ji Yu Rong and the others directly. Don't give them a chance to escape. Daming's voice just finished. He took the lead and disappeared on the spot. Seeing Daming choose to leave directly, Ming snorted coldly. There is nothing to hide. Isn't it just a sword? Could it be harder than my bones? Quote. Because I know it in my heart. The reason why he was able to resurrect in Xiao Yu's netherworld. Ming fought without fear. Ming kicked the ground violently. Boom. Under Ming's huge power, his foothold turned into powder. With this force, Ming hit the 7-kill sword in front of him. Ming raised his arms high. The two bone claws were clenched together to form a huge fist. Ming focused all his strength on this attack. The soul fire in his pupils suddenly ignited. Ming shouted angrily, "Crush it for me." The mighty strength was condensed. The phantom of the Titan ape appeared behind Ming. Ming, who was in midair, smashed his fist at the huge 7-kill sword in front of him. Boom. In midair, the 7-killing sword that collided with Ming paused for a moment. The next moment, the 7-killing sword directly broke through Ming's defense. Kakaka. The sound of broken bones sounded. Ming ultimately failed to block the 7-killing sword in front of him. At this moment, Ming is like the mantis blocking the vehicle with his arms. All the bones in his body were shattered. There was only a wisp of soul fire that sank into the ground. However, Ming's blow still had an effect. At this time, compared to before, the power of the 7-killing sword has been reduced a lot. Watch this scene. Ju Douluo's eyes flashed with a golden halo surrounding his body. He knew that he had to take action. Ming died here, Chen Xin and the others must pay the price. They must not be given a chance to escape. After thinking about this, Ju Douluo made a decisive decision. He followed Ming's example and flew towards the 7-kill sword in front of him. He groaned softly. The 9th soul skill. The chrysanthemums are broken, the ground is covered with wounds, the flowers have fallen and people are heartbroken. Quote. In the chanting of Ju Douluo, a huge, strangely velvety, sky-reaching chrysanthemum appeared where Ju Douluo was originally. At the same time, countless golden petals appeared around Ju Douluo. These petals gathered into a golden torrent and hit the 7-kill sword in front of them. When the petals collided with the 7-killing sword, the tinkling sound kept ringing. During this process, the 7-killing sword, which had little power left in the first place, could no longer hold on. He was directly crushed by this golden torrent. After crushing the 7-kill sword, this golden torrent surged toward Chen Xin and the others unabated. See this scene. Daming also reacted. The soul fire in his eyes burst out with a light that was difficult to conceal. Because of Ming's death, Daming had lost his previous calmness. He soared into the sky without any scruples. Ming released all the power in his body. The next moment, boom boom boom, dark clouds rolled in all around. Countless cyan thunders flowed in the dark sky. Azure Nirvana divine thunder. Accompanied by a roar, these cyan thunders flowing in the dark clouds are intertwined. A giant blue thunder pillar appeared. Galway Douluo and Titan Snow Demon King also reacted at this time. The giant pufferfish that was more than 30 meters long transformed into a pufferfish. Douluo opened his mouth and spit it out. The purple-gray venom condensed into a purple-gray water column more than 10 meters thick. The Titan Snow Demon King raised his arms in the air. In a very short period of time, a giant icicle nearly 100 meters thick was condensed by him. The next moment, Daming and the others attacked from different directions. At the same time, they shot towards Chen Xin and the others. See this situation. Chen Xin's expression changed drastically. Old bones, hurry up. Ji Yu Rong didn't have time to talk to Chen Xin. His 9th soul ring burst out with dazzling light. At this time, Ji Yu Rong did not dare to pay attention to his injuries. He activated his 9th soul skill with all his strength, Bones of the Divine Dragon. The dark black bone dragon that originally blocked Ming Titan's sky-shattering sky was once again enlarged several times. Ji Yu Rong's deep black soul power turned into a light curtain, filling every gap in the skull dragon. Yin. After a dragon roar, the dark black bone dragon landed in front of Chen Xin and the others. The bone dragon closed its wings and formed a ball shape. Protect Chen Xin and the others in it. Boom. Daming and Ju Douluo's angry blows collided with Ji Yu Rong's 9th soul skill again. Accompanied by an explosion that resounded across the sky. A shock wave visible to the naked eye then appeared. The surrounding mountains, rocks, vegetation, and trees all turned into powder at this moment. After a while, after the explosion subsided, the scene in the field also appeared in the eyes of Daming and others. At this time, within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are no plants or rocks left. The surrounding environment became like a desert. Chen Xin knelt on one knee, holding the 7 kills sword in his hand, breathing heavily. Although Ji Yu Rong successfully blocked the combined attack of Daming and others. However, he was still hit hard. Chen Xin stared at Daming and the others not far away. At this time, Chen Xin had the consciousness of fighting to the death. Behind him, Ning Fengji hugged Ji Yu Rong, who had fallen into a coma. Chen Xin looked back. At this time, all the bone armor on Ji Yu Rong's body had been shattered. His whole body was stained red with blood. Ji Yu Rong, who fell in Ning Fengji's arms, looked like a puddle of mud. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin felt sad in her heart. He said bitterly, "Sect Master, we may not be able to go back." Hearing this, Ning Fengji sighed. Ji Yu Rong was already unconscious. Without the ability to travel through space, they are like a piece of meat on the chopping board. Being able to be slaughtered by these monsters in front of me. Looking from a distance, Daming and others gathered around them again. Ning Fengji took a deep breath and said, "Uncle Jian, it seems we are going to die here today. Those are degenerates, evil beings. Even if we die here today, we must also put on a few more backers to help humanity get rid of these cancers hidden in the dark." Hearing this, Chen Xin leaned on the 7 kills sword and straightened her back again. Just when Chen Xin decided to burn his life and fight to the death with all his strength, the scene of earthquakes and tremors appeared all around again. Boom! Countless rock formations collapsed again. In the astonished eyes of everyone, 2 bone dragons hundreds of meters long, one red and one blue, soared into the sky. The sky above the eyes of ice and fire. 2 bone dragons, one red and one blue, circled up. Yin, accompanied by 2 dragon roars. Terrifying coercion emanated from them. At this time, a sense of fear arose in the hearts of everyone present. The powerful soul power of those 2 bone dragons impacted their minds all the time. Ning Fengji on the ground was even more unbearable. He collapsed to the ground weakly and glanced at the 2 bone dragons in the air. Ning Fengji looked at Daming and the others who looked similar to him. At this time, Ning Fengji's eyes had completely lost their sparkle. He murmured, "It's over. This is definitely level 99. No, these 2 bone dragons are probably existences that have surpassed level 99. Uncle Jian, we really have no hope." Hearing this, Chen Xin said nothing. After closing his eyes and briefly feeling the soul power in his body, Chen Xin soared into the sky again. In Ning Fengji's shocked eyes, Chen Xin mobilized his soul power again. The 7 killing sword hung in front of him. Looking at the 2 terrifying bone dragons from a distance, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of Chen Xin's mouth. Next moment, Chen Xin ignored his own injuries. Raise one arm to make a sword finger shape and point upward. The cyan soul power washed away like a long river in the direction pointed by Chen Xin. The sky turned, and a huge blue vortex appeared. In just a few breaths, a 7-kill sword that was even larger than before was once again condensed by Chen Xin. At this time, the 2 bone dragons not far from Chen Xin also stopped moving. They looked down at the dusty hearts that dared to take action against them. After seeing the attitude of these 2 bone dragons, Chen Xin no longer hesitated. As the person at the pinnacle of swordsmanship in the world, Chen Xin never lacks the courage to wield the sword against the stronger. Even though he knew that he could not be the opponent of the 2 bone dragons in front of him. However, Chen Xin still chose to swing his sword at him. Chen Xin suddenly chanted, 7 kills caused thunder, and 1 sword pierced the sky. Accompanied by the chanting of Chen Xin, the huge 7 kills sword was like a meteor falling towards the 2 bone dragons. See this scene. Xiao Yu, who was sitting cross-legged on the red bone dragon, slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Yu didn't care at all about the astonishingly powerful 7 kills sword above his head. After successfully refining the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, Xiao Yu knew clearly how strong are the 2 bone dragons transformed from the remains of the Dragon King next to him. Even though most of the Ice and Fire Dragon King's origins have been lost. However, after Xiao Yu transformed their remains into undead creatures, the 2 of them still possess the strength equivalent to a 99th level titled Douluo. At this time, the Ice and Fire Dragon King is only 1 step away from the realm of true gods. As long as Xiao Yu can find similar dragon origins for them to absorb, sooner or later, they will be able to reconcentrate their godhood and break through to the level of true gods again. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked at Chen Xin not far away. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Xiao Yu couldn't help but mutter. Is this Kendo Chenshin? He is worthy of being the man who asked Ming to hand over his first blood. At this time, Ming's soul fire had been taken back into the nether space by Xiao Yu. By detecting Ming's soul fire, Xiao Yu already knew what happened when he was refining the remains of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, the 7 kills sword in the air glowed with dazzling brilliance. At this time, the huge 7 kills sword was only a few meters away from the bone dragon that Xiao Yu was riding. Just when it was about to land on Xiao Yu's head, a fiery red barrier and an icy blue barrier appeared one after another. Boom! After a loud bang, the 7 killing sword in the air was directly blocked. The distance of several meters is like a natural chasm. No matter how hard I try, I can't insert the 7 kill sword. It doesn't take a moment. The exhausted 7 kill sword turned into countless blue light spots and slowly dissipated in midair. Seeing this scene, Chen Xin, who was not far away, coughed up a mouthful of blood again. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Chen Xin couldn't help but sigh. My strongest attack can't even break through his defense. While thinking, Chen Xin decided to raise her soul power again regardless of her injuries. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, Sword Douluo, stop. As long as you are willing to surrender, I can let you live. Quote. While speaking, Xiao Yu stood up from the top of the red bone dragon's head. At this time, Chen Xin finally noticed Xiao Yu sitting cross-legged on the red bone dragon. Just a glance, Chen Xin was immediately shocked. He couldn't help but exclaimed, how can it be? Such a powerful creature can actually be controlled by a soul master. Quote. After hearing what Chen Xin said, Ning Fengji, who was holding Ji Yurong, raised his head. He soon saw Xiao Yu sitting on the bone dragon. Compared with the huge bone dragon, Xiao Yu's figure is too small. Moreover, Xiao Yu did not conceal his aura, although Chen Xin and the others could not see Xiao Yu's specific cultivation level. However, in Chen Xin's opinion, Xiao Yu has definitely not reached the level of a titled Douluo. After noticing Chen Xin's expression, Xiao Yu chuckled. Everything is possible. While Xiao Yu was speaking, several sounds broke through the air. Xiao Yu turned around when he heard the sound. At this time, Daming and the others were flying towards Xiao Yu. After a while, Daming stopped in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, who knew what Daming wanted to say, directly stretched out his right hand. The next moment, a purple-black crack appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. A purple-black fireball about 3 feet in size flew out of the crack. In this fireball, you can vaguely see the figure curled up in a ball. Xiao Yu used his soul power to wrap the fireball and make it float in midair. Seeing this, Daming hurriedly began to sense. After a simple identification, Daming felt happy. He couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's unmistakable, that's Ming's breath. With that said, Daming asked Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, is the one in this fireball Ming? Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Immediately, Xiao Yu took Ming back into the nether space. After completing all this, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice. Da Ming, you don't have to worry. Ming will be resurrected soon. Hearing this, Daming finally felt relieved. Immediately, he, Ju Douluo and the others looked at Chen Xin again. At this time, Chen Xin's face looked ugly. He didn't expect that Xiao Yu actually had the ability to resurrect this kind of creature. Chen Xin and Ning Fengji looked at each other. Immediately, they all looked at Xiao Yu. The two of them opened their mouths subconsciously, but they didn't know what to say. After a while, Chen Xin sighed softly. After adjusting his emotions, Chen Xin looked at Xiao Yu and asked. My friend, can you tell me your origins? What on earth are those strange creatures next to you? What is your purpose? Quote, ice and fire are outside the eyes. Xiao Yu did not answer Chen Xin's question immediately. After lightly laughing, Xiao Yu pointed at Ning Fengji and the others. Sword Douluo, it's windy here. Let's go down and talk. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Yu waved behind him. The next moment, the bone dragon under Xiao Yu's feet, as well as Daming and the others beside him, all flew towards the direction of Ning Fengji. Seeing this, Chen Xin's expression changed. Wow. He returned to Ning Fengji and the others as quickly as possible. Chen Xin protected Ning Fengji and the unconscious Ji Yu Rong behind him. After completing all this, Chen Xin held the 7-kill sword and looked at Xiao Yu warily. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was not angry at all and spread his hands casually. Xiao Yu said to Chen Xin and the others, "My name is Xiao Yu, I'm just an ordinary soul master." Hearing this, Ning Fengji, who was behind Chen Xin, gave a bitter smile. He placed the unconscious Ji Yu Rong on the ground. After simply tidying up my somewhat messy clothes, Ning Fengji walked out from behind Chen Xin. He cupped his fists at Xiao Yu. "Xiao Yu, you are joking. If you have so many title-level combat powers, you can only be regarded as an ordinary soul master. So who are we people?" Quote. While talking, Ning Fengji began to observe Xiao Yu's expression. When he noticed that Xiao Yu didn't have any impatience, Ning Fengji spoke again. "Xiao Yu, our Qibao glazed sect is the richest sect in the world. As long as you are willing to let us go today, no matter what you want, I will try my best to find it for you." Hearing this, Xiao Yu shrugged. "Sect Master Ning, the condition you proposed has no allure for me. As for the treasures of your 7 treasures glazed sect, after I kill you, I will make another trip to your Qibao glazed sect. Until then, everything from your Qibao glazed sect, it's all mine." As he spoke, Xiao Yu pointed to Ju Douluo and the others beside them. "Sect Master Ning, you saw something you shouldn't have seen. You should know better. You have only one choice now. Either join us or die here." After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ning Fengji's heart trembled. He glanced at Ju Douluo and Ageti Douluo, who were neither humans nor ghosts. Ning Fengji still didn't understand what Xiao Yu meant. If they don't want to be tricked into becoming that weird look, Xiao Yu will never let them go. He would even go to destroy the Qibao glazed sect later. At this time, Chen Xin also reacted. He once again clenched the 7-kill sword in his hand and looked coldly at Xiao Yu in front of him. After noticing Chen Xin's movements, Xiao Yu didn't pay attention. He just spoke calmly. "Sword Douluo, I hope you won't make the wrong choice." Hearing this, Ning Fengji hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Chen Xin. After hesitating for a while, Ning Fengji asked, "Xiao Yu, if we join you, what should our sect do?" Quote. Saying that, Ning Fengji pointed at Ju Douluo. Immediately, Ning Fengji added, "If we become like them, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to the sect." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. "Indeed it is, but at least your sect still exists, right?" Quote. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued, "After I become a god, your fighting power will have no meaning to me. At that time, I will consider letting you go free." Become a god. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ning Fengji couldn't help but exclaimed. The next moment, Ning Fengji, who realized that he had lost his composure, spoke again. "Xiao Yu, do you know the history of Douluo continent? It seems that only one god, the angel god, was born. Why do you think you can achieve the status of a god?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu stretched out 2 fingers towards Ning Fengji and said, "You are wrong, at least 4 gods have been born in the history of Douluo continent. In addition to angel gods, there are also sea gods, Shira gods and Rakshasa gods." As he spoke, Xiao Yu pointed to the mark on himself. In the eyes of Ning Fengji and others, who were confused, Xiao Yu said without blushing or heartbeat, "I have obtained the Poseidon's test. Becoming a god is not difficult for me. In a few years, I should be able to inherit the throne of God." Hearing this, Ning Fengji began to look at Xiao Yu's appearance carefully. The next moment, Ning Fengji noticed Xiao Yu's slightly green eyebrows. There was a sense of unreality in his heart. Ning Fengji asked tentatively, "Xiao Yu, if you can pass the divine test, your talent should be pretty good. Can you tell me your age and your current soul power level?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu spread his hands casually. "I should be 12 years old this year. As for the soul power level, I have been stuck at level 80 for a long time now. Now we just need a suitable soul ring." Before Xiao Yu finished speaking, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin exclaimed at the same time. 12 years old, 80 level soul power. Quote. They looked at each other with confusion in their eyes. Whether it's the divine test that Xiao Yu just mentioned, or Xiao Yu's soul power level that doesn't match his age at all, these are far beyond their cognition. At this time, Ning Fengji thought of his precious daughter. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Rongrong seems to be only about 12 years old. Rongrong hasn't reached level 30 yet, right? Are you now at the Contra level? How can this be? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu coughed twice and said, my age doesn't matter. After a pause, Xiao Yu said again. In addition, I have something to tell you. The successors of the Rakshasa god and the angel god also began their examinations one after another. Soon, the Rakshasa god and the angel god will return to Douluo continent. Hearing this, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin looked at each other. There was a look of confusion in their eyes. After a while, Ning Fengji smiled bitterly after coming back to his senses. He couldn't help but talk. The Rakshasa god and the angel god have returned to the mainland. As he said that, Ning Fengji's eyes widened. He asked hoarsely, as the successor of the angel god in the spirit hall. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. The daughter of the previous pope has passed the 9 angel exams, and she will be the next angel god. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. In addition, the successor of Rakshasa god is the current pope Bibi Dong. She should have completed exams 7 or 8 by now. As long as he completes the last 1 or 2 tests, Bibi Dong can achieve the status of god. Quote. As he said that, Xiao Yu looked at Ning Fengji with a half-smile. Sect Master Ning, Wuhun Palace has been preparing to unify the continent. Do you think they will let a sect like yours continue to exist? Quote. Hearing this, Ning Fengji froze on the spot. He couldn't imagine that what Xiao Yu said had really happened, and what would happen to the Qibao glazed sect. Ning Feng made his heart feel cold. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said calmly. Sect Master Ning, it's time for you to make a choice. Ice and fire are outside the eyes. On a site where the landscape is completely destroyed. Xiao Yu and Ning Fengji stood opposite each other. After hearing the secret from Xiao Yu, Ning Fengji's heart was also in chaos. He looked at Xiao Yu in front of him, his mind went blank. Chen Xin, who was beside Ning Fengji, was not much better. Chen Xin held the 7 kills sword tightly, feeling confused. His detached mentality was gone. At this time, Angel God, Poseidon God, Rakshasa God. These words kept circulating in Ning Fengji's heart. Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Ning Fengji's forehead. He thought quickly, is our Qibao glazed sect really hopeless? Is what Xiao Yu said true? Are so many gods really going to be born in the next few years? Single quote. After thinking for a moment, Ning Fengji asked in a hoarse voice. Xiao Yu, if we choose to surrender to you, can you protect our Qibao glazed sect? Quote. After hearing Ning Fengji's words, Xiao Yu nodded. Can. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. Even if Bibi Dong takes action against your 7 treasures glazed sect in advance. Kill all the disciples of your sect. I can also get them back on their feet. Hearing this, Ning Fengji froze on the spot again. He murmured, even if all the disciples of our sect die, we can still make them stand up again. While chanting, Ning Fengji subconsciously glanced at Daming and the others beside Xiao Yu. The next moment, Ning Fengji's eyes suddenly widened. He had a bold guess in his mind. These soul beasts have at least 100,000 years of cultivation. Could it be the provider of Xiao Yu's soul ring? Take the ring first, then resurrect. Thinking of this, a hint of bitterness appeared in Ning Fengji's eyes. At this time, he already knew it in his heart. Even if he and Chen Xin don't surrender, Xiao Yu will also kill them, then resurrect and enslave them. By then, they will probably turn into skeletons. Even Ju Douluo and the others' appearance of being neither human nor ghosts will become a luxury. After thinking of this, Ning Fengji couldn't help but smile bitterly. He looked at Chen Xin aside and said, Uncle Qian. Or, let's surrender. Hearing this, Chen Xin sighed. After a while, Chen Xin let go of the 7-killing sword in his hand. A gust of wind blew by, and the 7-killing sword turned into light spots and slowly dissipated. Seeing this, Ning Fengji glanced at Ji Yurong on the ground again. Immediately, Ning Fengji took a step forward. He bowed to Xiao Yu and saluted. Xiao, Lord, our Qibao glazed sect is willing to surrender. Quote. Seeing this situation, Chen Xin sighed. Silently walked behind Ning Fengji. Seeing this, Xiao Yu summoned the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. 7 soul rings, 5 black and 2 red, appeared behind Xiao Yu. After noticing Xiao Yu's weird soul ring matching, Ning Fengji believed Xiao Yu's words a little more. In his opinion, except for twin martial souls, only the power of God can do this. Just when Ning Fengji was thinking, The blue-silver emperor's sixth soul ring lit up. 3 chains of resentment emerged. The next moment, 3 chains were wrapped around Ning Fengji, Chen Xin and the unconscious Ji Yu Rong respectively. Feeling the weakness coming from their bodies, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin subconsciously wanted to resist. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said softly, "Sect Master Ning, Sword Douluo. Just relax and don't resist." After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ning Fengji and Chen Xin smiled bitterly. He stopped what he was doing. After noticing this, Xiao Yu clasped his hands together, and his sixth soul ring lit up again. At the same time, Xiao Yu began to recite. Circles of black ripples spread toward Ning Fengji and the others. After a while, Ning Fengji and 3 other people stood behind Xiao Yu with wild eyes. At this time, Xiao Yu had already transformed them. The exposed skin of Ning Fengji and the others has become the same as that of Ju Douluo and the others. The iconic soul fire has also ignited in the eyes of the 3 of them. Ning Fengji took a step forward and said, "My lord, when are you going to visit our Qibao glazed sect? There are countless treasures in our sect's treasure house." Hearing this, Xiao Yu waved his hand and said, "Let's talk about it when we have a chance." Seeing Xiao Yu like this, Ning Fengji knew clearly in his heart that Xiao Yu looked down upon those things in his sect. After thinking for a moment, Ning Fengji's eyes flashed with soul fire. He spoke again, "My lord, I have a daughter. He is the same age as you. Do you want to?" "No, there's no need to mention this kind of thing again." Before Ning Fengji finished speaking, Xiao Yu interrupted him. Immediately, Xiao Yu spoke again. "Sect Master Ning, I have something to ask you." Hearing this, Ning Fengji quickly lowered his head and responded, "My lord, please speak." Just when Xiao Yu wanted to speak, buzz, there was a slight fluctuation. Xiao Yu, who sensed all this, raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the fluctuation. At the same time, a black shadow flashed away. He quickly fled out of the sunset forest. Seeing this, Ju Douluo and the others also reacted. They all surrounded the black shadow. At this time, Ju Douluo had already recognized the origin of the black shadow. He shouted loudly, "Old ghost, wait a minute. You came just in time. Join us." Quote, after hearing Ju Douluo's words, the black shadow flew faster. Seeing this, Xiao Yu snorted coldly. Clatter. Xiao Yu lightly stamped his foot. The bone dragon under his feet soared directly into the sky. Yin. The majestic dragon's power pressed towards the black shadow. The next moment, the black shadow began to tremble. It's also much slower. Ju Douluo and the others seized the opportunity and finally intercepted Ghost Douluo. After activating the secret method of Vajra indestructibility, Ju Douluo withstood Ghost Douluo's attack and rushed in front of Ghost Douluo. He stretched out his hands and hugged Ghost Douluo tightly and said, "Old ghost, why did you run away when you saw me?" Hearing this, Ghost Douluo stopped his movements. After taking a deep look at Ju Douluo, Ghost Douluo gave up resistance. He sighed helplessly. "Well, I'm just looking for this old chrysanthemum. I really didn't mean to see this." Hearing this, Xiao Yu said with a smile, "Ghost Douluo, your hiding ability is really good. If you hadn't made a mistake yourself, I might not have discovered you." After a pause, Xiao Yu continued, "Ghost Douluo, come all come. Just think about it, do things for me, wait until I achieve the status of a god. I will take you to ascend to the divine realm together. May you enjoy eternal life." Hearing this, Ghost Douluo looked around. After noticing the title-level combat power that was eyeing Xiao Yu's surroundings, Ghost Douluo swallowed silently. Immediately, Ghost Douluo cupped his fists and said, "I am willing to surrender." After a while, ice and fire are outside the eyes. Buzz. After an invisible fluctuation, the iconic soul fire ignited in Ghost Douluo's eyes. He became the 5th titled Douluo transformed by Xiao Yu. Call. After taking a breath, Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Yu raised his eyes and looked at Ghost Douluo and the others. Think about it in your mind at the same time. Now I have a lot of title-level combat power. In terms of title Douluo, I have 5 titled Douluo, Ire, Chrysanthemum, Sword, Bone, and Ghost. As for soul beasts, I have Da Ming, Ming, Xiao He, and Titan Snow Demon King. And the 2 Ice and Snow Emperors who have become part of my domain. In addition, the 2 bone dragons transformed from the Ice and Fire Dragon King are at my feet. It is also equivalent to 2 extreme Douluo with level 99 combat power. Including myself, I am also a title level combat power. Unconsciously, my strength has expanded to this point. Now, even if I want to overthrow Wuhun Palace, it is possible. While thinking, Xiao Yu raised his eyes and looked towards the north. After raising his hand and touching the mark on his forehead, Xiao Yu murmured to himself, "It has been more than 2 years since I last left the killing city. Maybe it's time for me to go back and give the King of Slaughter a surprise. I'll get the Shura inheritance first and then talk about it. When the time comes to achieve the status of a god, no matter what you want to do, it will be much easier." Quote. While speaking, Xiao Yu turned his head and looked at the titled Douluo standing next to him. Immediately, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and drew in front of him. The dark blue soul power flashed away. The next moment, the portal to the netherworld opened again. Looking at the entrance to the netherworld, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, "Everyone, go in first. You can just practice in the netherworld with peace of mind. When it's time to fight, I will call you. When I become a god, you will also have eternal life." Quote. Hearing this, Ghost Douluo and the others looked at each other and bowed together. "My lord, I am willing to fight for you." With that said, they returned to the netherworld one after another. Buzz. The portal to the netherworld slowly closed. Xiao Yu looked around. After confirming that nothing was missing, Xiao Yu rose into the sky, flying towards the killing city again. At the same time, in the Star Forest, in the inner space of the Lake of Life, the Silver Dragon King, who was trying to recover from his injuries, suddenly opened his eyes. She murmured, "This is the breath of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Didn't they die during the previous war in the God Realm? Now, they reappeared on Douluo continent. You don't even cover your own aura, are you just looking for me?" "No, that's not right. These 2 breaths are still very weak, not even reaching the level of 3rd level gods. It shouldn't be those 2 dragon kings. Could it be that there are soul beasts that have inherited their legacy and awakened the bloodline of the Dragon King?" Quote. While thinking, the Silver Dragon King transformed into a silver-haired girl wearing a long skirt. At this time, she couldn't care less about healing. The Silver Dragon King stood up and shouted around, "Dishan, come in and see me." After a while, a slightly decadent DTN appeared in front of the Silver Dragon King. Clatter. DTN knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists and said, "Lord, you are finally ready to launch the 4th wave of beasts. A decisive battle with humans." Quote. As he spoke, the decadence disappeared from DTN's eyes. Instead, there was a hint of fierceness. Seeing this, the Silver Dragon King sighed. "DTN, I know that Bai Ji's death is a heavy blow to you. I also want to destroy humanity. Let us, the Soul Beast clan, recreate the glory of ancient times. But now is really not a good time, my lord." Dishan interrupted the Silver Dragon King, who was about to say something else. The Silver Dragon King raised his hand. "Make your own stopping gesture." Seeing this, Dishan had to fall silent again. Well. After seeing DTN's expression, the Silver Dragon King couldn't help but sigh. Immediately, the Silver Dragon King said again, "Dishan, let's wait a little longer for the decisive battle with humans. If you think about it carefully, in just a few years, how many people have we felt the aura of God in?" Quote. Hearing this, DTN's expression changed. Seeing this, Silver Dragon King said again, "The one whom Shira God paid attention to was Xiao Yu. There are also Tiandou who is watched by the Angel God in the Wuhun Palace, and Bibi Dong who is watched by the Rakshasa God. There are now at least 3 existences of 1st level gods or above. Always pay attention to the changes on Douluo continent. If we take action against humans now, that will only bring disaster to our Soul Beast clan." After hearing what the Silver Dragon King said, DTN's expression froze. Immediately, DTN said in a hoarse voice, "Lord, I understand." As he spoke, Dishan became decadent again. Seeing this, the Silver Dragon King couldn't help but sigh in his heart. "I know that destroying mankind has become Dishan's obsession. Hatred has filled Dishan's heart." While thinking, the Silver Dragon King spoke again. "Dishan, I just sensed it. To the north, in the territory of the Human Empire, the aura of the Ice and Fire Dragon King appeared. I suspect that there may be soul beasts that have inherited the legacy of those 2 dragon kings. There is a high probability that they have successfully awakened the Dragon King's bloodline. I'm calling you to come in this time. I just want you to bring those 2 soul beasts that have inherited the bloodline of the awakened Dragon King back to the Sodto forest. Quote. After hearing what the Silver Dragon King said, Dishan's expression changed. Immediately, Dtn asked, Lord, I understand. I will set off for Tiandou City now, looking for the 2 Dragon Kings. Hearing this, the Silver Dragon King nodded. Then, she thought about Dishan's mentality again. The Silver Dragon King was worried that if Dishan was allowed to go there alone, big problems might arise. After thinking of this, the Silver Dragon King spoke again and added, Dtn will let the King of 10,000 Demons and Mr. Shang go with you this time. Hearing this, Dtn's expression changed. Lord, you still need to rely on deep sleep to recover from your injuries. And now you really can't take action again. If we all left, what if a human soul master goes deep into our star forest at this time? What should you do? Quote. After hearing Dtn's words, the Silver Dragon King said in a deep voice, Nothing will happen to me. After a pause, the Silver Dragon King continued. One more thing, Dtn, you 3. When going to Tiandou City to look for the real dragon, don't reveal your identity easily. If there is no problem on your side, no soul master will dare to go deep into the Sodto forest. After all, ZG and the demon spirit are still here. Seeing the Silver Dragon King's firm attitude, Dtn could only nod helplessly. After saying hello to Silver Dragon King again, Dtn slowly exited this space. The entrance to the killing city. In that old tavern. At this time, there were not many people in the tavern. The waiter in charge of reception was lying on the bar in boredom, shaking Bloody Mary in hand. The waiter couldn't help but sigh. What happened in the past year? There are fewer and fewer soul masters entering the killing city. Even the quality of the Bloody Mary has dropped a lot. Quote. As he spoke, the waiter took a sip of the Bloody Mary in his glass. He let out a contented moan. It's great, the soul master's blood is still strong enough. It's a pity that I can only drink so much in 1 month of service here. Quote. After hearing the waiter's words, the guests in the tavern began to jeer. If you want Bloody Mary, you can enter the killing city. In there, you can do whatever you want. Quote. One of them, a middle-aged man with a skinny figure and a sinister face, even smiled scornfully. Boss Lu is right, waiter, if you can. You are killing a female soul master on the streets of the killing city. Take a few sips of the Bloody Mary while it's hot. Then you can do the things you love to do and no one will care about you. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, there was laughter all around. At the same time, those guests also had a look of yearning in their eyes. Seeing this, the waiter rolled his eyes. He was already used to the words of those guests. At the same time, this waiter also knew very well. Those people can really do this kind of thing. Of all the people who came to the killing city, no one was in a normal state of mind. People like them are a scourge if left outside. Just when the waiter wanted to speak, click, the door of the tavern was pushed open. 6 men in black robes and hoods walked into the tavern one after another. After seeing those 6 people, the tavern suddenly became quiet. Everyone was looking maliciously at the men in black who had just entered. Among these 6 people, 5 had pure white masks on their faces. It looks weird and unusual. Seeing this, the waiter also reacted. After a brief glance, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Look again. The waiter immediately froze on the spot. After a while, he came back to his senses and tremblingly asked the masked person among the 6. Are you the murderer Li Feiyu who came out of the city of killing back then? Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded casually. Open the entrance to the killing city. I'm going to go in and kill someone. Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's understatement, the waiter immediately bowed 90 degrees. Dear Lord Killer, please wait a moment. As he spoke, the waiter reached out and slapped the bar. Next moment, Kakaka, the old bar slowly opened, revealing the entrance to the killing city. Seeing this, all the guests around had a look of yearning in their eyes. Not every fallen person can enter the killing city. Qualifications are also required to enter the killing city. After knowing that Xiao Yu is the god of killing who successfully walked out of the killing city, those guests no longer dared to look directly at Xiao Yu. They only dared to look at them secretly with their peripheral vision. Xiao Yu also noticed this, but he didn't care. Xiao Yu turned around and said to the people behind him, Ning Fengji, Yu, Chen Xin, and Ji Yu Rong are guarding the entrance. No one can be allowed to leave. Quote, hearing this, Ning Fengji, Chen Xin, and Ji Yu Rong all bowed in response. Yes. At this time, the rest of the people in the tavern reacted. Xiao Yu came here with bad intentions. One of the soul masters among the guests kept muttering to himself. The Heart of Dust, the ancient banyan tree, is peaceful in Fengji. These names are so familiar. The next moment, his eyes glazed over. He looked at the three men in black whose appearance was obscured. His body couldn't stop shaking. Could they be the sect master of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect and the two titled Douluo from the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect? After hearing what the soul master said, the other guests also reacted. He glanced at the other two men in black robes besides Ning Fengji's trio. Those guests had bold guesses in their minds. Could it be that these two are also powerful men at the title level? Everyone swallowed. At this time, some of the guests began to quietly retreat toward the back of the crowd. They want to break through the wall of the tavern and escape from here. Seeing those people trying to escape, Xiao Yu said coldly, You've already come, why are you leaving in such a hurry? Don't you want to enter the killing city but are not qualified? I satisfy you, it won't be long before all of you can enter the killing city. Hearing this, those guests speeded up. Snort. Xiao Yu snorted coldly, and the majestic murderous aura spread around. The next moment, bang bang bang. All the people in the tavern passed out. Seeing this, Xiao Yu stepped towards the entrance of the slaughter city. Just when Xiao Yu was about to enter, Ning Fengji's voice sounded again. My lord, are you sure you don't need us to follow you in? Hearing this, Xiao Yu spoke again. Ning Fengji, just guard the perimeter. I'll be out soon. Your primary purpose is to guard the perimeter. Don't give the soul masters in the killing city a chance to escape. Hearing this, Ning Fengji hurriedly bowed. Yes, my lord. Seeing this, Xiao Yu once again stepped towards the passage of the killing capital. The passage in the killing city is very narrow. It extends diagonally downward, without any light at all. The cold breath kept blowing on the bodies of Xiao Yu and the three of them. This is the first time for Ju Douluo to enter here. But both of them were at the title level, so this impact was simply ignored by them. We advanced for a while. A cold voice suddenly came from all directions. Welcome to the city of killing. This is the capital of hell. It's a world full of killing. Here you can get everything you want. The price is your life. Quote, at this time, a glimmer of light could be seen vaguely ahead. At this moment, Ju Douluo's voice sounded. My lord, I feel the formation suppression of my martial spirit. While speaking, Ju Douluo had already summoned his martial spirit. At this time, his Qirong Tian Ju martial soul does not have a single soul ring. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said nothing. He remembered the description in the original book that the law enforcement teams in the killing city were all composed of Contras. They were given the ability to freely use soul skills by the King of Slaughter. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu directly opened the killing field. Buzz, murderous aura and chill penetrated Ju Douluo's body. But it had no effect. Seeing this, Xiao Yu frowned. You can't use soul skills, Ju Douluo is fine. After activating the secret method of indestructibility, he can be regarded as a good fighting force. Daming and others in the netherworld. The restrictions should not be very large. Most of them are powerful soul beasts, and most of them have areas of talent. Even if the killing city can restrict them, their combat power will not be reduced much. But I have to be extremely careful. The blood-red nine-headed Bat King could not be given the chance to return his body to Tang Chen. He must be killed instantly. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, 9 soul rings quietly appeared on Ju Douluo's martial soul. After sensing everything, Ju Douluo spoke again. My lord, that suppression has disappeared. I can already use soul skills normally. Quote. Ghost Douluo also responded. My lord, I am the same. Seeing this, Xiao Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the killing field works. In this way, it will be easier for me to deal with the King of Slaughter. In the passage of the killing city, when Ju Douluo also had the ability to use soul skills. Xiao Yu used his mental power to transmit his voice and said, You keep your martial spirits. After passing through the portal in front, even if it has completely entered the realm of the killing city, The King of Slaughter has the ability to monitor the entire Slaughter City. After entering that portal, don't say any more words. In order to avoid being noticed by the King of Slaughter. At the critical moment, you two directly use martial soul fusion skills to sneak attack on the King of Killing. Hearing this, Ju Douluo bowed slightly. He also responded using mental power. My lord, I will obey your command. Seeing this, Xiao Yu stopped talking. With Ju Douluo, who had put away his martial spirit again, he walked towards the portal. At this time, Xiao Yu couldn't help but search in his heart. It's a pity that there is no way to give blessings to Daming and others now. The combat power I have exposed now is not bad. The King of Slaughter may not care too much. But once Daming and the others appear, he will definitely have the idea of escape. I don't know if there are any other exits from the Killing City. We still need to be on guard against this kind of thing. I can't give the King of Slaughter a chance to escape. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu had already arrived at the entrance of the portal. There was a faint noise coming from the door. Xiao Yu, who has been here once, knows very well that there are Black Armor Knights Scott and the others. Xiao Yu didn't care about this. Then walk inside the passage. After a while, 101 knights in black armor appeared in front of Xiao Yu and the others. After seeing Xiao Yu, the leading knight took off his helmet and walked to Xiao Yu. He is none other than Dread Knight Scott. Scott bowed slightly towards Xiao Yu. Dear Lord God of Killing, you are welcome to the City of Killing. As he said that, Scott began to look at Xiao Yu with his peripheral vision. After hesitating for a moment, Scott then asked, Dear Lord Killer, I don't know why you want to block the entrance to the Killing City. Also, are the two people behind you also titled Douluo? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. I brought them both here in the hope that they could also obtain the God of Killing domain. In addition, the reason why I led people to block the entrance to the Killing City. It's also to prevent the one I want to kill from escaping. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Scott immediately responded. Dear God of Death, I don't know who you want to kill. Just say it, no need to do it yourself. I can bring him here to you. Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. Just you, bring over the person I want to kill. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Yu shook his head. Immediately, Xiao Yu continued. Scott, I don't need your help with these things. You are not qualified. Quote. Hearing this, Scott's heart trembled. He had a surprising guess in his mind. Could it be that Xiao Yu wanted to kill Blood Spear Douluo? Recalling the rumors I heard in the Killing City before, Blood Spear Douluo seems to have embezzled a lot of rewards given to Xiao Yu by the King of Slaughter. Scott swallowed silently. He took a step back and cleared the road ahead. Seeing this, Xiao Yu led Ju Douluo directly towards the depths of the Killing City. Xiao Yu didn't care about Scott's thoughts. Wait until Xiao Yu and the others are far away. A knight in black armor approached Scott and said, Captain, do we need to go in and report? Snapped. Scott slapped the man in the face. Report, are you planning to let this murderer come out and kill you as well? Or, you have a grudge against that person in our team? Do you want to give the hand of the murderer God and let 101 of us bury you together? Quote. Hearing this, the black-armored knight silently retreated into the team. Seeing this, Scott snorted. He raised his sword again and said, Securing the entrance to the Killing City is what we should do. Don't worry too much about other things. Hearing this, the black-armored knights around him quickly responded. Yes. At the same time, Xiao Yu and the others have also arrived at the outer city of the Killing City. The killing messenger who came to receive him had been waiting for a long time. After noticing Xiao Yu, the graceful killing envoy immediately followed him. Two soft strands pinched Xiao Yu's arm. The killing envoy said softly, Dear Lord Killer, please come with me. The King of Slaughter has been waiting for a long time. Hearing this, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yu calmly withdrew his arm and said, Just lead the way. After seeing Xiao Yu's puzzled actions, the killing messenger did not dare to have any dissatisfaction, silently leading Xiao Yu towards the residence of the King of Slaughter. After a while, under the leadership of the killing messenger, Xiao Yu and the three of them entered a dome building. Xiao Yu looked around. In this building, you can see stone sculptures of bats everywhere. At the same time, a terrifying 9-headed bat was drawn with a special die on the dome of the building. After a brief inspection, Xiao Yu immediately recognized it. That die is dried human blood. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, buzz, a powerful soul pressure came. Xiao Yu stopped his urge to open the killing field. He looked up. At this time, the King of Slaughter is slowly descending from the sky. The King of Slaughter looked at Xiao Yu and the others coldly. He got the head start. Li Feiyu, you have obtained the killing god domain. Why do you come back to our killing city? Kill someone, block the door. Where do you think our killing city is? Are we a place where you can come whenever you want? Before the King of Slaughter finished speaking, Ju Douluo had already summoned his martial spirit. Martial soul fusion technique, Liangyi static domain. While talking, Ju Douluo and Ghost Douluo put their hands together. The two intertwined their fingers. A faint blue light shot towards the King of Slaughter. At the same time, Xiao Yu has already summoned Barret. The killing field also unfolded, suppressing the pass towards the King of Slaughter. Seeing this, the Slaughter King snorted coldly. At this moment, he was thinking a lot in his mind. I originally thought, Li Feiyu, the person you wanted to kill was that piece of shit blood spear Douluo. I didn't expect that. How dare you attack me? This time, no one can protect you. While thinking, the King of Slaughter once again opened his own killing field. Just when the King of Slaughter was about to taunt again, buzz, the three realms collided. The killing field of the King of Slaughter, which had never evolved, was suppressed at the first opportunity. The King of Slaughter couldn't help but exclaimed, how can this be? Li Feiyu, why is your god of killing domain so strong? Just when the King of Slaughter still wanted to speak. Bang bang bang, the 7 soul rings on Xiao Yu Barret's martial soul exploded at the same time. The next moment, a giant Barret tens of meters long was condensed. The black hole of the gun pointed directly in front of the King of Slaughter. The terrifying murderous intention made the King of Slaughter a little distracted. The next moment, boom, a golden torrent spurted out from Barret's gun. The King of Killing had no time to react. Then it turned into powder directly in this golden torrent. A blood-red magic sword also fell to the ground. In the killing city, boom, there was a loud noise. All the fallen people in the killing city raised their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. Next moment, a golden torrent shot towards the distance with unstoppable power. At this time, most of the soul masters in the inner city had forgotten to react. Under the power of this golden torrent, they collapsed to the ground uncontrollably. Where the golden torrent passes, whether it's a soul master or a building, everything that stood in front of it was turned into powder in an instant. Large areas of the city were also destroyed. After a while, the golden torrent finally stopped. At this time, all the fallen people in the killing city were stunned. They stopped what they were doing. Don't know what to do. Suddenly, screams and curses arose. Chuang, what is that? Someone is using soul skills in the inner city. Where is the law enforcement team? Why don't you come out and take care of it? What to do if the great King of Slaughter gets angry? Quote. A lot of depravity was reflected in the angry scolding. Someone is causing trouble in the inner city of the killing city. Look at the direction, it seems to be the residence of the great King of Slaughter. What kind of soul skill is this? It's really terrifying. Countless people started talking. The few degenerates who still retain a sense of crisis have guessed that something big will happen in the killing city. If they don't leave soon, they are likely to die in this turmoil. Those degenerates who reacted silently retreated behind the crowd. After walking out of everyone's sight, they were like birds entering the forest. Quickly flee towards the outer city of the killing city. At the same time, in the residence of the King of Slaughter. Clatter, Xiao Yu slowly fell to the ground. At this time, a feeling of weakness came from him. Is this the side effect of ring explosion? It's really uncomfortable. Xiao Yu couldn't help but mutter. Seeing this, Ju Douluo quickly stepped forward, trying to help Xiao Yu. After feeling the movement behind me, Xiao Yu turned around and waved his hands at the two of them. I'm fine, you two don't need to worry. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ju Douluo immediately began to flatter him. My lord, the power of your blow just now should have reached the divine level. I've seen big worshippers take action against them. Even if it is a big offering of 99 level soul power. Not as powerful as you. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. He remembered the plot in the original work. When Tangsan was at level 96 soul power. Just by exploding 6 clear sky hammer soul rings and injecting energy into the god of death realm, he gained god level strength. able to compete with the deep-sea demonic whale king. Tangsan's martial spirit quality and spirit ring quality are far inferior to mine. After I exploded the ring, maybe I really have a combat power comparable to that of a god. While thinking, Xiao Yu stood up. Use your mental power to start exploring the surroundings. Xiao Yu wanted to make sure that the King of Slaughter was really dead. He will not give the King of Slaughter any chance to make a comeback. After a while, Xiao Yu took a breath and thought in his heart. No trace can be found. Has the soul been wiped out? The Shira demonic sword has also appeared, so it seems that I have indeed killed the King of Slaughter. At this time, Xiao Yu finally felt relieved. Xiao Yu stepped towards the Shira demon sword in front of him. Buzz. As Xiao Yu approached, the Shira demonic sword trembled slightly, as if welcoming the arrival of a new owner. Seeing this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. He grabbed it directly on the Shira demonic sword. At the same time, the mark of the top 9 exams on Xiao Yu's forehead was also erased. The mark of the Shira demonic sword appeared on Xiao Yu's forehead. The moment that mark appeared, endless blood light spread out from the Shira demonic sword. The terrifying and intense murderous aura shrouded the entire city of killing. Bang bang bang. Under the shock of the murderous intent, most of the soul masters in the killing city had their eyes blackened and fell into unconsciousness. Only a few beings with contra cultivation level and above are still struggling to support themselves. Blood Spear Douluo resisted the terrifying murderous intent in the rich blood light and looked at the residence of the King of Slaughter. He murmured, I think I've seen this kind of scene once. Has a new King of Slaughter been born? Quote, Xiao Yu didn't know what happened in the killing city. Even when the bloody light completely dissipated, a majestic voice sounded in Xiao Yu's mind. The 9 tests of Shira, open. The first test, walking through the road to hell to obtain the realm of the god of death. Finish. The second test, the realm of the god of death transformed into the realm of killing. Assessment completed. The third test is to complete the evolution of the killing field. Assessment completed. The fourth test makes the killing field evolve again. The 7th test, pulling out the Shira demonic sword. Assessment completed. The 8th test is to kill the previous king of killing. Assessment completed. Completing 8 assessments at the same time will reward you with the ability to swallow soul rings. Time limit is 1 year. Within 1 year, examinees can use the Shira demonic sword to devour the spirit ring and soul bone of the soul beast. This increases the lifespan of the soul ring. The 9th test begins, and test takers need to break through to level 99 within 5 years. And he collected all his soul rings and soul bones. Quote, a huge flow of information appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. At the same time, white lines also began to appear on the blood-red Shira demonic sword. Countless fine white threads spread out from the hilt of the sword. After a while, Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes. The Shira demonic sword in his hand kept trembling. Xiao Yu knew clearly that this was the Shira demon sword's desire for blood and killing. Call. After taking a breath, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. The first 8 assessments only rewarded 1 soul ring devouring ability. Is God Shira encouraging me to kill Dishan and the others? Follow the description in the original work. Dishan and the others have not yet devoured the million-year soul power of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Their cultivation level will not be particularly high. Dishan is the leader of the golden-eyed Black Dragon clan and the most talented person in millions of years. 10,000 years later, during the Peerless Tang Sect period, after devouring Tianmeng, DTN already had a cultivation level of nearly 800,000 years. 20,000 years later, during the legendary period of the Dragon King, Dishan relied closely on cultivation for 10,000 years. He then reached a level of cultivation that was close to 900,000 years old. If you calculate it this way, DTN's soul power at this time can only be more than 700,000 years old. I just don't know how strong DTN is now. Did DTN have a cultivation level of 600,000 years? Or 700,000 years of cultivation? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Silver Dragon King is still in the Stardow Forest. I don't know if her injury has healed. This is at least a first-class god-level top soul ring. I really want it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu couldn't help laughing. A skinny camel is bigger than a horse. I'd better consider devouring those ownerless soul beasts first. After shaking his head mockingly, Xiao Yu looked at Ju Douluo and said, Yugon, Ghost, let's go. When we were fighting just now, something unusual must have happened in the killing city. I will later prepare to establish a sect on the mainland to collect faith. The fallen ones here must not be allowed to escape. Otherwise, there will be chaos again on the mainland. Hearing this, Ju Douluo couldn't help but speak. My lord, these degenerates are causing trouble on the mainland. It's easy for you to collect faith in the residence of the King of Slaughter. After Yu Guan finished his suggestions, the surrounding area immediately became quiet. The ghost looked at Yu Guan in surprise. He didn't expect it at all. Yu Guan can think of such a method. After noticing the ghost's expression, Yu Guan showed a trace of complacency on his face. They were all elders in Wuhun Palace. It is precisely because of this that Gui Mei and Yu Guan know how difficult it is to collect faith. Wuhun Palace allows ordinary people to awaken for free, and also regularly provides subsidies to low-level soul masters. However, there are still a large number of people who are unwilling to believe in angel gods. In Yu Guan's view, release the fallen and save the civilians from the fallen. This is the easiest way to gain loyal followers. At this time, Xiao Yu was also thinking in his heart. It's the same in the real world. During the Great Catastrophe, all kinds of sects with ghosts, and snakes pop up. It is easier for them to find believers at this time than in normal years. In addition, in the original work, angels and gods punish evildoers in troubled times. Did he manage to gather enough faith within 1,000 years to achieve the status of an angel? Peerless Tang sect period. It was also the period when Tang San and others were most trusted by the world. At that time, evil soul masters were rampant, and ordinary people could become sacrifices of evil soul masters at any time. They lived a precarious life, and at that time there was no organization similar to Wuhun Palace to call for help. Therefore, people at that time could only choose to believe in gods. Yu Guan's method may really work. At this time, Xiao Yu was already a little moved. He is not a good person. As long as enough benefits can be obtained, he doesn't care about the life and death of ordinary people at all. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yu decided to give up Yu Guan's suggestion. No, this method cannot be used. The degenerates in the killing city are too difficult to control. The people from Wuhun Palace couldn't take action at this time. Once these degenerates are let out, there will inevitably be great turmoil in a short period of time, causing a sharp decline in the population. I don't need to collect faith this way. I have Xiaohei to help me. Xiaohei's ability to enter dreams is the most perfect way to collect faith. I could totally use Blackie as a missionary, preaching through his ability to enter dreams. Thus, in a very short period of time, I gained a large number of loyal followers. There is absolutely no need for me to resort to such a risky plan. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu looked at Yu Guan and said, Yu Guan, your proposal is very good. However, I have a better way. We'll talk about the specific things later. Hearing this, Yu Guan and Gui Mei both bowed. My lord, I will obey your command. After a while, Xiao Yu and the other two walked out of the residence of the King of Slaughter. Suspended in midair, Xiao Yu and the others observed the scene in the killing city. Looking at the destroyed city, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. He had no idea that his attack could bring so much damage to the killing city. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, Blood Spear Douluo led the members of the law enforcement team and rushed towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Yu Guan and Gui Mei immediately activated their martial spirits. They looked warily at Blood Spear Douluo on the ground. Just as the two of them were about to take action, Xiao Yu's voice sounded. Don't worry, you two. Let's take a look at the specific situation first. Hearing this, Yu Gong and Ghost also stopped what they were doing. After a while, Blood Spear Douluo had successfully arrived at the residence of the King of Slaughter. After taking a glance behind Xiao Yu, Blood Spear Douluo immediately withdrew his gaze. He ignored Yu Guan and Gui Mei and walked quickly towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Yu Guan and Gui Mei both changed their expressions. Just when Yu Guan and Gui Mei couldn't help but want to take action. Snapped, Blood Spear Douluo knelt directly in front of Xiao Yu. He said in a deep voice, the new king of killing. My subordinate Blood Spear is willing to fight for you. Bang bang bang. Just after Blood Spear Douluo swore allegiance, the members of the law enforcement team behind him also imitated his actions and knelt down. They chanted in unison, the new king of killing. The inner city law enforcement team is willing to fight for you. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Xiao Yu's lips. He looked at Yu Guan and Gui Mei behind him. At the same time, Xiao Yu has summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. Seeing this, Yu Guan and Gui Mei immediately realized what Xiao Yu was thinking. Moonlight laughed jeeringly. He looked at the ghost again, and he and the ghost had their fingers intertwined. Then, Moonlight shouted sharply, "Martial Soul Fusion Technique, Liangyi Static Domain." Along with the sharp sound of the moonlight, a faint blue light fell on Blood Spear Douluo and the members of the law enforcement team. The next moment, Blood Spear Douluo and the others' eyes froze. They completely did not understand that they had already sworn allegiance. Why did Xiao Yu still attack them? Xiao Yu had no intention of explaining to them. Countless chains of resentment appeared in Xiao Yu's hands. Buzz buzz. After an invisible fluctuation, the chain in Xiao Yu's hand was connected to all the members of the law enforcement team in the Blood Spear Douluo. Immediately, Xiao Yu's sixth soul ring lit up again. He said softly, "Now that you have chosen to be loyal to me, then let me plant the mark. Don't choose to resist, you will only suffer more pain." Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Yu clasped his palms together. Start chanting again. After a while, everyone, with soul fire in their eyes, woke up one after another. At this time, Xiao Yu had also taken back the chain in his hand. He looked at the people in front of him quietly. After a while, Blood Spear Douluo knelt down respectfully again. He swore to Xiao Yu, "My lord, Blood Spear is willing to serve you. Your will is my will." Quote. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, "Blood Spear, there are indeed some things that you need to deal with." As he spoke, Xiao Yu pointed to the abandoned urban areas and said, "Blood Spear, from now on, you organize your manpower to demolish all the buildings in the Killing City. Use those materials to transform all buildings into prisons. And you are the first warden of this large prison. Remove the original law enforcement team members, as well as people like Black Armored Knights. All the fallen in the Killing City were reduced to prisoners. Imprisoned in prison. Regarding prison planning and construction plans, I leave it all to you to coordinate." After a pause, Xiao Yu continued, "In the future, I may also arrange for people to preach in prisons. Since one day of missionary work, until the day those prisoners' lives end. In prison, all prisoners need to pray continuously every day." Quote. Hearing this, Blood Spear Douluo immediately nodded. "My lord, I will arrange for people to handle these things." The next morning, in the center of the inner city of the Killing City, the former site of the Killing Fields of Hell. At this time, the Hell Killing Fields, as a landmark building in the Killing City, had been demolished. Only ruins were left. Countless fallen people gathered here. All kinds of dirty words are endless. Damn it, why did those stupid law enforcement teams call me here? What the hell, why was the Killing Fields of Hell demolished? What will we do next? I also want to be the next god of killing. Quote. Shut up, have you forgotten how many people died yesterday? Everyone in the law enforcement team went crazy. Quote. Quote. Just as the fallen were discussing in twos and threes, the sound of horse hooves sounded. Da da da. The fallen man who heard the sound raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. Next moment, hundreds of fully armored black armored knights broke into their sight. Came with those black armored knights. There are also more than a dozen Contra-level law enforcement team members. Just before everyone could react, Blood Spear Douluo's figure also appeared in midair. When he saw Blood Spear Douluo's purple skin and the 2 dots of soul fire in his pupils, the eyes of the fallen in the field changed slightly. However, Blood Spear Douluo didn't care about this. He roared out angrily, "Please be quiet the fuck down. My lord is coming soon. You all kneel down for me honestly." As he spoke, Blood Hair Douluo summoned his martial spirit. The next moment, Blood Spear Douluo's titled Douluo level pressure poured down on the fallen ones in the field. After noticing this, the eyes of the fallen ones in the field changed slightly. They looked at the members of the law enforcement team who were in similar condition to Blood Spear Douluo. There are also those black armored knights who have raised their swords. After feeling the undisguised murderous intent on their bodies, the fallen did not dare to hesitate any longer. They hurriedly knelt down and shouted, "Welcome to the great king of slaughter." As their voices rang out, buzz, a blood-red light gradually spread to the entire place. The terrifying murderous aura made all the fallen's legs weak. The next moment, Xiao Yu appeared in midair with Yu Guan and Gui Mei. Looking down at the fallen people in the audience, Xiao Yu began to think. Are there actually so many degenerates in the killing city? With so many people, can Blood Spear Douluo and the others really be able to control them? It's not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu felt a murderous intention in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yu spoke directly. From now on, Killing City will be revamped. All buildings were demolished and converted into prisons. You are in this prison. The first prisoner, and builder of the prison. Leave the specific matters to Blood-Hair Douluo to handle. Quote. When Xiao Yu said that he would transform the Killing City into a prison and let them become the first batch of prisoners, many degenerates could not sit still. They are restless people, otherwise they would not enter the Killing City. At this time, anger was already burning in their hearts. But due to Xiao Yu's strength and the members of the law enforcement team, these people can only hold their anger in their hearts. Regarding everyone's attitude, Xiao Yu just narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, the Shira demonic sword in Xiao Yu's hand trembled. At the same time, a trace of blood appeared in Xiao Yu's eyes. Through the blessing of Shira demonic sword, Xiao Yu could clearly see the murderous intent in the hearts of every fallen person present. After a moment, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze. He thought in his mind. The first batch of thornheads have jumped out, but the number is still too small. While thinking, Xiao Yu continued. In addition, from now on, no one is allowed to leave the inner city without permission. Members of the law enforcement team can kill anyone who escapes without permission. Hearing this, more fallen people were dissatisfied. At this time, in Xiao Yu's sight, he discovered that at this time, most of the fallen had a red light representing murderous intent emerging from their bodies. After noticing this, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. It should be almost done now. Deal with all these people. The ratio of guards to prisoners in this prison should be about the same. This way, I can feel more at ease when I leave. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. In the doubtful eyes of those degenerates, Xiao Yu raised the Shira demonic sword in his hand. The dark blue soul power gathered towards the Shira demonic sword. The next moment, Xiao Yu then waved the Shira demonic sword in his hand directly at the fallen ones below. Countless blood-red flying blades shot downwards. Poof! Along with the sound of flesh and blood being penetrated, countless heads fell to the ground. Blood spurted out from the necks of the fallen. All of a sudden, the ruins here seemed to have turned into a purgatory on earth. After a while, the fallen who survived the massacre were all stunned. Even the fallen ones have never seen such a brutal scene. They looked at the scene around them and briefly lost the ability to think. At this time, Xiao Yu's voice sounded again. The sword in my hand is quite sharp. If any of you are still dissatisfied, you can continue to stand up. Quote. Hearing this, the fallen ones in the field came to their senses one after another. Look at Xiao Yu in front of you, and then look at the scene around you. They finally accepted their fate. At this time, even the most daring person temporarily put away his thoughts of escaping. The fallen ones knelt down one after another and began to pray continuously. Great King of Slaughter, we will never escape. Please spare our lives. Seeing this, Xiao Yu looked at Blood Spear Douluo on the side and said, Warden Bloodspear, your abilities are pretty good. I'll leave the rest to you. Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Blood Spear Douluo hurriedly stepped forward and asked, My lord, don't you want to stay in the city of killing? Hearing this, Xiao Yu started to think. I have obtained the Shira demonic sword. Killing Field has also completed 2 evolutions. It's almost time for me to go to Poseidon Island again. After finding Bo Saishi for help, I can go hunt the deep-sea demonic whale king. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice. No, I still have things to deal with. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued to give instructions. Warden Bloodspear, you can just watch and handle the prison matters. If you really can't manage it in the end, it doesn't matter if you kill all these degenerates. I will send people in later. Quote. As he spoke, Xiao Yu's expression became serious. But you have to pay attention. Absolutely no corrupted person should be allowed a chance to escape from the killing city. During this period, if Wuhun Palace continues to send the fallen to you, you just accept it as usual. Hearing this, Blood Spear Douluo immediately bowed and responded. Yes. Seeing this, Xiao Yu stopped staying and rushed towards Poseidon Island. Half a month later, over Poseidon Island, The desperate situation of raging waves is the assessment point for tidal body refining. The howling sea breeze makes a sound. The boundless waves rolled up and roared towards the sunken silver pillars in the deep sea not far away. At this time, on top of the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea, Du Guyan is going through the third most painful test among the 9 Poseidon tests. Boom! Continuous waves crashed down. Du Guyan has reached the limit, and another wave hits him. Du Guyan immediately passed out. At the same time, Bo Saishi, holding a scepter, appeared next to Du Guyan. Bo Saishi tapped the scepter in his hand. The 5 copper rings that bound Du Guyan were untied. Just as Bo Saishi was about to catch Du Guyan, buzz! An invisible wave came. The next moment, Xiao Yu's figure appeared next to Du Guyan. After reaching out and taking the unconscious Du Guyan into his arms, Xiao Yu nodded towards Bo Saishi, who was not far away. Immediately, Xiao Yu carried Du Guyan directly and flew to the land not far away. Seeing this, Bo Saixi's eyes changed slightly, and she followed Xiao Yu silently. Just when it landed, Bo Saishi then asked, "Xiao Yu, how long has it been? Did you become a titled Douluo so quickly? At the same time, have you collected all the soul rings and soul bones on your body?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu spoke. "Senior, not yet, I'm back this time. Just preparing to ask the high priest for help. I want to hunt the deep-sea demonic whale king as my 8th soul ring." Quote. While speaking, Xiao Yu summoned the blue-silver emperor's martial spirit. The next moment, soft green light shone on Du Guyan's body. Du Guyan's body began to recover quickly. At the same time, Xiao Yu then asked, "Senior, didn't Grandpa take the test here?" Hearing this, Bo Saishi shook his head and said, "Du Bo's assessment has changed. He is currently hunting the 100,000-year-old sea soul beast at sea." Assessment changes, hunting a 100,000-year-old sea soul beast. Single quote. Xiao Yu muttered something in his heart. After taking a look at the trident mark on Du Guyan's forehead, Xiao Yu immediately understood the reason. Based on Sister Yanyan's strength alone, it is too difficult to complete the subsequent assessments. So Poseidon wants Grandpa to collect soul bones for Sister Yanyan in order to enhance Sister Yanyan's strength. Single quote. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, Bo Saishi was also looking at Xiao Yu in front of him carefully. After noticing the mark on Xiao Yu's forehead, Bo Saixi's complexion changed slightly. She immediately realized that Xiao Yu had started another divine test. After hesitating for a while, Bo Saishi continued. "Xiao Yu, the deep-sea demonic whale king is not a simple soul beast. His cultivation has been close to 1,000,000 years. It is only a thin line away from the god level. Even with my help, it is not easy for you to successfully kill the deep-sea demonic whale king." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu replied without raising his head, "Senior Bo Saishi, it's not just the deep-sea demonic whale king that I want to kill. His wife may also have a 1,000,000-year level of cultivation. That is the 9th soul ring I selected." Quote. While speaking, Xiao Yu raised his right hand. The dark blue soul power gathered in Xiao Yu's hands. In Bosage's doubtful eyes, Xiao Yu made a casual stroke not far away. An illusory crack appeared. At the same time, Da Ming, Ming and Titan Snow Demon King walked out of this crack one after another. Seeing this, Bo Saishi spoke. "Xiao Yu, even with their help, it would be difficult for you to kill 2,000,000-year-old soul beasts. It's just a 1,000,000-year-old deep-sea demonic whale king. With my help, you do have a certain chance of success. But you told me that he also has a wife whose cultivation level is similar to his. These combat capabilities alone will not have any effect." Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. "Senior, what if we add them?" Xiao Yu just finished speaking. Bloodthorn, Moon Gate, Ghost, Dust Heart, Ancient Banyan Tree. 5 titled Douluo walked out one after another. Ning Fengji followed the 5 people silently. Just when Bo Saishi was surprised, Xiao Yu's voice sounded again. "Seniors, Yu Guan and Gui may possess control-type martial soul fusion skills. The 2 people over there are sword fighter Luo Chenxin, who is said to have the strongest attack power. Ji Yu Rong, the Bone Douluo, is known to have the strongest defense. As for the soul saint at the end, it is Ning Fengji, who is known as the #1 soul master in the auxiliary department." After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bo Saishi shook his head again. "Xiao Yu, it's still not enough. 2 million-year-old soul beasts are not that easy to deal with. Even with these combat capabilities. If I take Hailong and the others with me, I'm afraid. Before Bo Saishi finished speaking, he was interrupted by 2 dragon roars. As the cracks continue to expand, 2 bone dragons hundreds of meters long, one red and one blue, flew out of the crack one after another. Seeing this, Bo Saishi couldn't help but exclaimed. Impossible, the auras of these 2 bone dragons are not weaker than mine. Looking at the soul masters and soul beasts standing around Xiao Yu, Bo Saixi's expression changed slightly. At this time, in Bo Saixi's eyes, Xiao Yu already has the ability to overturn Poseidon Island. Just when Bo Saishi was shocked, Xiao Yu's voice sounded again. Senior, this should be enough, right? Hearing this, Bo Saishi sighed helplessly. Next moment, after adjusting his mentality, Bo Saixi's vision became clear again. She then spoke. It's almost enough with these combat capabilities. In addition, the deep-sea demonic whale king stays alone in the demonic whale sea most of the time. Let's kill him quickly, and then it will be much easier to deal with another million-year-old soul beast. As he spoke, there was a hint of ridicule in Bo Saixi's eyes. Xiao Yu, when are you going to leave? After noticing Bo Saixi's eyes, Xiao Yu was a little confused. Next moment, Xiao Yu reacted and followed Bo Saixi's eyes. At this time, Du Guyan, who was lying in his arms, had woken up. He noticed that Du Guyan was looking at him sadly. Xiao Yu coughed lightly. Although Du Guyan didn't speak, Xiao Yu already understood Du Guyan's thoughts. Just when Xiao Yu was about to offer words of comfort, Du Guyan directly stretched out his arm to hold Xiao Yu's neck. Du Guyan didn't care at all about Bo Saishi beside her, she kissed Xiao Yu directly. Seeing this, Bo Saixi's smile froze. As a single person who has lived for hundreds of years, how has she ever seen these? At the same time, Daming and the others behind Xiao Yu also turned their heads silently. After a while, seeing Du Guyan, he still had no intention of letting go. Bo Saishi finally couldn't bear it any longer and coughed twice. Ahem, you two, please pay attention. After hearing Bo Saixi's voice, Du Guyan blushed and let go of Xiao Yu's arm. She buried her head directly in Xiao Yu's arms and acted like an ostrich. Seeing this, Xiao Yu chuckled twice. Xiao Yu was thick-skinned, regarding Bo Saixi's words. He didn't care. Xiao Yu looked at Bo Saishi and said, Senior, it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Let's set off soon. 3 days later, near the Demon Whale Sea area. The Shira demonic sword in Xiao Yu's hand kept trembling. Looking at the Shira demonic sword in his hand, Xiao Yu could sense the desire in the other party's heart. Call. After taking a breath, Xiao Yu raised his eyes and looked at the seemingly calm sea area of the demon whale. Senior, I'd like to ask you to temporarily restrain the deep-sea demonic whale king. I will give him a fatal blow. Hearing this, Bo Saishi clenched the scepter in his hand. Randomly, Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu and said, I understand. After hesitating for a moment, Bo Saishi added, Xiao Yu, that deep-sea demonic whale king was a spirit beast that dared to compete with Lord Poseidon back then. Even with my help, you still need to be extremely vigilant. There can be no slacking off. Looking at Bo Saishi with a serious expression, Xiao Yu nodded silently. Randomly, Xiao Yu continued. Senior, ever since Poseidon ascended to the god realm. In this way, no soul beast or soul master would dare to break into the demonic whale sea area. The deep-sea demon whale king has long lost his vigilance. Meanwhile, his wife, that top soul beast, was not inferior to him in strength. You should be pregnant by this time. Her strength is greatly reduced. Now is the best time for us to take action. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. Senior, if it takes a while until the battle is over. The deep-sea demonic whale king did not even call his wife for help. Then you need to find the hidden soul beast. Hearing this, Bo Saishi nodded silently. Seeing this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. After summoning the Barret martial spirit, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and drew in front of him. The nether space opens. Yugon and the others flew out of space one after another. Ning Fengji will focus on assisting Yu Guan and Gui Mei, followed by Da Ming, Ming, Titan Snow Demon King and others who have talented fields. Quote. Hearing this, Ning Fengji nodded quickly. After summoning the 7 treasures glazed tower, countless streams of light fell on Yu Guan and the others. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, Guys, Just try your best to hold down the deep-sea demonic whale king for a while. Hearing this, Yugon and the others nodded quickly. The next moment, the soul fire in Yugon's eyes began to burn fiercely. Purple-black flames escaped from their bodies. It crawled all over their bodies almost instantly. Yuguan and other human titled Douluo, the flesh and blood on their bodies slowly disappeared in the burning of the flames. They gradually became similar to the Ming dynasty. But the aura on their bodies is somehow overbearing. Seeing this, Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. After this fight, Yugon and the others will probably have to rest for a long time. But it's all worth it. While thinking, Xiao Yu gently waved his hand at the bone dragon transformed by the ice and fire dragon king. The two of them restrained their auras and hid directly behind the clouds. After completing all this, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. Buzz. After a buzzing sound, the killing field opened directly. The strong murderous aura poured towards the demonic whale sea ahead. At the same time Xiao Yu released his murderous intent. A huge momentum also swept towards Xiao Yu. At the same time, the originally calm sea suddenly became turbulent. Boom! The surrounding sea also began to tremble. The sky in the distance drooped, and large dark clouds formed over the demon whale sea. A huge wave hundreds of meters high suddenly set off on the rough sea, crushed towards Xiao Yu and his group. At the same time, a deep voice sounded in Xiao Yu's ears. "Who is it, dare to intrude into my waters?" Quote, that voice has not yet ended. A sea blue light beam suddenly broke through the water and struck Xiao Yu in the air. At the same time, the hundreds-meter-long torso of the deep-sea demonic whale king emerged from the sea. Seeing this, Xiao Yu snorted coldly. The dark blue soul power surged towards the Shira demonic sword in his hand. Rich blood light escaped from the Shira demonic sword. In a blink, a blood-red slash nearly 100 meters long appeared. He slashed directly at the dark blue beam of light below. At the same time, Bo Saixi's eyes narrowed slightly. The scepter in her hand was tapped lightly, and her indifferent voice sounded at the same time. "You evil beast, the sea is not a place where you can be arrogant." Before Bo Saishi finished speaking, the scepter in her hand emitted a brilliant blue light. At the same time, the entire sea area quickly became quiet. The huge waves that followed the sky and the earth before were directly smoothed by Bo Saishi. The beam of light that shot towards Xiao Yu also dissipated directly. The blood-red slash displayed by Xiao Yu struck the deep-sea demonic whale king under the sea without any hindrance. Poof! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp weapon penetrating flesh and blood, large amounts of blood dyed the surrounding sea red. Damn thing! Feeling the pain, the deep-sea demonic whale king roared angrily. The next moment, boom! A loud noise echoed across the sky. The body of the deep-sea demonic whale king, which was hundreds of meters tall, jumped directly out of the sea and bit Xiao Yu and the others in the air. At this time, Daming and others behind Xiao Yu also reacted. Yu Guan and Gui Mei immediately intertwined their fingers. The next moment, the static realm of Liangyi fell on the deep-sea demonic whale king. Chen Xin, Ji Yu Rong, and the others also rushed directly towards the deep-sea demonic whale king. The domains of Daming, Ming and the Titan Snow Demon King also fell on the deep-sea demon whale king. Under multiple constraints, the figure of the deep-sea demonic whale king stagnated in the air. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. In the room of lightning and flint, Xiao Yu's thoughts were flowing rapidly. Yugon and the others cannot limit the deep-sea demonic whale king for how long? I must seize the opportunity. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu shouted loudly. "Senior!" After giving a sharp shout, Xiao Yu raised the barret in his hand. Bang bang bang! Almost at the same time, all 7 soul rings on Xiao Yu Barret's martial soul exploded. Countless golden light spots emerged in midair. Just one breath. These light spots poured into the barret in Xiao Yu's hands crazily. At the same time, Bo Saishi, who was about to take action against the deep-sea demonic whale king, suddenly froze. Ignoring the deep-sea demonic whale king not far away, Bo Saishi murmured in his heart, "Is this Tang Chen's explosive ring? I remember Tang Chen said that this is the secret of their sect. Is Xiao Yu a descendant of Tang Chen?" Single quote. At this moment, Bo Saishi had many thoughts in his mind. "Senior!" Another sharp shout came, and only then did Bo Saishi react. After taking a deep look at Xiao Yu, Bo Saishi no longer hesitated. The scepter in his hand fell heavily towards the deep-sea demonic whale king. The huge shadow of Poseidon appeared behind Bo Saishi. The ninth soul skill, Poseidon's confinement. Before Bo Saishi finished speaking, countless dark blue streams of light appeared near the deep-sea demonic whale king. The next moment, countless strange chains stretched out from those flowing lights. Buzz. The chains trembled in the air. The next moment, he sank directly into the body of the deep-sea demonic whale king. At this time, the deep-sea demonic whale king had just broken free from Daming's domain. After feeling the energy aura on Xiao Yu's body that was comparable to the god level, a trace of fear flashed in the pupils of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Above the demon whale sea, a giant Barrett tens of meters long appeared. Barrett's huge gun was aimed at the deep-sea demonic whale king, who was restrained by Bo Saixi's ninth soul skill not far away. Feeling the crisis, the deep-sea demonic whale king did not dare to hold back any longer. Kakaka, countless purple thunder snakes burst out from his body. At the same time, golden light escaped from him. The several hundred-meter-long body of the deep-sea demonic whale king quickly shrank toward its core. In an instant, the deep-sea demonic whale king transformed into a middle-aged man wearing purple armor. Zilei and Jin Guang also climbed onto the strange chains that bound him at the same time. Boom boom boom, countless thunders sounded, and the chains that originally bound the deep-sea demonic whale king began to crack. Seeing this, Bo Saishi, who was not far away, shouted loudly. Xiao Yu, seize the opportunity. Boom. Bo Saishi had just finished speaking. A golden torrent spurted out from the muzzle of Xiao Yu's gun. At this time, the deep-sea demonic whale king, who had not yet completely broken free from his shackles, was filled with resentment. He could only groan at Xiao Yu. Use your own elixir to fight back. Hold head high. A white bolt came out of his mouth. At the same time, behind the deep-sea demonic whale king, a huge demonic whale appeared. With his body as the center, a huge energy vortex appeared. The white air flow he exhaled before was also integrated into it. Countless purple electric lights danced in this energy vortex. At this time, a flash of blood flashed in the pupils of the deep-sea demonic whale king. He has poured all his energy into it. He roared at Xiao Yu. Die. As he spoke, the deep-sea demonic whale king reached out and grabbed Xiao Yushu. The huge energy vortex also surged up, accompanied by a sound like a dragon's roar. The huge energy vortex hit Xiao Yu's attack like a drill. Boom. When the two collided, an invisible shock wave appeared. At this moment, Yugon and the others, who were at the center of the battle, were directly crushed by this shock wave. Only a few soul fires flickered in the air. The surrounding space began to distort violently. The sea level in the entire Demon Whale Sea area dropped sharply. The difficult-to-explore trench at the bottom of the Demon Whale Sea was vaguely exposed. Endless waves crashed into the surrounding sea. The whole sky seemed to be torn apart. After completing this blow, the Barrett in Xiao Yu's hand also turned into light spots and disappeared. The condition of the deep-sea demonic whale king is even worse. He had turned into a human form and was bleeding from all his orifices. The purple armor all over his body has been completely shattered. Looking at Bo Saishi, who was still in good condition, and the two bone dragons showing their figures high in the sky, a trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the deep-sea demonic whale king. His confidence had been shattered. The deep-sea demonic whale king does not dare to stay here any longer. After transforming into a prototype, he turned around and fled towards the depths of the sea. At the same time, Xiao Yu waved gently forward. The soul fire of Yugon and the others disappeared into Xiao Yu's hands. After all this is done, a feeling of weakness came through his body, and Xiao Yu could no longer hold on. He could not even maintain his flying posture. Wow! Just when Xiao Yu was about to fall, the red bone dragon appeared at Xiao Yu's feet and caught Xiao Yu. At the same time, the bones all over the body of that blue bone dragon lit up quickly. After a while, a pillar of ice blue light spit out from its mouth and extended toward the sea below. Almost instantly, Kakaka, the surrounding sea began to freeze. Time seemed to pause at this moment, even the huge waves. They all stopped at this moment. At the same time, the movements of the deep-sea demonic whale king also slowed down. The body of the deep-sea demonic whale king, which was already seriously injured, was injured again. But the deep-sea demonic whale king still did not give up. A huge demon whale shadow appeared in front of the deep-sea demon whale king. Like a giant icebreaker, The deep-sea demonic whale king continues to break through the ice and escapes deeper into the sea. Seeing this, Bo Saishi, who was not far away, gently raised the scepter in his hand. Then it crashed down again. Buzz. A burst of invisible fluctuations came out, and the powerful sea blue soul power covered the sea surface. The boundless sea water turned into a 1,000-meter-sized ocean blue giant hand, and fished it towards the deep-sea demon whale king. The next moment, the giant sea blue hand directly grasped the deep-sea demonic whale king. At the same time, Bo Saishi whispered softly, "Rise." A little scepter in her hand. The deep-sea demonic whale king was dragged towards Xiao Yu by that giant hand. Feeling this, a fierce look flashed in the eyes of the deep-sea demonic whale king. He knew he couldn't leave today. Quietly, the deep-sea demonic whale king poured a large amount of his spiritual power into his bones. At the same time, the deep-sea demonic whale king began to struggle desperately like a trapped animal. Seeing this, the red fire dragon under Xiao Yu groaned. Yin. The next moment, endless fire spewed from his mouth. Those flames seemed to be alive and sank directly into the body of the deep-sea demonic whale king. At this moment, the skin and flesh on the deep-sea demonic whale king began to fall off. The shrill screams of the deep-sea demon whale king resounded over the demon whale sea. Seeing this, Xiao Yu directly raised the Shira demon sword in his hand. The killing field also unfolded. The endless murderous aura intertwined with the bloody light on the Shira demonic sword. A round blade hundreds of meters long appeared again. He slashed hard at the deep-sea demonic whale king who had lost the ability to resist. Poof! Accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being penetrated, the body of the deep-sea demonic whale king, which was several hundred meters long, was directly split into two. At this moment, the life of the deep-sea demonic whale king was also cut off. A red gold soul ring appeared on the remains of the deep-sea demonic whale king. The moment that soul ring appeared, the Shira demonic sword in Xiao Yu's hand began to tremble. Seeing this, Bo Saishi spoke. "Xiao Yu, you should absorb the soul ring first. I will help you protect the law." Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head at Bo Saishi. "Don't worry, let me recover for a while." While speaking, Xiao Yu aimed at the remains of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Throwing the Shira demonic sword in his hand, after the Shira demonic sword sank into the remains of the deep-sea demonic whale king, a surge of energy surged into Xiao Yu's body. Xiao Yu's little remaining soul power quickly filled up. The soul rings that originally disappeared due to Xiao Yu's ring explosion also resurfaced one after another. Seeing this, Bo Saixi's eyes flashed slightly. At this time, Xiao Yu also noticed Bo Saixi's abnormality. During the battle just now, Bo Saishi seemed to be a little distracted. It seems like after I used the secret technique of exploding rings. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu was shocked. Bo Saishi has fought with Tang Chen, so she must know this move. Damn, I actually forgot about this before. But he should just be suspicious now. I don't need to rush to take action against him for the time being. While thinking, Xiao Yu said calmly, "Senior, I need to ask you to help me find where the wife of the deep-sea demonic whale king is hiding. You can rest assured, with them here, no one can hurt me." As he spoke, Xiao Yu pointed at the bone dragon that the ice and fire dragon king had transformed into. Seeing this, Bo Saishi nodded silently and went to explore the bottom of the demon whale sea. Above the demon whale sea, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged on top of the bone dragon and patiently looked at Bo Saishi who was gradually going away. Until Bo Saixi's figure completely disappeared under the sea. When it disappeared from his sight, Xiao Yu frowned. It was indeed my fault for using the explosive ring in front of Bo Saishi. She had her doubts now. I have to decide quickly how to deal with this. While thinking, Xiao Yu turned his head and looked at the remains of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Looking at the red gold soul ring, there is also the million-year-old trunk bone that is looming in the broken body of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Xiao Yu's thoughts gradually drifted away. If I am not mistaken, in the original work, the deep-sea demonic whale king hid his soul in his soul bone. After Tang San killed the deep-sea demonic whale king, when he was absorbing the soul ring, the million-year-old soul bone of the deep-sea demon whale king actively integrated into Tang San's body. Wait until Tang San enters the inheritance place of Poseidon. The soul of the deep-sea demonic whale king suddenly rebelled. If Poseidon hadn't taken action, Tang San might really have been defeated by the deep-sea demon whale king in a desperate situation. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu snorted coldly. Stretch out your right hand and make an empty stroke in front of you. A small crack appeared again. Xiao He, who had never been on the battlefield just now, floated out of the crack. The moment Xiao He appeared, he noticed the deep-sea demonic whale king beside him. He shouted in surprise, "Congratulations, my lord, you successfully killed the million-year-old deep-sea demonic whale king. You are one step closer to ascending to the throne of God." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded casually. Then Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, "Xiao He, I suspect that the soul of the deep-sea demonic whale king is still hidden in his soul bone. You will cooperate with me in a while. Completely destroy his soul." After seeing Xiao Yu's serious expression, Xiao He responded quickly, "My lord, please don't worry. Playing with souls is what I do best. The soul of the deep-sea demonic whale king will never escape." As he spoke, Xiao He's eyes lit up with blood. His body expanded rapidly. It turned into that weird shadow more than 300 meters high again. Circles of gray-white halo condensed around the body. Seeing this, Xiao Yu nodded silently. Immediately, Xiao Yu raised the barret in his hand again. Above barret, the first soul ring given by Xiao Wu lit up again. At the same time, a transparent vortex appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu's mental power, which was comparable to that of a super Douluo, swarmed into the vortex. It doesn't take a moment. A flashing bullet was condensed by Xiao Yu. After briefly looking at the bullet, Xiao Yu gathered his soul power and reached out to tap Barrett's magazine. The transparent bullet was integrated into Barrett's magazine like running water. Immediately, Xiao Yu pointed Barrett's gun at the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king. At the same time, Xiao Yu shouted, "Do it." Xiao Yu just finished speaking. Buzz. The muzzle of Barrett's gun in his hand flashed. The bullet that gathered all Xiao Yu's mental power was shot out. At the same time, the gray-white halo that Xiao He had condensed during the period just now shot towards the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king. In just one breath, a shrill scream sounded. The purple shadow of the deep-sea demonic whale king emerged from the soul bone. He stared at Xiao Yu with a look of resentment. At this time, a transparent bullet was floating between his eyebrows. Those gray-white halos are like boosters, helping the bullets penetrate deeper. The next moment, kakaka, fine cracks began to appear in the soul of the deep-sea demonic whale king. It doesn't take a moment. Boom. The soul of the deep-sea demonic whale king exploded directly and turned into purple light spots all over the sky. Seeing this, Xiao Yu did not relax his vigilance. He turned to look at Xiao He and said, "You go and see, does the deep-sea demon whale king still have soul fragments left in his soul bones or soul rings?" Hearing this, Xiao He didn't dare to be careless. After hurriedly responding, Xiao He immediately stretched out his tentacles towards the soul ring and soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king. After a while, after completing the investigation, Xiao He looked at Xiao Yu and said, "My lord, I have already checked. The soul of the deep-sea demonic whale king has been completely destroyed." Quote. After hearing Xiao He's words, Xiao Yu nodded. Immediately, Xiao Yu activated his mental power and started his second exploration. After a while, Xiao Yu finally felt relieved. It seems that it has been dealt with. Looking at the remaining soul bones of the deep-sea demonic whale king, Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment. Do I need to absorb the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king? The Shira demonic sword has swallowed up most of the energy in the remaining body of the deep-sea demonic whale king, restoring my state. If I absorb the soul ring and soul bone again, then after that, I even transformed the deep-sea demonic whale king into an undead. He doesn't have much fighting power left. While thinking, Xiao Yu reached out and scratched the remains of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Under the guidance of Xiao Yu's soul power, the million-year-old soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king floated into Xiao Yu's hands. Looking at the dazzling soul bone in his hand, Xiao Yu thought again. I now have the bone dragon transformed from the ice and fire dragon king. Even if there is one more deep-sea demonic whale king, nor can my combat power be qualitatively improved. In addition, it won't be long before I inherit the throne of God Shira. After I achieve the god level, these undead below the god level will not mean much to me. Rather than turning the deep-sea demonic whale king into an undead, it would be better for him to become my stepping stone. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu clenched the soul bone in his hand. At the same time, Xiao Yu summoned his Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. Looking at the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial spirit, Xiao Yu began to think again. What I am missing now is a head soul bone and a torso bone. The quality of the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king is actually very good. However, the origin of the deep-sea demonic whale king has no meaning to my Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit. I still want to collect a complete set of Blue-Silver Emperor soul bones. Push my Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit as much as possible to evolve to a higher level. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu put the soul bone in his hand into the netherworld. At this time, what to do with this soul bone? Xiao Yu had made a decision in his heart. Since I am not going to absorb it, nor am I going to turn it into undead. Then, the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king should be absorbed by Sister Yanyan. It is still necessary to speed up the progress of Sister Yanyan's assessment as soon as possible. Let her achieve the position of Poseidon as soon as possible. While thinking, Xiao Yu switched his martial soul to bear it again. At the same time, it began to pull the soul ring of the deep-sea demonic whale king and integrate it into Barret. Above the demon whale sea, the red-gold soul ring of the deep-sea demonic whale king slowly merged into Xiao Yu's Barret martial soul. During this process, Barret's gun body also glowed with purple light. Hold head high, the shadow of the deep-sea demonic whale king flashed on Barret's gun. The next moment, Barret quickly lit up the white lines on his body. Xiao Yu's killing field also opened at this moment. A strong murderous aura fills the killing field. At the same time, the Shira demonic sword was drawn by the killing field. Suspended in midair, it trembles continuously. The shadows of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor appeared behind Xiao Yu again. Buzz. With the continuous integration of soul rings, Xiao Yu's killing field began to tremble with the frequency of Shira demon sword. Blood-red light covered the shadows of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. The next moment, the Ice Emperor transformed into a prototype. Her torso, which was originally like glass and crystal, was stained with blood-red color. Her body also expanded rapidly. Bone spurs protruded from her joints. This made the Ice Emperor's originally beautiful and delicate body become ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, the Ice and Snow Girl, who was originally wearing white clothes and white hair, also changed. Her snow-white robe turned directly into a blood robe. The black hair on his head was also dyed red by the blood at this moment. The originally stunning iceberg beauty turned into a witch from hell. The next moment, buzz, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor opened their eyes at the same time. Xiao Yu's killing field changed again. The murderous aura inside quickly surged up like boiling water. Exquisite runes appeared in every corner of the killing field. In the blink of an eye, a bloody barrier appeared in front of Xiao Yu. At this time, the fusion of soul rings finally ended. Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes. After briefly feeling the situation inside his body, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth split. Absorbing this million-year-old soul ring, coupled with my previous accumulation, I once again sensed a new bottleneck. In other words, I now have level 90 soul power. As he spoke, Xiao Yu began to sense the soul skills given to him by the million-year-old soul ring of the deep-sea demon whale king. The next moment, Xiao Yu frowned. My killing field has completed its third evolution. At the same time, several abilities previously possessed by the killing field have also been solidified into soul skills. This makes these soul skills strengthened again, and at the same time it becomes more convenient and faster for me to use. While thinking, more information came into Xiao Yu's mind. His brows also gradually relaxed. The number 1 soul skill in the killing field, Killing Barrier. After the barrier is unfolded, except for the one who opened the barrier, no soul master can escape before killing the barrier opener. Within the boundary, after killing the enemy, the owner of the barrier can swallow the blood and any negative emotions of others, and convert it into any form of energy, to restore one's own state. The second soul skill of Killing and Killing, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion Wave. Within the scope of the domain, murderous energy, blood energy, and any negative emotions can be consumed. Used to summon the shadow of the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. The number of ghosts is unlimited, but the strength of the summoned Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion shadow is related to the energy consumed. The third soul skill of Killing and Killing, the solo dance of the Ice and Snow Girl. Consume a certain amount of murderous energy. Summons the phantom of the Ice and Snow Lady. The combat power of the Snow Maiden's phantom is related to the energy consumed when summoned. The fourth soul skill of killing and killing, demon forbidden, spiritual crush. Enable a judgment. All soul masters who lack willpower will fall into a coma. At the same time, within the scope of the field, all soul masters whose cultivation level is lower than that of the user are unable to use soul skills. After receiving this information, Xiao Yu's eyes showed joy. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. After the killing field is solidified into a soul skill, it becomes more convenient to use. The power of soul skills has also been significantly improved. At the same time, the 4 soul skills of his 8th soul ring are all quite effective. The first soul skill, Killing Barrier, takes Xiao Yu's continuous combat ability to another level. Second, the 3rd soul skill can be regarded as a growth soul skill. As Xiao Yu continues to become stronger, the murderous intent in killing will become more and more. There is no need to say much about the 4th soul skill, it is not much different from before. It belongs to the magical skill of clearing the field. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, 2 surprised voices sounded in his ears. Snow Emperor, why have you become like this? Howdy, how did you become like this? After hearing the sound, Xiao Yu put away his chaotic thoughts and looked not far away. At this time, the red-haired Snow Emperor and the blood-robed Ice Emperor were staring at each other. Their eyes were filled with wonder. After noticing each other's eyes, the two quickly checked. Next moment, 2 sharp explosions sounded. Seeing this, Xiao Yu coughed lightly. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, you finally woke up. After hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor looked over. After noticing the red gold soul ring on Xiao Yu's Barret martial soul and the 2 bone dragons beside Xiao Yu, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor were stunned at the same time. Ice Emperor pointed directly at Xiao Yu's soul ring and asked, Xiao Yu, what kind of soul beast soul ring is this? Did you trick that soul beast into sacrificing it to you again? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Immediately, Xiao Yu shook his head at the Ice Emperor and said, No, where is that soul beast? As he spoke, Xiao Yu pointed at the remains of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor looked in the direction of Xiao Yu's finger. The next moment, they all froze in place. The Ice Emperor couldn't help but murmured. This whale's cultivation level is actually higher than that of the Snow Emperor. Xiao Yu, you actually killed such a powerful soul beast. Quote. After nodding, Xiao Yu pointed at the remains of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Xiao He, take out the whale brain and whale beads from the deep-sea demonic whale king. Hearing this, Xiao He on the side quickly responded. My lord, I will obey your command. While speaking, Xiao He once again stretched out a tentacle towards the deep-sea demonic whale king. Xiao He's tentacles lightly swiped in front of the deep-sea demonic whale king's head, and directly cut open the outer flesh and blood of the deep-sea demonic whale king. A burst of fragrant and strong aroma diffused from the breach. Seeing this, Xiao He speeded up. His tentacles penetrated directly along the gap. Next moment, Xiao He directly opened the skull of the deep-sea demonic whale king. The whale brains, which were like molten gold, appeared in front of Xiao Yu, in the middle of the whale brains. A purple gold whale bead was lying there quietly. Seeing this, Xiao He stopped wasting time. His tentacles reached forward. Separate the whale brain and whale beads from the deep-sea demonic whale king. After a while, Xiao He returned to Xiao Yu with these 2 treasures. After receiving the whale brain and whale beads from Xiao He, Xiao Yu began to think. In the original work, the deep-sea demonic whale king's whale bead was used when Tang San went through the final test. It became Tang San's key item in repairing Poseidon's heart. Therefore, this thing must be left to Sister Yanyan. As for whale brain, it doesn't have much effect on me. Let's give him to Sister Yanyan together. It is not enough for me to become a god myself. If one more god helps me, I can be more confident in attacking the Silver Dragon King. While thinking, Xiao Yu directly put the 2 treasures into the nether space at the same time. At the same time, the sea surface of the demon whale sea surged again. Feel the movement of the ocean below. Xiao Yu began to think. It seems that Bo Saishi has successfully found the location of the deep-sea demon whale king's wife. At this time, on the sea surface of the demon whale sea area, dozens of huge whirlpools appeared, stirring up huge waves. Accompanied by bursts of explosions like the power of heaven. The world also became dark again. Xiao Yu didn't care about the changes around him. Xiao Yu just silently recalled the information about the wife of the deep-sea demon whale king in his heart. In the original work, 20,000 years later, during the legendary period of the Dragon King, when the God Realm and Douluo continent lost contact, the wife of the deep-sea demonic whale king chose to be born. After she was born, she actually chose to hide among human forces. This guy destroyed Poseidon Island in a very short period of time. He also slaughtered the demonic Great White Shark clan. She made a deal with the Plane of the Abyss. In an attempt to destroy the world, she is called the Demon Queen. It is not difficult to see from these things that the Demon Emperor is cunning and vicious. Facing such a soul beast, I absolutely cannot give her a chance to escape. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu said to the blue bone dragon beside him, "Seal the surrounding sea areas." Xiao Yu's words haven't finished yet. Boom! Several huge waves more than 300 meters high hit Xiao Yu and the others with overwhelming power. Seeing this, the blue bone dragon beside Xiao Yu let out a long groan. Astonishing power spread from him. Starting from his tail, the blue bone dragon. The bones all over his body quickly lit up with bursts of white light. Until the end, all the energy came together quickly. The next moment, a beam of white light that penetrated the sky and the earth erupted from his mouth. The surging force directly smashed the huge wave into water splashes all over the sky. Immediately, the boundless water splash was frozen into large ice crystals in midair. At the same time, the ice blue light pillar did not stop there, and then shot towards the bottom of the sea. The moment it touched the sea surface, circles of white halo began to spread around. Wherever the white halo passed, everything began to freeze. At this time, the entire Demon Whale Sea area seemed to have turned into a glacier continent. The next moment, boom, the thick ice cracked. At the same time, a figure covered in purple light emerged from under the ice. Seeing this, Xiao Yu sat down on the red bone dragon without any hesitation. He spit out a breath of astonishing dragon breath directly at that figure. Boom! When the red bone dragon's breath collided with that figure, there were sparks all over the sky. The figure also slowed down. At the same time, Bo Saishi, who was holding a scepter, finally caught up. She blocked the path of that figure. After everything calmed down, Xiao Yu silently raised his eyes. At this time, Bo Saishi was confronting a woman in purple. Is that guy the Demon King? Single quote. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, a trace of blood spilled from the corner of the Demon King's mouth. Her expression was painful, and her features were congealed. She looked at Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi with hatred on her face. You damn human soul masters, why do you want to break into our territory? You have killed my husband, is that not enough? Do you want to kill them all? Quote. As she spoke, she stared at Bo Saishi in front of her. You are the high priest of Poseidon Island, and it is your responsibility to protect the sea soul beast. How can you help that land soul master to hunt our sea soul beasts? What's more, I'm still pregnant. As he spoke, the Demon King reached out and caressed his abdomen. There seemed to be a maternal glow in her eyes. Seeing this, Bo Saishi couldn't help but tighten the scepter in his hand. Bo Saixi's mood was complicated. Looking at the Demon Emperor in front of him, Bo Saishi was in a dilemma. At this time, Xiao Yu, who was not far away, also saw Bo Saixi's expression. There was a hint of contemptuous mockery at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, Xiao Yu said coldly, Senior, we have killed the deep-sea demonic whale king. We already have a deadly feud with that guy over there. With that said, Xiao Yu pointed at the Demon Emperor. Senior, look at her appearance. Do you think this guy will be willing to put aside his hatred and live in harmony with us? You must know that she is a soul beast with a cultivation level of nearly 1,000,000 years. If you wait until I ascend to the God realm and your lifespan runs out, when no one can suppress her anymore, do you think this guy will let go of the Aborigines on Poseidon Island? Quote. Hearing this, Bo Saishi was startled. She silently put away the sympathy rising in her heart. Seeing this, the Demon King no longer hesitated. In the astonished eyes of Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi, a burst of blood mist overflowed from the Demon Emperor's body. At the same time, boom boom boom, several bloody light pillars suddenly rose in the Demon Whale Sea area. Those bloody light beams directly broke through the ice and shot into the air. Strange bloody runes were outlined one by one. Less than a breath of time. A huge formation has a tendency to take shape. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately reacted. Senior, take action to stop her immediately. This guy is ready to sacrifice all the creatures in the entire demon whale sea. And use this to enhance strength. While speaking, Xiao Yu had already raised the barret in his hand. Because the ring explosion has just been used once, the soul ring on Xiao Yu Barret's martial soul is still a little unstable. Therefore, Xiao Yu cannot use the second ring explosion for the time being. Xiao Yu could only use the soul skills that came with the first few soul rings. Launched an attack on the Demon King. At the same time, Bo Saishi didn't dare to neglect. The huge shadow of Poseidon appeared behind her. Bo Saixi's blood-red ninth soul ring lit up. Bo Saishi held up the scepter in his hand that could mobilize the power of the sea. He pressed down hard on the Demon Emperor in front of him. She whispered softly, the ninth soul skill, Poseidon's confinement. Bo Saixi's dark blue soul power penetrated into the surrounding space. The strange chain that successfully locked the deep-sea demonic whale king before shot towards the demonic king again. Seeing this, the Demon King snorted coldly. Regarding Xiao Yu's attack, the Demon King had no intention of defending. The Demon Emperor's lips moved a few times, and she murmured in her mouth. Child, Mom is sorry for you. While murmuring, the Demon King slapped himself in the abdomen. The next moment, the Demon Emperor's originally bulging belly quickly flattened out, and another cloud of blood mist burst out from her body. At the same time, the skin and flesh on the Demon King's body also withered. Boundless blood energy spreads around. Take my people. My children, my longevity, my everything. All sacrifices. Blood River God killing formation, start. Accompanied by the Demon King's angry roar. The bloody light soaring into the sky covered everything around him. A blood-colored light curtain rose like flowing water. Xiao Yu and Bo Saixi's attacks dissipated as soon as they landed on this bloody light curtain. At the same time, a blood-red light mask obscured the surrounding space. Block Xiao Yu and Bo Saishi inside. Sorry, late again. There is too little information about the Demon Emperor, and it is very troublesome to find it. God level. This is definitely God level strength. The soul beast in front of me already has a strength close to the God level. As he spoke, Bo Sage's expression became serious. She clenched the scepter in her hand and continued to attack the Demon King. But everything is in vain. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's face didn't look very good. Looking at the blood energy rising into the sky around him, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Xiao Yu's heart. Blood Qi, he murmured this word repeatedly. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. Isn't the first soul skill in the 8th soul ring bestowed upon me by the deep-sea demonic whale king the ability to control blood energy? After thinking about this, Xiao Yu said to Bo Saishi, Senior, help me buy some time. With that said, Xiao Yu ignored Bo Saishi and poured a massive amount of soul power into his martial soul. The next moment, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up with blood. A blood-red halo escaped from Xiao Yu's body and spread around. At the same time, the space around Xiao Yu began to distort slightly. An invisible whirlpool seemed to appear around Xiao Yu. A huge amount of blood energy was pulled in the direction of Xiao Yu. As the surrounding blood energy decreases, the strange bloody runes that had been controlled by the Demon King began to tremble. In just one breath, many runes collapsed. Seeing this, the expression of the Demon Emperor, who was hiding behind the bloody light curtain, changed. This is mine. This is what I sacrificed to my people. My child, my gift of strength. How dare you? The Demon King's eyes became even crazier. The next moment, the Demon Emperor's body became thin again. At this time, the bones in her body also began to shatter. Became a sacrifice to the Great Formation. The Demon King began to pant violently. Ah! After giving a sharp shout, the Demon King waved his claw towards Xiao Yu. Following the Demon King's movements, the blood energy all around quickly gathered together. A blood-colored bone claw nearly a kilometer in size gradually condensed out. With terrifying power, it hit Xiao Yu not far away. After noticing the Demon Emperor's actions, Bo Saishi did not dare to neglect. Although she didn't know how Xiao Yu controlled the blood energy around him. However, Bo Saishi knew that Xiao Yu was their only hope for a comeback. After thinking about this, Bo Saixi's blood-red ninth soul ring began to flicker violently. At the same time, the shadow of Poseidon behind her gradually became solid. The ninth soul skill, Poseidon is coming. The next moment, Bo Saixi's blood-red ninth soul ring immediately shattered. It turned into spots of light that filled the sky and merged into the shadow of Poseidon behind Bo Saishi. Boom! A pillar of ocean blue light fell down. The consciousness of Poseidon, the god of the sea, descended into the phantom. This made the Poseidon shadow behind Bo Saishi become more agile. Next moment, the Poseidon shadow behind Bo Saishi trembled. A power unique to the gods appeared. Poseidon, the god of the sea, arrived successfully. Looking at the demon king not far away, Poseidon snorted coldly. Sacrifice everything you have in exchange for power. An evil soul beast like you is not worthy of living in my sea. As he spoke, Poseidon raised the Poseidon trident in his hand. He hit the demon king hard. At this time, the demon king's eyes had become crazy. She has lost her mind. After noticing Poseidon's attack, the demon king, who fell into madness, refused to dodge. She directly used the bloody bone claws to rush towards Poseidon. The next moment, boom, where the two collided, a huge shock wave appeared. The sea level within a radius of 10,000 meters dropped several meters. Boundless water waves wash away in all directions. After completing this blow, Poseidon was about to continue the pursuit. Beside him, Bo Saixi's body suddenly trembled. The next moment, Bo Saishi spat out a mouthful of blood. The power of Poseidon is too strong. With Bo Saixi's current strength, there is no way he can carry it for too long. Seeing this, Poseidon frowned. When I come to the world, I can only use 20% of my power. Can't you even bear this? Quote. Hearing this, Bo Saishi hurriedly knelt down. Feel sorry, Lord Poseidon, facing his lifelong belief, Bo Saishi was speechless for a moment. She wanted to defend herself, but she didn't know what to say. Just as Poseidon's expression gradually became impatient, Xiao Yu's voice sounded. Lord Poseidon, please stop for now. Just let me do it later. Hearing this, Poseidon looked towards Xiao Yu. At this time, the Blood River God-killing formation deployed by the Demon King showed signs of instability. The blood-colored light shield that originally shrouded the sea began to disintegrate. Countless new runes were flying around Xiao Yu. The blood energy soaring to the sky has gathered around Xiao Yu. When Poseidon turned his head, Xiao Yu had already set up the barret in his hand and pointed it at the demon emperor who had just been knocked away. After noticing Poseidon's eyes, Xiao Yu chuckled. Immediately, all the boundless blood energy was absorbed into Barrett's martial spirit. At the same time, boom, there was a thunderous sound. The red gold 8th soul ring that Xiao Yu had just obtained exploded suddenly. Endless golden light spots also submerged into Barrett. The next moment, a giant Barrett, nearly 100 meters long and surrounded by a golden red halo, appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Seeing this scene before him, Poseidon, the god of the sea, sighed in his heart. God level, another god level, this brat has not even touched the limits of mortals, but he already possesses god level combat power. Shira, you have found a good successor. At this time, Poseidon, the god of the sea, knew. I am no longer needed here. In his opinion, Xiao Yu's power is enough to kill the demon emperor. After thinking about this, Poseidon, the god of the sea, glanced at Bo Saishi who was a little confused. Immediately, Poseidon, the god of the sea, shook his head helplessly. His figure slowly disappeared from the spot. At the same time, boom, there was a loud bang. A torrent of blood golden water rushed towards the demon king not far away. At this time, after the demon queen withstood another blow from Poseidon, the blood in her eyes became less intense. She regained some consciousness. When he noticed Xiao Yu's attack, the demon emperor's heart trembled. But by now it was too late for her to escape. The demon king sighed helplessly. It's over. The next moment, the blood gold torrent crushed over her body. After the demon king made the sacrifice, his body, which was riddled with holes, was turned into ashes by the blood gold torrent. After a while, wait until everything calms down. Xiao Yu raised his eyes and looked not far away. At this time, the demon king's original location was empty. There is only one red gold soul ring shining with dazzling brilliance. Seeing this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Xiao He beside him and said, Xiao He, go and investigate. Let's see if there is any remnant of the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king's wife. Hearing this, Xiao He immediately flew towards the red gold soul ring. After a while, Xiao He landed in front of Xiao Yu and said, My lord, the wife of the deep-sea demonic whale king has no soul bones left behind. But her soul has completely dissipated. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. He controlled the bone dragon and flew towards the red gold soul ring. After using his mental power to check again, Xiao Yu felt relieved. He sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the Demon Emperor's soul ring. Finally caught up, after a while, above the Demon Whale Sea. The slightly tired Bo Saishi looked at Xiao Yu, who was absorbing the soul ring from a distance. At this time, Bo Saixi's mood was a little complicated. Where did Xiao Yu learn this secret technique of ring explosion? What is his relationship with Tanghao? Single quote. Bo Saixi's thoughts drifted away, and she remembered the scene when she and Xiao Yu met for the first time. At that time, Xiao Yu told her, after Dugu Yan becomes the god of the sea, he will let her go free. Let her make up for her regrets. After thinking of this, Bo Saishi couldn't help but murmur. Xiao Yu, what is your relationship with Tang Chen? You know how to explode, and you know what happened to me back then. Could it be that your surname is Tang? So you deliberately led me to think in that direction. Quote. While thinking, Bo Saixi's eyes showed a hint of hope. The look she looked at Xiao Yu became gentler. At this time, buzz. After an invisible fluctuation, similar to the scene when Poseidon comes, a bloody beam of light fell from the sky. At this time, the Shira demon sword that was originally lying flat in front of Xiao Yu suddenly trembled. The next moment, the Shira demonic sword began to break apart. In Bo Saixi's shocked eyes, the Shira demon sword turned into countless blood-red light spots and merged into Xiao Yu's Barret martial spirit. During this process, the appearance of Xiao Yu's Barret martial spirit changed again. Barret's gun body completely turned blood red. At the same time, the red gold soul ring left by the Demon Emperor was directly integrated into Barret's martial soul. The next moment, the soul power in Xiao Yu's body began to stir. The majestic aura crushed all around. After feeling the breath of the grassland, Bo Saixi's expression changed slightly. I have absorbed 2 million-year-old soul rings. What kind of terrifying existence will it create? In Bo Saixi's expectant eyes, Xiao Yu's aura continued to grow stronger. Level 91, Level 92, 97th level soul power. Bo Saishi couldn't help but exclaimed, although she already knew it. After absorbing the million-year soul ring, Xiao Yu's soul power will increase greatly. But she didn't expect it at all. While Xiao Yu broke through the bottleneck, he actually increased his soul power by 7 levels at once. Although Xiao Yu directly increased his soul power by 10 levels at once when he collected the soul ring of the deep-sea demonic whale king. However, the gap between title-level soul power and contra-level soul power is so great that they cannot be compared at all. The title level is known as the first level and the first level. Every level of soul power is different. Looking at Xiao Yu, whose aura was still getting stronger, Bo Saishi smiled bitterly. Back then, I only improved my soul power by 2 to 3 levels. In Bo Saixi's shocked eyes, Xiao Yu's breath gradually stabilized. Finally, it was settled at level 97 soul power. At this time, Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the abundant soul power in his body, Xiao Yu became more and more satisfied. It's quick, it's quick. There are still 2 soul ring positions on my blue-silver emperor martial soul. After I complete these 2 soul rings, I should be able to reach level 99 soul power. The road to becoming a god is right in front of you. While thinking, Xiao Yu suddenly felt a little strange. Why do I feel like something is missing? The next second, Xiao Yu frowned after reacting. Where has my Shira demonic sword gone? Just as Xiao Yu was thinking, Xiao Hei's voice sounded. My lord, the Shira demonic sword has been integrated into your martial soul. Hearing this, Xiao Yu looked at his Barret. At this time, the appearance of his Barret martial spirit had changed a lot. From the color scheme of the martial soul, Xiao Yu could vaguely see the shadow of the Shira demon sword. After noticing this, Xiao Yu closed his eyes and began to feel it. Next moment, Xiao Yu froze on the spot. The only soul skill of the 9th soul ring, the Shira demon sword form. There is no consumption for using soul skills. After using the soul skill, the martial soul will transform into the form of Shira demon sword. You will get a new soul skill configuration. Only limited effect. Within 1 year, use the Shira demonic sword form to kill the soul beast. It can swallow the soul ring and soul bones of soul beasts to increase the life of one's own soul ring and soul bones. It took a long while before Xiao Yu came back to his senses. After taking another look at the Barret martial spirit in his hand, Xiao Yu no longer hesitated. The next moment, Xiao Yu's red gold ninth soul ring lit up. Barret's martial spirit also changed accordingly. In an instant, Barret in Xiao Yu's hand turned into the form of Shira demon sword. At the same time, more information poured into Xiao Yu's mind. After a while, Xiao Yu couldn't help but murmured. After transforming into a form, I actually obtained a brand new second set of soul skills. While murmuring, Xiao Yu injected a small amount of soul power into the Shira demon sword. Next moment, Xiao Yu held the Shira demon sword and raised his hand to slash at the ice below. A blood-red light blade dozens of meters long was slashed out by Xiao Yu. The light blade easily cut through the thick ice. It stretched forward for hundreds of meters before slowly dissipating. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be a little amazed. Is this the power of the artifact? Just as Xiao Yu was thinking, Bo Seixi's voice came. Xiao Yu, I have something to ask you. After hearing the sound, Xiao Yu looked towards Bo Seishi. At this time, Bo Seishi was in a bit of a mess. Only 8 of Bo Seixi's 9 soul rings were left at this time. The last blood-red soul ring has also disappeared. Noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, Bo Seishi quickly explained. Xiao Yu, you don't need to worry. My 9th spirit ring only disappeared temporarily. This is the price you must pay for calling Lord Poseidon to come. While speaking, Bo Seishi leaned towards Xiao Yu again. She asked hesitantly, Xiao Yu, what is your relationship with Tang Chen? After hearing Bo Seixi's question, Xiao Yu was stunned for a moment. What kind of relationship can Tang Chen and I have? Single quote. Just as Xiao Yu was thinking, Bo Seishi said something shocking again. Xiao Yu, actually your surname is not Xiao. Your real name is Tang Yu, right? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu reacted immediately. Bo Seishi has indeed recognized the secret technique of ring explosion. But she actually regarded me as a disciple of Haoshan Sect. After thinking of this, Xiao Yu had an idea in his mind. Xiao Yu made an angry expression. My surname is not Tang, please don't mention this surname to me. At this time, Bo Seishi had a clear view of Xiao Yu's expression. She subconsciously began to make up her mind. It seems that Xiao Yu is indeed related to Haoshan Sect. Has his second martial soul mutated? Is it because of this reason that he was expelled from Haoshan Sect? Later, Xiao Yu relied on his own cultivation to reach this point, and then went to sea to find the inheritance of Shen Zhuan. Until you met me. As he thought about it, Bo Seixi's expression became gentler. 3 days later, on the top of Poseidon Mountain, in front of Poseidon Temple. Accompanied by the whistling wind, a bone dragon slowly landed in front of the temple. Xiao Yu and Bo Seishi stepped off the bone dragon one after another. Senior, please slow down. Xiao Yu stepped forward and helped Bo Seishi walk into the temple. Feeling Xiao Yu's movements, Bo Seishi said helplessly. Xiao Yu, I'm not that fragile. Although I have temporarily lost 1 soul ring, I am still at the title level. Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. Senior, where are you talking about? You and my ancestors are old acquaintances, this is the etiquette that the younger generation should fulfill. In Bo Seixi's helpless eyes, Xiao Yu helped him into the Poseidon Temple. After completing all this, Xiao Yu said goodbye to Bo Seishi. Looking at Xiao Yu riding away on the bone dragon, Bo Seixi's smile gradually faded, and she couldn't help but sigh. So many years have passed. Tang Chen, I didn't expect that you already have such an outstanding junior. While talking, Bo Seishi walked into the Poseidon Temple holding his scepter. At this time, her back looked a little lonely. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who was above the bone dragon, thought silently. 3 days ago, Bo Seishi recognized the secret technique of ring explosion. At that time, I was ready to take action directly. I didn't expect that. Bo Seishi mistakenly thought that I was Tang Chen's descendant. This is an unexpected surprise. High in the sky, Xiao Yu overlooked several cities on Poseidon Island. His thoughts gradually drifted away. Bo Seixi's prestige on Poseidon Island is extremely high. For some soul masters on Poseidon Island, Bo Seishi is sacred and inviolable. The status of Bo Seishi, the high priest, in their hearts was even higher than that of Poseidon. This can be seen from the original work, when the Sea Witch asked Zhu Zuqing and others why they wanted to inherit the divine throne. With Bo Seixi's support, I subsequently gathered the soul masters from Poseidon Island. There will be no resistance. Moreover, the prestige that Poseidon Island has accumulated on the sea for countless years will also be my help. Those who live by the sea will become potential believers. In addition, Sister Yanyan's subsequent assessment will be very smooth, so I don't need to worry too much. Single quote. While Xiao Yu was thinking, the sound of raging waves came. Xiao Yu came to his senses when he heard the sound and looked down. At this time, the bone dragon had flown to the desperate situation of angry waves. This is the place where Du Guyan conducted the third test of tidal body training. Clatter. The bone dragon slowly stood on the ground. After getting off the bone dragon, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and drew forward. The portal to the netherworld opens again. After Xiao Yu took the bone dragon back into the netherworld, a cheerful voice came. Xiao Yu, what kind of spirit beast is that bone dragon you just rode? Why do I feel that its strength is even comparable to that of the high priest? Hearing this, Xiao Yu turned around and looked. Demonic great white shark Xiaobai was running towards Xiao Yu quickly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu spoke. Your feelings are wrong. As he said that, Xiao Yu ignored Xiaobai's unhappy expression. Xiao Yu looked at the deep-sea sinking silver pillar not far away. At this time, Du Guyan was being tested by the waves on the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea. Xiao Yu asked in a deep voice. Xiaobai, after Senior Bo Saishi accompanied me to hunt for souls. You are here to protect Sister Yanyan and complete the assessment. How is Sister Yanyan's progress now? How long had she been under the tide? Quote. Hearing this, Xiaobai also looked at Du Guyan. Looking at Du Guyan who was still gritting his teeth and persisting, Xiaobai couldn't help but sigh. It's been almost 14 hours now. You must know that she could only see this for more than an hour at the beginning. She has made great progress. Du Guyan, the successor of Lord Poseidon. Although her talent is not particularly good, I admire her willpower. After a pause, Xiaobai continued. It has been almost a year since she started the tidal body refining test. During this time, she has been catching up where she had fallen behind. But the progress is still a bit slow. Hearing this, Xiao Yu frowned. How much more is left? After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Xiaobai sighed. There is still about a week left before the third exam ends. But Du Guyan still has 147 hours left to fill. In other words, Du Guyan will be in the next 7 days. You must stay on the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea for 21 hours every day. As he spoke, Xiaobai's tone also had a hint of worry. Du Guyan, the limit that he can endure now is about 15 hours. She basically has no chance of completing the third test. After hearing Xiaobai's words, Xiao Yu was also a little lucky. Fortunately, I didn't absorb the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king, otherwise Sister Yanyan's assessment might have ended. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu spoke. You don't need to worry about this, I have a way to solve this problem. As he spoke, Xiao Yu ignored the astonished Xiaobai. He flew directly towards the deep-sea sinking silver pillar. When Xiao Yu came to Shanghai Shenyinju, another wave of waves crashed over him. Xiao Yu did not deploy his martial spirit. He just casually reached out and blocked the back. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yu's powerful soul power turned into a curtain of light, blocking the huge wave nearly 100 meters high. At the same time, Du Guyan, who was waiting for the next wave to hit, opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw Xiao Yu in front of him, Du Guyan couldn't help but murmured. Am I hallucinating again? After hearing what Du Guyan said, Xiao Yu chuckled. Immediately, Xiao Yu directly used his soul power to open the copper rings that locked Du Guyan's hands and feet, carrying Du Guyan back to the land. At this time, Du Guyan had also come to his senses. She looked at Xiao Yu and asked with some surprise. Xiao Yu, was your previous soul hunting operation going well? Are you injured? How are you doing now? Quote. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Xiao Yu's face again. Sister Yanyan, see for yourself. With that said, Xiao Yu summoned his Barret martial spirit. This time, Xiao Yu did not use the camouflage ability of the blue-silver domain. 6 red, 1 black, 2 red gold. 9 soul rings appeared behind Xiao Yu at once. Both Du Guyan and Xiaobai were stunned on the spot. After a while, Xiaobai exclaimed, a golden soul ring. Lord Poseidon's 10th ring back then was also golden. Xiao Yu, these 2 soul rings, are they god-level soul rings? How can this be? Could it be said that Xiao Yu, you hunted 2 god-level soul beasts? Quote. After hearing Xiaobai's voice, Du Guyan also came back to his senses. Du Guyan's face showed a look of surprise. She hugged Xiao Yu's arm and said, "Xiao Yu, congratulations, you are now a titled Douluo." Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. Then Xiao Yu stretched out his free arm and drew forward. The next moment, the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Looking at the soul bone in Xiao Yu's hand, Du Guyan and Xiaobai were both stunned. The astonishing aura on the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king impacted the minds of both of them all the time. This is a million-year-old soul bone. Looking at the soul bone in Xiao Yu's hand, Xiaobai couldn't help but murmur. After another glance at the two golden soul rings behind Xiao Yu, Xiaobai couldn't help but think. Xiao Yu has only been away for a few days, and he already has 2 million-year-old soul rings. Counting the time spent traveling, this means Xiao Yu most likely killed 2 million-year-old soul beasts at the same time. This requires such terrifying strength. I know the strength of the high priest. At most, she helped Xiao Yu hold back a million-year-old soul beast. This means that the other million-year-old soul beast was solved by Xiao Yu alone. After thinking of this, Xiaobai looked at Xiao Yu with a hint of awe. Looking at Xiao Yu not far away, Xiaobai felt disrespectful in his heart. Compared to that time, Xiao Yu now has 2 more million-year-old soul rings. How strong is he now? Was Lord Poseidon Xiao Yu's rival before he became a god? Single quote. While thinking, Xiaobai glanced at the soul bone in Xiao Yu's hand again. The next moment, she had an idea in her mind that even she couldn't believe. Why is Xiao Yu taking out this million-year-old soul bone now? Could it be that he wanted to give this soul bone to Du Guyan? Thinking of this, Xiaobai couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At the same time, Du Guyan also came back to his senses. She frowned and looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, why haven't you absorbed this soul bone? This soul bone should come from the same soul beast as the soul ring you absorbed. This is a treasure you must absorb as quickly as possible, so as not to let others see it and covet it. Sister Yanyan, this soul bone is specially reserved for you." Xiao Yu directly interrupted Du Guyan. With that said, Xiao Yu handed over the soul bone in his hand. After seeing Xiao Yu's actions, Du Guyan subconsciously took 2 steps back. "Xiao Yu, I don't need this soul bone. This million-year-old soul bone can lay a solid foundation for you. Help you take a step further on the road to becoming a god. I can't have it." Quote. After hearing Du Guyan's words, Xiaobai felt a sense of unreality in his heart. Xiaobai knows very well what level of treasure soul bones are to humans. Not to mention that what Xiao Yu took out was a million-year-old soul bone. That's something that most soul masters don't even dare to think about. Xiaobai couldn't think of it at all. One day, I will see such a strange scene. The 2 human soul masters, both of whom lacked soul bones, actually began to give each other soul bones. And what they were pushing for was million-year-old soul bones. Thinking of this, Xiaobai subconsciously slapped himself. Snapped. The crisp sound attracted the attention of both Xiao Yu and Du Guyan. Xiaobai, who felt the pain, also came to his senses. She coughed slightly. "Ahem, I may have been overworked recently. I feel like I'm hallucinating. It's not that there's something wrong with my brain, don't think too much." Hearing this, Xiao Yu and Du Guyan withdrew their gazes. Seeing that Du Guyan wanted to refuse, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, "Sister Yanyan, although this soul bone is precious, but it doesn't do much for me. What I want to collect is a complete set of blue-silver emperor soul bones. If not for killing another million-year-old soul beast, something unexpected happened. As a result, no soul bone was exploded. I also want to give you another soul bone." But, just as Du Guyan was about to speak, Xiao Yu interrupted directly. "Sister Yanyan, this soul bone is more important to you. It can help you complete the assessment faster. Only after you become a god can you truly help me." Quote. Hearing what Xiao Yu said, Du Guyan silently swallowed back all the words that came to his lips. After taking over the soul bone obtained by Xiao Yu, Du Guyan ignored Xiaobai beside him and kissed Xiao Yu directly. Seeing this, Xiaobai's mouth twitched. She silently walked to the edge of the cliff and jumped off without looking back. After a while, Du Guyan let go of Xiao Yu. There was still a hint of blush on her cheeks. Although this was not the first time she had done something like this, she was still a little shy. Seeing this, Xiao Yu chuckled. Sister Yan, hurry up and absorb it now. In the next period of time, I will use soul skills to assist you in absorbing soul bones. You don't have much time left for the assessment. You must seize every minute and every second. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Du Guyan also thought about his progress assessment. Thinking of this, Du Guyan did not dare to hesitate any longer. Xiao Yu, wait until the assessment is completed. I'll give you a gift too. With that said, Du Guyan sat down directly on the spot. Cross one's knees and begin to absorb the soul bones. Seeing this, Xiao Yu didn't think much about it. The Blue-Silver Emperor martial spirit was directly summoned. With the consumption of soul power, the first few soul rings on the Blue-Silver Emperor's martial soul flickered one after another. All kinds of rays of light shone on Du Guyan. 3 hours later, as the sun sets, the warm sea breeze blows on Xiao Yu and Du Guyan. The next moment, buzz, the aura on Du Guyan's body fluctuated. In a very short period of time, Du Guyan's aura began to rise rapidly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu began to think. I left Poseidon Island for more than a year. Sister Yan relies on the reward she received when she completed the second test. Her soul power level has been raised to level 67. She was already very close to the Soul Saint level. Now he has successfully absorbed the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king. Sister Yan can easily break through to level 70 soul power. Just because of bottleneck restrictions, Sister Yan has no way to continue to break through. The remaining energy in the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king, part of this energy was transformed into her soul power. Another part began to temper her body. However, the energy in the soul bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king is still too much. More energy will be deposited in her body. Wait until Sister Yan gets the next soul ring. Only then will those energies be completely integrated into her body and help her go further. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, Du Guyan's aura gradually stabilized. After a while, Du Guyan slowly opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Yu in front of him. She asked softly, Xiao Yu, how long did it take for me to absorb the soul bone? About 3 days or so. Xiao Yu blurted out without changing his expression. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Du Guyan was stunned. 3 days, it's over, time is running out. Xiao Yu, hurry up and send me up for the assessment. I'm running out of time. Quote, while speaking, Du Guyan quickly stood up and looked at Xiao Yu anxiously. Seeing Du Guyan trusting him without reservation, Xiao Yu stepped forward and hugged him. Sister Yan, don't worry. I'm just kidding. It only took you about 3 hours to absorb the soul bone. You still have time. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Du Guyan was stunned for a moment. Immediately, Du Guyan rolled his eyes at Xiao Yu. You know how to bully me. After laughing twice, Xiao Yu sent Du Guyan back to the deep sea above the sinking silver pillar. I found a suitable place. Wait patiently. 7 days later. Above the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea. Boom. Endless huge waves hit Du Guyan's body one after another. Washed by huge waves, the millions-year-old trunk bones that have just been absorbed by Du Guyan continued to release energy, tempering Du Guyan's body. At this time, Xiao Yu, who was standing not far away and watching, began to think silently. It should be almost done, within these 7 days. Sister Yan spent almost the whole time on the deep-sea sinking silver pillar. The progress of the assessment must have caught up. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, a wave of energy that was difficult to conceal appeared. After feeling this, Xiao Yu raised his eyes and looked at Du Guyan. At this time, it was between Du Guyan's eyebrows. The golden trident brand emits a glowing blue light. The vast sea universe cover floated out from it. Huge energy also burst out. At the same time, Du Guyan's body trembled. The million-year-old trunk bones in her body also burst out with a burst of majestic energy. It complemented the vast sea and universe shield in front of her. The next moment, the vast sea universe cover turned into a drop of water and merged into Du Guyan's body again. Fusion with that million-year-old trunk bone. Pulled by these two energies, Du Guyan's snow-white jade phosphorus snake spirit was released unconsciously by her. Buzz. After a burst of invisible fluctuations, the size of the jade phosphorus snake began to expand rapidly. Characteristics such as dragon horns and 4 claws appear on the body of Du Guyan's biphosphorus snake spirit. At the same time, another roar sounded. The sky became dark. Thick dark clouds gathered over the raging waves. The next moment, endless frost spreads around. Countless crystal snowflakes fell towards the sea. The moment it comes into contact with these snowflakes, the sea water immediately begins to freeze. After a while, a slender white dragon appeared behind Du Guyan. At this time, the entire raging waves situation became quiet. All the surrounding sea was frozen. The originally turbulent and huge sea water turned into crystal clear ice sculptures. The golden trident mark on Du Guyan's forehead lit up at this moment. The majestic voice of Poseidon sounded again. Exceeded assessment expectations. Through the soul bone of the trunk and the energy injection from the vast sea universe cover. The martial soul has completed its evolution. The third test of tidal body refining was overcompleted. The Poseidon affinity increases by 15%, and the total affinity is 25%. Quote. After hearing the voice in his head, Du Guyan felt happy. Immediately, Du Guyan broke free from the shackles of the copper ring. In Xiao Yu's surprised eyes, Du Guyan tapped the sunken silver pillar in the deep sea with his toes. Jumped towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was just about to use his teleportation soul skill to bring Du Guyan back. Du Guyan's ice blue soul power appeared on the soles of her feet. The next moment, a crystal clear ice crystal appeared on the sole of Du Guyan's foot. Stepping on the ice crystals with his feet, Du Guyan jumped a certain distance again. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was relieved. He slowly flew towards Du Guyan. After a while, Xiao Yu caught Du Guyan in the air. After still holding the other party's soft body, he brought her back to the land. Xiao Yu asked, Sister Yanyan, how could you think of moving in this way? After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Du Guyan also showed a trace of contentment on his face. Xiao Yu, this is the method I figured out when I was going through the second test. As he said that, Du Guyan looked at Xiao Yu eagerly. All he had to do was say these 5 words, come and praise me. Seeing this, Xiao Yu burst out laughing. After a while, in Du Guyan's resentful eyes, Xiao Yu said in a coaxing tone. Sister Yanyan, you are the best. Why are you so smart? Snort. Of course. Quote. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Du Guyan's face bloomed with a smile again. At this moment, a coughing sound came from behind Xiao Yu. Ahem. Xiao Yu and Du Guyan looked back when they heard the sound. At this time, Bo Saishi holding a scepter was standing behind them. Seeing this, Du Guyan quickly let go of Xiao Yu and said hello to Bo Saishi. High Priest. Xiao Yu also cupped his hands towards Bo Saishi. Senior. Seeing this, Bo Saishi held his head slightly. After looking Du Guyan up and down, Bo Saishi asked in a deep voice. Du Guyan, what is your current affinity with Poseidon? Hearing this, Du Guyan looked at Bo Saishi with some confusion. After noticing the other party's serious expression, Du Guyan immediately responded, High Priest, my Poseidon affinity has reached 25%. After hearing what Du Guyan said, Bo Saishi was a little frightened. She asked quickly, 25, you are only taking your 3rd exam now. Why is it so high? Quote. Seeing this, Du Guyan immediately responded. High Priest, the Poseidon affinity I got in the 1st and 2nd tests was both 5%. Just finished the 3rd test. Because I overcompleted the assessment, my Poseidon affinity was 15%. Quote. After hearing Du Guyan's words, Bo Saishi showed a satisfied expression on his face. Immediately, Bo Saishi flipped his wrist. A God-given soul ring bead emitting a little golden light appeared in her hand. Du Guyan, you broke through the bottleneck in the assessment. Please accept this God-given soul ring. Quote. After seeing the God-given soul ring in Bo Saixi's hand, Du Guyan felt happy. Immediately, Du Guyan bowed slightly to Bo Saishi. Thank you, High Priest. With that said, Du Guyan took the God-given soul ring bead from Bo Saixi's hand. Seeing this, Bo Saishi nodded slightly. Du Guyan, keep working hard. Try to complete the 9th Poseidon examination as soon as possible. Hearing this, Du Guyan immediately responded. High Priest, please rest assured. I will definitely work hard. Quote. After seeing Du Guyan's correct attitude, Bo Saishi stopped staying and disappeared directly. After Bo Saishi left, Du Guyan looked at Xiao Yu and said. Xiao Yu, wait for me. I will absorb this soul ring now. I'll break through to the Soul Saint level first. I feel like I am this time. can reach at least level 76, or even level 77 soul power. With that said, Du Guyan was ready to start absorbing the God-given soul ring. Seeing this, Xiao Yu grabbed Du Guyan. In Du Guyan's confused eyes, Xiao Yu said, "Sister Yan, there is an upper limit for the God-given soul ring beads. You absorbed the million-year-old torso bone of the deep-sea demonic whale king and underwent tidal body refining. It won't be too difficult for you now to absorb 100,000-year soul ring." Quote. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued, "Sister Yan, the God-given soul ring bead is defective. Using God-given soul ring beads, you can only obtain soul rings that are at most 100,000 years old. Moreover, the God-given soul ring can only have one soul skill. Therefore, you should not absorb such a God-given soul ring bead. After a while, I plan to go to the far north to look for those things that I didn't find last time. When the time comes, I will take you to hunt a few. Or you can convince an ice attribute 100,000-year soul beast to sacrifice for you." Hunting a 100,000-year soul beast. Du Guyan looked at Xiao Yu with some confusion. Thinking back to Xiao Yu's tone just now when he said that he wanted to kill the 100,000-year-old soul beast or persuade the other party to sacrifice, Du Guyan couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, when she thought of the terrifying soul ring configuration she just saw on Xiao Yu, she also knew very well that hunting down a 100,000-year soul beast would not be difficult for Xiao Yu. Thinking of this, Du Guyan's face showed an expression of admiration. She put her arms around Xiao Yu. The whole body seemed to have no bones, sticking to Xiao Yu's body. He leaned into Xiao Yu's ear and said, "Xiao Yu, then I'll leave it to you from now on." Feeling Du Guyan's warm breathing, Xiao Yu hugged him with one hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." After a moment of tenderness, Du Guyan, who was lying in Xiao Yu's arms, looked up and asked Xiao Yu, "By the way, Xiao Yu, you just said you were going to the far north to look for something. What are you looking for?" Quote, "A million-year-old soul beast and a 100,000-year-old snow lotus." After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Du Guyan couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah, are there so many million-year-old soul beasts in this world?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. "There are not many million-year-old soul beasts. I only know 3 of them, and 2 of them have become my soul rings. So, does the last one still stay in the far north? I don't really know." Quote. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued, "And whether that 100,000-year-old snow lotus really exists? I'm not too sure either." Hearing this, Du Guyan began to think. After a moment, Du Guyan asked with some confusion, "Xiao Yu, the area of the far north is not small. And no one has ever explored there. Although you have been there once, your stay was not long. How are you going to find that million-year-old soul beast?" Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu summoned his Barret martial spirit. In Du Guyan's surprised eyes, Xiao Yu said, "Sister Yan, when I was completing the divine examination, I still had to absorb high-quality soul rings and soul bones. Xiao Wu also gained certain benefits. Now she is sleeping in the soul ring. Later, when I finish the final exam, I'm going to resurrect her directly. Now, let me introduce you to 2 new companions. This time I go to the far north to find treasures and need their help. In addition, Sister Yan, the 300,000-year soul rings you are missing now, they might also be able to help you solve it." As he spoke, Xiao Yu's 8th soul ring lit up. Rich blood light escaped from it. Just a few moments. The Snow Emperor, who looks like a cold witch with red hair and blood robe, and the Ice Emperor who looks like a scorpion, appeared in front of Xiao Yu. The moment he saw Xiao Yu, the Ice Emperor's size quickly began to shrink. In one breath, she transformed into a little red-haired Lolita. After taking a look at himself and the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor said with some annoyance, "Xiao Yu, look at me and Snow Emperor. I forgot to tell you last time. Take a look, how did we both become such ghosts? It's really ugly." Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu spread his hands and said, "This is an accident." After a pause, Xiao Yu continued, "Ice Emperor, I will definitely be able to ascend to the throne of God within a year. At that time, whatever body you want, I'll pinch one out for you and that's it." After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ice Emperor exclaimed again, "Within 1 year, ascend to the throne of God? Xiao Yu, when you become a god, you won't be only 15 years old. At your age, other human soul masters are probably at the soul master level at most. After muttering a few words, Ice Emperor suddenly froze. After a while, the Ice Emperor came back to his senses and looked at Xiao Yu in disbelief. Xiao Yu, you just said that you can help me create a physical body at will. So, is it okay to change gender? Quote, saying that, the Ice Emperor turned to look at the Snow Emperor. Seeing this, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. Having read the original work, he naturally understands it, having spent hundreds of thousands of years getting along with it. The Ice Emperor had already fallen in love with the Snow Emperor, if it weren't for the fact that they were of the same gender. They have already broken through that relationship. Just as Xiao Yu was thinking, Snow Emperor's cold voice sounded. Ice Emperor, please stop thinking about it. While speaking, Snow Emperor looked at Du Guyan. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Xiao Yu, did you call us out this time to introduce that little girl to us? After hearing Emperor Shui's words, Du Guyan let go of Xiao Yu's hand. She smiled and nodded to Snow Emperor. Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, hello, my name is Du Guyan. Very happy to meet all of you. Quote, hearing this, Snow Emperor also nodded towards Du Guyan. Hello, I am the Ice and Snow Girl from the far north. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor also put away his previous posture. She also said sternly to Du Guyan, hello, I am the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion from the far north. After the three of them got to know each other briefly, Xiao Yu then spoke, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor, I came to you this time because I want to ask for your help. I want to find two things in the far north. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor has not spoken yet. The Ice Emperor immediately agreed. Xiao Yu, just say it. The far north is my territory and that of the Snow Emperor. No matter what you're looking for, I can help you find it. After hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the corners of Xiao Yu's lips curled up. He said playfully, Ice Emperor, what I'm looking for is the million-year-old Tianmeng ice silkworm. There is also a snow lotus that is about 100,000 years old. After knowing Xiao Yu's goal, Ice Emperor frowned. Tianmeng, are there still snow lotuses that are 100,000 years old? This, as he spoke, Ice Emperor scratched his head helplessly. After thinking for a moment, the Ice Emperor continued. Xiao Yu, I have indeed seen the million-year-old Tianmeng ice silkworm once. I wanted to eat it, but it ran away. I don't know where it is hiding now. After the Ice Emperor finished speaking, the Snow Emperor spoke. Xiao Yu, I don't know much about Tianmeng. As for Snow Lotus, I do know where they grow, but I have never seen 100,000-year-old Snow Lotus. If you want to find Tianmeng and the 100,000-year Snow Lotus, you may have some trouble. It's okay, it's the best you can find. If you really can't find it, it doesn't matter. Xiao Yu responded casually. Immediately, he pulled Du Guyan beside him and said, Shui Emperor, Sister Yanyan is my future wife. She is also the heir of Poseidon. After completing the 9 tests of Poseidon, she will also inherit the throne of Poseidon. Are there any 100,000-year-old soul beasts in the far north that have the right year? I want them to be sacrificed to Sister Yanyan. In this way, Sister Yanyan's assessment will go more smoothly, and those soul beasts sacrificed can also take a ride. Hiss, hiss. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor's breathing became rapid. They stared blankly at Du Guyan in front of them. Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor didn't expect it at all. The delicate and frail-looking little girl in front of me is actually the inheritor of the god's mansion. At this time, the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, who had not taken Du Guyan seriously before, all put away their contempt in their hearts. They looked at Du Guyan solemnly. Obviously, they have regarded Du Guyan as a being of the same level. Seeing this, Du Guyan straightened his expression. She calmly took a step forward and slightly cupped her hands towards the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, I am now at level 70 soul power. What I accepted was Poseidon's assessment. I have now completed the first 3 assessments. As long as I complete the following 6 assessments, I can inherit the position of Poseidon. In addition, Xiao Yu gave me a million-year soul bone. I have absolute confidence to complete the subsequent assessment. While speaking, Du Guyan summoned his evolved martial spirit. The slender white dragon's shadow flashed past Du Guyan. Then the white dragon's shadow merged into Du Guyan's body. Next moment, The surrounding temperature dropped significantly, and little snowflakes appeared around Du Guyan's body. The black hair on her head and her eyes turned snow white. A few snow-white scales appeared on Du Guyan's face. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor agreed at the same time. Randomly, the Ice Emperor glanced at the Snow Emperor subconsciously. She couldn't help but murmur in her heart. Like, so similar. Snow Emperor, both in appearance and temperament, she is just like you once. Before Ice Emperor finished speaking, Du Guyan's cold voice sounded again. Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, please believe me. If there are soul beasts willing to sacrifice to me, I will do so after inheriting the throne of God, and I will give them adequate rewards. Quote. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor had come to his senses. She looked at Du Guyan again. Feeling the full soul power in Du Guyan's body, and the ultimate ice attribute, Snow Emperor took a deep breath. After adjusting his emotions, Snow Emperor took a step forward. Her aura that she had cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years of dominating the far north was also revealed. Du Guyan, the inheritor of Poseidon, I want to believe you. I promise you as the guardian of the far north, I will solve the 3 high-quality soul rings you are missing now. Quote. After Snow Emperor finished speaking, Ice Emperor's voice also sounded. At this time, Ice Emperor's voice was no longer coquettish. She said solemnly, Du Guyan, I want to believe you too. In our Ice Jade Scorpion clan, although there is no existence that is more than 100,000 years old except me. However, there are still some Ice Jade Scorpions that are 70,000 to 80,000 years old. The quality of their soul bones is no worse than that of ordinary 100,000-year-old soul beasts. Moreover, their soul bones can only be absorbed by soul masters with the ultimate ice attribute. If you are willing to, I will ask my tribe to make up for the missing soul bone for you. As he spoke, Ice Emperor turned his gaze to Xiao Yu. What she meant was clear. As providers of soul bones, they must also have tickets to the God realm. Noticing Hyokui's gaze, Xiao Yu also stopped having fun. He said in the same deep voice, Ice Emperor, after the sacrifice of those Ice Jade Scorpions is completed, I will resurrect them and put them into the netherworld, and bring them into the divine realm together. Okay, then it's settled. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, Ice Emperor agreed. Then the Ice Emperor looked at Du Guyan again. A smile appeared on her face. The aura of dominance he had just displayed was completely gone. The Ice Emperor put on a smiling face and ran towards Du Guyan in a hurry. After the transformation, the Ice Emperor is less than 1.5 meters tall. She stood in front of Du Guyan and looked up and down. Because Du Guyan was a head taller than her, Ice Emperor stood up on tiptoes from time to time and reached out to touch Du Guyan's face. He said like a madman, there are 2 Snow Emperors now. This scene looks quite joyful. At this time, the previous serious atmosphere was gone. Du Guyan didn't know what to say for a moment, recalling the fierce and cruel appearance of the Ice Emperor when he first appeared, as well as the cold and arrogant tone of the Ice Emperor. Comparing the current state of Ice Emperor, Du Guyan didn't know what to say for a moment. Although he was a little uncomfortable, Du Guyan still showed a smile to the Ice Emperor. Looking at this scene in front of him, Xiao Yu's heart suddenly thumped. Why do I feel a little strange? What the hell, is this lily-like Ice Emperor trying to pry into my corner? Single quote. Xiao Yu reacted and glared at Ice Emperor fiercely. There is no restraint when seeing the other party. At this time, Xiao Yu had already decided. After becoming a god, he helped the Ice Emperor reshape his body. He would never let Hyokui become a male. He will not let the Ice Emperor get rid of this little lowly appearance. Just as Xiao Yu was thinking, Snow Emperor's cold voice also sounded. There was a touch of helplessness in her tone. Binger, stop making trouble. While speaking, Emperor Shui looked at Xiao Yu apologetically. At this time, the Ice Emperor still had no reaction when he heard the Snow Emperor's voice. She said casually, Snow Emperor, it's okay. I'm just a little. I like this little girl. Hearing this, Xiao Yu coughed twice. Attracting the Ice Emperor's attention, Xiao Yu said directly, Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor, now that the matter has been discussed, you should go back to the Soul Ring and take a rest first. Quote. With that said, Xiao Yu didn't give the Ice Emperor a chance to refute, and directly took it back into his Soul Ring. Immediately, Xiao Yu looked at Snow Emperor and said, Snow Emperor, I will call you when needed. Good. Snow Emperor still had that cold attitude. She nodded towards Xiao Yu, and then took the initiative to return to the Soul Ring. Seeing this scene, Du Guyan on the side had already come to his senses. She knew that her little man was jealous. After letting out a chuckle, Du Guyan leaned against Xiao Yu again. He hooked his hands around Xiao Yu's neck. Her warm breath caressed Xiao Yu's ears. Xiao Yu, do you remember what I told you before? What? Xiao Yu didn't react for a while. Hearing this, Du Guyan raised his eyebrows. She said with a sweet smile again. When you gave me the soul bone. Didn't I tell you, I also have a gift for you? While speaking, Du Guyan still had not released his martial spirit possession. But her face was as red as a peach blossom. With his eyebrows lowered, Du Guyan's charming look was revealed in his bones. Even when Du Guyan is possessed by the martial soul, his cold appearance cannot be suppressed. He hugged Du Guyan's waist with one hand. At this time, Xiao Yu still didn't understand what Du Guyan meant. Using the ability to fly, he took Du Guyan back to his residence. The next morning, the sky is getting brighter, and a touch of fish belly white has just risen in the east. Crunch. Feeling refreshed, Xiao Yu opened the door. Just as Xiao Yu was about to fly towards Poseidon Mountain, a pair of delicate white jade hands hugged his waist. Feeling the softness behind him, Xiao Yu said softly, Sister Yanyan, I'll go to Poseidon Mountain to see Xiaolan. You don't have to follow. I will take you on a trip to the far north later. While speaking, Xiao Yu turned around. Du Guyan also took advantage of the opportunity to stick to Xiao Yu's arms. At this time, her originally silky long hair was already tied up. There was a graceful charm on the cold face. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu's heart that had just cooled down became hot again. Seeing that Xiao Xiao in front of him wanted to contradict his sister again, Du Guyanzhao smiled and pushed Xiao Yu away. Without saying too much, Du Guyan narrowed his charming eyes into a pair of crescent moons and said with a slight smile, Xiao Yu, go ahead, I'll be waiting for you tonight. As he spoke, a wisp of red clouds touched Du Guyan's cheeks again. After biting his lower lip, Du Guyan twisted his waist and limped towards the bed. The cold and humid sea breeze blew outside. Only then did Xiao Yu come to his senses. After traveling through 14 years, I tasted it for the first time. My body is still not used to it. In addition, the recovery ability brought by the Blue-Silver Emperor's origin is too strong. Fortunately, I can also treat Sister Yanyan. But even so. Ahem. After muttering a few words in his mind, Xiao Yu did not dare to think about it any further. Ignoring Xiao Xiao who saluted again, Xiao Yu, who felt sorry for Du Guyan, silently closed the door. Turn around and fly towards the direction of Poseidon Mountain. After Xiao Yu left, Du Guyan walked to the window and looked at the direction Xiao Yu left from a distance. For a while, only then did Du Guyan come back to his senses. Feeling the soreness on his body, Du Guyan spat softly. What an enemy. While talking, Du Guyan began to wash himself briefly. Wait until this is all done. Du Guyan started practicing directly. Although Xiao Yu has the backbone, Du Guyan still hopes that he can complete the assessment as soon as possible. Can give Xiao Yu more help. Half an hour later. The rising sun hangs in the sky, at the foot of Poseidon Mountain. The warm sunshine mixed with the abundant Poseidon's light enveloped every corner of Poseidon Mountain. At this time, Xiao Yu was walking slowly on the Poseidon stairs. Bathed in the light of Poseidon, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar scenery around him, Xiao Yu felt a little embarrassed. Last time, when I sent Bo Saishi back to Poseidon Temple, I actually forgot to stop by to see how Xiaolin was doing. I don't know if Xiaolin will blame me. Single quote. Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, a halo that was different from the Poseidon's light appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu's heart skipped a beat. Coming. The next moment, the halo slowly dispersed. A graceful figure appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, you're here. While talking, Xiaolin walked towards Xiao Yu. A light blue skirt highlights Xiaolan's perfect figure. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of her, Xiaolan quickened her pace. Follow Xiaolan's movements. Plenty of fruits, swaying in front of him. See this scene. Xiao Xiao had a faint tendency to salute again. Ahem. Xiao Yu coughed twice and brought his thoughts back. Immediately, Xiao Yu stopped being pretentious. He walked up to Xiaolan and said openly, Xiaolan, we haven't seen each other for a long time. After hearing Xiao Yu's voice, Xiaolan's eyes flashed with narrowing. Xiaolan deliberately folded her arms in front of her body to make her advantage more obvious. Her eyebrows lowered and her voice lowered. His tone also became resentful. Xiao Yu, it turns out you also know that we haven't seen each other for a long time. But, you returned to Poseidon Mountain last time. Why don't you stop by to see me? Quote, hearing this, Xiao Yu scratched his head in embarrassment. Xiaolan, looking at Xiaolan who seemed a little emotional in front of him, Xiao Yu didn't know what to say for a moment. Seeing this scene, Xiaolan couldn't stand it at first. PFF'd. Ha ha ha. Xiaolan, who laughed out loud, took back the resentful expression just now. Xiao Yu, I don't mean to blame you. While talking, Xiaolan slowly approached Xiao Yu. At this time, the distance between her and Xiao Yu was less than a fist. From this distance, they could both feel each other's breathing. Suddenly, the tip of Xiaolan's nose moved slightly. Her expression changed slightly. Immediately, Xiaolan pretended not to notice anything. She put one hand on Xiao Yu's shoulder and said with a sweet smile. Xiao Yu, no matter how many wives you will have in the future. But I have something to tell you. You are the emperor of the Blue-Silver Grass clan. I am the empress of the Blue-Silver Grass clan. We are meant to be. Quote, while speaking, Xiaolan held up Xiao Yu's face and moved closer. After a long time, Xiaolan returned to her previous graceful and elegant demeanor. Her gentle voice sounded again. Xiao Yu, I rely on these plants on Poseidon Island to make sacrifices from time to time. There is also the blessing of Poseidon's light, plus the precious treasures that the high priest often brings. In more than a year, I have achieved nearly 100,000 years of cultivation. Xiao Yu, are you ready to get your 8th soul ring now? Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded silently. Seeing this, Xiaolan no longer hesitated. The blood-colored light beam soaring into the sky lit up, and Xiaolan's figure gradually became transparent. After a while, Xiaolan's seed of life appears in Xiao Yu's hands. At the same time, another blood-red 100,000-year-old soul ring was attached to Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial soul. Xiao Yu's torso flashed red. He once again possessed a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor soul bone. With the injection of the blue-silver emperor's origin, Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial spirit also began to tremble. After absorbing the dark blue-silver emperor's 200,000-year-old soul ring, his entire body turned blue-purple. It once again gained a layer of gilded color. Wisps of golden brilliance extend along the veins of the leaves to every corner of the blue-silver emperor's martial spirit. The next moment, an invisible wave spread like a storm. On the entire Douluo continent, the hearts of all the plant-type soul masters trembled at the same time. All plant-based soul beasts feel a sense of oppression from the life level. Hanging high in the god realm beyond Douluo Star, the goddess of life, who was taking care of her garden, froze on the spot. This is, the newly born god king level martial soul still has the attribute of life. This is the most suitable successor for me in thousands of years. Quote. Whispering, the goddess of life dropped the matters at hand and rushed towards the center of the god realm. At this time, above the Poseidon stairs, Xiao Yu didn't pay attention to the changes in his martial soul. He reached out and touched the corners of his lips, savoring the warmth on his lips. Xiao Yu turned his head and looked in the direction of raging waves. Thinking of Du Guyan who was waiting for him to return there, and Xiaolan who had sacrificed to him 6 times in a row. Xiao Yu cursed himself in his heart. I really deserve to die. It was released after being reviewed. Xiao Yu. A familiar voice came from the end of the Poseidon stairs. Xiao Yu, whose thoughts were interrupted by the sound, looked up. At this time, Bo Saishi was staring blankly at the blue-silver emperor martial spirit in his hand. Noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, Bo Saishi walked quickly towards Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu slightly cupped his hands and said, Senior, what are you? Xiao Yu, has your martial spirit evolved again? Before Xiao Yu could finish speaking, he was directly interrupted by Bo Saishi. When Bo Saishi talked about Xiao Yu's martial soul, her voice trembled slightly. Looking at Xiao Yu in front of him, Bo Saishi's mood was a little complicated. She felt that she was witnessing the rise of a powerful god step by step. Suddenly, various emotions such as surprise, sigh, and joy appeared in Bo Saishi's mind. Although I have been shocked many times by Xiao Yu's performance. But, for Bo Saishi, The noise that Xiao Yu just made was a bit too shocking. When facing Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial spirit, Bo Saishi felt palpitations. Bo Saishi knew very well that this feeling meant that the quality of Xiao Yu's martial spirit far exceeded hers. Moreover, Bo Saishi could feel it. At this time, Xiao Yu seemed to be integrated with the entire Poseidon Island. As long as he is willing, it seems that he can extract the life force of any living thing on Poseidon Island at any time. While Bo Saishi was thinking, Xiao Yu also reacted. He nodded towards Bo Saishi. Senior, my martial soul has indeed completed another evolution. Xiao Yu hasn't finished speaking yet. The Poseidon's light shrouding the Poseidon mountain fluctuated violently. Located above the Poseidon temple at the end of the Poseidon stairs, a dark blue light beam appeared out of thin air. With the appearance of the light pillar, the entire Poseidon Island trembled. Bo Saixi's expression changed drastically when he felt this. She hurriedly turned around and knelt down to the beam of light descending from the sky. After a while, the vision in the sky finally stopped. The dark blue light pillar slowly dissipated. At the same time, 3 phantoms appeared in midair. Xiao Yu looked intently. After noticing the clothing and appearance of the 3 phantoms, Xiao Yu frowned. He recognized the origin of one of the figures at a glance. The one on the far left is the projection of Poseidon's consciousness. Single quote. Poseidon is the founder of Poseidon Island. There are statues dedicated to him everywhere on Poseidon Island. Moreover, the image of Poseidon's martial spirit is also taken from the appearance of Poseidon, the god of the sea. In addition, when the demon emperor was killed not long ago, Poseidon also came once. Therefore, Xiao Yu easily recognized Poseidon. However, what shocked Xiao Yu even more was the other 2 shadows standing next to Poseidon. One of the shadows was wearing a large purple cloak. Covering his head therein, his features were entirely concealed. Xiao Yu could only vaguely see 2 red rays of light dancing in the cloak. Although it was just a shadow, the terrifying aura revealed in those 2 red masses of light still made Xiao Yu secretly frightened. The gender of the other person could be discerned. From a distance, he looked to be in his 20s. She was wearing an aqua dress and always had a faint smile on her face. Gentle temperament and full of affinity. These 2 can't be the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Xiao Yu, who was familiar with the original information, guessed their origins immediately. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yu did not dare to neglect. He bowed to the 3 shadows in the sky and saluted. The inheritor of Shira God, I have seen 3 gods. Hearing Xiao Yu say that he was the inheritor of God Shira, the face of the goddess of life froze. The god of destruction suddenly raised his head. His eyes hidden in the hood were fixed on the Shira mark on Xiao Yu's forehead. Buzz. A burst of terrifying pressure appeared on Xiao Yu. Under this pressure, the soul ring and soul bone in Xiao Yu's body lit up unconsciously at the same time, and he began to desperately resist the pressure from the god of destruction. At the same time, the Shira mark on Xiao Yu's forehead also lit up. Another blood-red beam of light was drawn and fell in front of Xiao Yu. Blocked all the pressure for Xiao Yu. The next moment, a cold voice then sounded. Destruction, what do you want to do? This is my heir. In addition, do you know or not? You have violated the laws of the divine realm by going down to the realm without authorization. When he said the last sentence, the shadow of Shira God with red eyes appeared in front of several people. An astonishing burst of murderous intent overturned in the direction of the god of destruction. At this time, Bo Saishi, who was at the center of the storm, was suppressed by the aura of God Shira and god of destruction and was unable to move. Noticing this, Poseidon, the god of the sea, also looked a little unhappy. Just when he was about to speak, the goddess of life beside him spoke first. Shira, you don't have to be nervous. Xiaozi and I have no ill intentions. We will never harm the inheritor behind you. Quote. As she spoke, the goddess of life took a step forward, standing between God Shira and god of destruction. Seeing this, although the god of destruction was a little unhappy, he still took the initiative to withdraw his momentum. After the destruction chooses to converge, God Shira did not continue to provoke, and also withdrew his momentum. Just when the atmosphere calmed down slightly, God Shira spoke again. Life, I know why you are here. But this boy is the inheritor I have already chosen. I put a lot of divine energy into him. I even gave him the inherited artifact. He is now only one step away from taking the final test to inherit my Shira position. Are you sure you want to step in now? Quote. As he spoke, God Shira took a few steps forward again. I have waited too long, the last descendant was destroyed by Rakshasa. Even with this air, she was ready to do something evil. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have dealt with Rakshasa long ago. Moreover, because of the inheritance of the divine throne, I have stayed in the divine world for long enough. I really can't stand it anymore. I'm not ready to stay any longer. So, if you are really ready to rob me as your successor, then go directly to the God Realm Committee. Find the other 2 God Kings and let's have a good talk together. Just when the atmosphere became tense again, the goddess of life spoke again. Shira, you also sense the previous fluctuations. This young man is the most suitable successor for me in thousands of years. After hearing the words of the goddess of life, God Shira's face darkened. God Shira frowned. He stared hard at the goddess of life in front of him. Seeing this, the god of destruction silently walked to the goddess of life and looked at God Shira coldly. Just when God Shira was about to be unable to suppress the anger in his heart, the voice of the goddess of life sounded again. Shira, I have a compromise. It will not affect your inheritance. Do you want to listen to it? Quote. Above the Poseidon stairs, at this time, several gods' projections were confronting each other. The Poseidon's light shrouding Poseidon Mountain has long been washed away. Dark clouds rolled in and the sky drooped. God Shira looked coldly at the goddess of life in front of him. What can you do? What can you do? Regarding God Shira's unkind attitude, the god of destruction was almost ready to explode. But they were all stopped by the goddess of life on the side. The goddess of life stretched out her jade fingers and pointed at Xiao Yu and said, Look, follow the direction of the finger of the goddess of life. The projections of the 4 gods turned to look at Xiao Yu again. Perhaps he wanted to see if Xiao Yu was qualified to inherit the throne. The 4 gods all tacitly released their own momentum to the greatest extent. For a moment, Xiao Yu's position seemed to be the center of the storm. It's like being targeted by a predator. An indescribable pressure appeared on Xiao Yu. After tugging at the corner of his mouth, Xiao Yu sighed helplessly in his heart. Immediately, Xiao Yu forcibly took a step forward against the aura of the gods. He said, neither humble nor arrogant. Senior gods, I wonder if there is anything I can do for you. After noticing Xiao Yu's condition, there was also a satisfied expression in God Shira's eyes. The smile on the corner of the goddess of life's mouth became even brighter, and she took the lead in restraining her momentum and said, The blue-silver emperor's seed of life in your hand is the key to solving the problem. Hearing this, Xiao Yu already understood in his heart. Has the goddess of life set her sights on Shaolin's seed of life? The power of the gods cannot coexist within the body. In the original work, the reason why Tang San can inherit the dual god status is, the main reason is that Xiao Wu, who has been contaminated by his aura, has become a special carrier. Is the goddess of life preparing to imitate the methods of God Shira in the original work? Single quote. While Xiao Yu was thinking, the goddess of life spoke again and explained to the 3 gods around her. The plant seeds in this boy's hands. It comes from a blue-silver emperor that has evolved many times. She can completely bear my divine power. As she spoke, she waved to Xiao Yu. Under the guidance of divine power, Xiao Yu felt that the seed of life in his hand was about to come out. After feeling this, Xiao Yu subconsciously used his soul power to resist. Seeing this, the goddess of life frowned. She looked at Xiao Yu with some confusion. Young man, aren't you willing to inherit my throne? Although my combat power is not as good as Shira God, but in terms of priesthood and authority, I am no worse than God Shira. The goddess of life just finished speaking. God Shira couldn't help but mocked. Life, don't get entangled here. This guy obviously doesn't like you. It's better to keep your inheritance to yourself. Quote. Shira. After hearing God Shira's words, the god of destruction finally couldn't bear it anymore. After an angry roar, the scepter of destruction appeared in the hands of the god of destruction. Seeing this, God Shira also snorted coldly. Although he no longer had the artifact in his hand, he was not afraid at all. The pale color condensed into substance and turned into an illusory Shira demonic sword that appeared in his hand. Just as the 2 were about to take action, the goddess of life once again grabbed the god of destruction. Xiao Zi, don't be impatient. We still have to talk. Quote. Little green. Xiao Zi, don't worry, it's really okay. The goddess of life gently advised the god of destruction beside her. With that said, the goddess of life looked at God Shira again. Although there was still a smile on her face, the goddess of life's voice also turned cold. Shira, why don't you listen to that young man's opinion first? Snort. God Shira snorted coldly, but did not refute again. God Shira knew clearly in his heart that he could no longer stimulate the god of destruction and the goddess of life. Otherwise, these two might not really work together to fight him. If he still has the Shira demonic sword in his hand, he is not afraid to fight them both. However, he did not have the artifact in his hand at this time. I really may not be able to withstand the mixed doubles of the god of destruction and the goddess of life. He noticed that the gods were looking at him again. Xiao Yu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Senior gods, please wait a moment." As he spoke, Xiao Yu's soul power came out. His blue-silver domain expanded to its limit at an extremely fast speed, encompassing the entire Poseidon Island. Feeling this, the look of satisfaction in the goddess of life's eyes became even stronger. At this moment, the goddess of life vaguely guessed Xiao Yu's thoughts. The next moment, under the confused gazes of the gods, Xiao Yu began to extract the vitality of all the plants on the island. At this time, in the eyes of the gods, Xiao Yu seemed to turn into a giant whirlpool. The endless vitality was drawn and swarmed towards Xiao Yu. Those green light spots gathered from all over Poseidon Island. A green ball of light full of vitality gradually formed in front of Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu stretched out his finger and tapped the light ball lightly. The infinite vitality gathered together and condensed into a drop of life spring that was enough to give life to people, flesh and bones. Buzz. Xiao Yu pulled the drop of the spring of life and landed on Shaolin's seed of life. The next moment, Shaolin's seeds began to grow. In just a few breaths, a half-meter tall blue-silver emperor appeared in front of the gods. Buzz. After a burst of invisible fluctuations, the gleaming brilliance escaped from it. Within a moment, Shaolin's figure reappeared. At this time, Xiaolan has also noticed the four shadows in the sky and Xiao Yu standing respectfully aside. There is also Bo Saishi lying on the ground. After just thinking about it briefly, Xiaolan guessed the origin of the four phantoms. She bowed slightly to several phantoms. Blue-silver Emperor Xiaolan, I have met all the gods. Hearing this, the gods did not speak. Only the goddess of life nodded towards Xiaolan, which was regarded as a response. Immediately, the goddess of life looked at Xiao Yu and asked, "Xiao Yu, are you going to ask Xiaolan for her opinion? Do you want to decide whether you want to inherit my throne? You can rest assured that she is definitely willing to help you." Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head again and said, "Senior goddess of life, Xiaolan is actually the most suitable successor for you." After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the goddess of life frowned. In the suspicious eyes of the goddess of life, Xiao Yu continued, "Senior goddess of life, I am confident that Xiaolan will evolve again once or twice. Until then, let Xiaolan be reincarnated into a human being. After turning into an adult, the quality of Xiaolan's awakened martial soul will not be much weaker than mine. Even if there is a gap, when the soul ring is absorbed later, Xiaolan's martial spirit can still be strengthened. In this way, it will take up to 20 or 30 years. Xiaolan will be able to reach the title level of cultivation, which is enough to accept your inheritance." In front of Poseidon Temple, after listening to Xiao Yu's words, the eyes of the gods all fell into silence. The smile on the face of the goddess of life has even disappeared. Seeing this, the two rays of red light in the gray robe of the god of destruction flickered. "Is Xiaolu angry? Shouldn't it? When did her temper become like mine?" Single quote. At this time, no one spoke in front of Poseidon Temple, and the surroundings became audible. At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue also became solemn. Seeing this, God Shira winked at Poseidon. After noticing God Shira's eyes, Poseidon thought of his successor on Poseidon Island. Poseidon sighed helplessly in his heart. What the hell, who are these people? I'd better pass on my broken god status as soon as possible. While thinking, Poseidon reluctantly walked out from behind the god of destruction. After walking to God Shira, Poseidon coughed twice, attracting the attention of the gods. Then, Poseidon asked, pretending to be puzzled, "Xiao Yu, you just said that Blue-Silver Emperor Xiaolan is the most suitable inheritor of the goddess of life. Do you want her to inherit the throne? In your eyes, is the inheritance of our gods something that mortals can decide at will?" Quote. Just now, Xiao Yu had noticed the small movements of Shira God and Poseidon. Coupled with Poseidon's words just now, Xiao Yu's heart trembled. Xiao Yu immediately started thinking in his heart. I made a mistake, even though I am the inheritor of God Shira, but before I truly inherit the throne of God, there is still a gap in status between me and these gods. Even in the God realm, there is still a class gap as wide as a chasm between gods. These are the gods who stand at the top of the divine world. I didn't mean to be disrespectful though, but because of the overly friendly attitude of the gods just now. In my words, I subconsciously put myself on an equal footing with them. Moreover, because I am ready to harvest believers in a big way in the following time. The reasons for refining faith and creating one's own godhood. I did not take the inheritance of the goddess of life to heart. There may be something wrong with my tone. In this world where class divisions are extremely clear, I may have offended them unintentionally. However, in the original work, the goddess of life does not have this character. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu took a step forward again. He bowed respectfully to the gods. Senior gods, I didn't mean this. Good. Before Xiao Yu finished speaking, Poseidon interrupted him directly. Immediately, Poseidon ignored the look cast by the god of destruction. He started to take the topic in another direction. Xiao Yu, let me ask you. Do you know what you are about to lose? Do you know what the status and authority of the goddess of life mean? Do you know what it means to have two God King level gods at the same time? Quote. Senior Poseidon, I know. After hearing Xiao Yu's answer, Poseidon's words stopped on his lips. He originally wanted to guide Xiao Yu to apologize to the goddess of life. Judging from the goddess of life's previous satisfaction with Xiao Yu has a great chance of becoming a candidate again. But Xiao Yu's words left him wondering how to persuade him. At this time, the goddess of life on the side did not speak. She just looked at Xiao Yu calmly. The eyes of the goddess of life are like a deep pool, without any emotion. Noticing the gazes of the gods, Xiaolan already vaguely understood what happened. She directly took Xiao Yu's hand and said, Dear gods, Xiao Yu, she. Quiet. The goddess of life was not angry, she just said these two words calmly. But all her abyss-like aura was poured into Xiaolan. Xiaolan had just been resurrected at this time, how could she bear this? The elusive figure immediately fell down, and she swallowed all the unfinished words in her mouth. Seeing this, Xiao Yu immediately took a step forward. Protecting Xiaolan behind him, he said respectfully to the gods. Senior goddess of life, I didn't mean to offend you. It's just that in my opinion, Xiaolan is far more suitable to accept your inheritance than me. That's why I recommend her to you. If you feel that I have offended you, I am willing to accept your divine punishment. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Shira God and Poseidon also became a little nervous. Just when the atmosphere became tense again. Ha ha ha. Xiao Zi, look at them. One or two of them are so nervous. The goddess of life pulled the sleeve of the god of destruction and laughed directly. Seeing this, Xiao Yu and the others were all stunned. After laughing twice more, the goddess of life stopped smiling. In the blink of an eye, she turned back into the gentle goddess she was before. At this time, the goddess of life spoke quietly. Xiao Yu, you don't need to be nervous. I don't mean to blame you. I'm just curious about the relationship between you and Xiaolan. While speaking, the goddess of life stretched out her hand and touched Xiaolan gently. Under the action of the goddess of life, the distance between her and Xiaolan seemed to be infinitely closer. The next moment, an ancient tree mark appeared on Xiaolan's forehead. Seeing this, the corners of the goddess of life's lips curled up. She looked at Xiao Yu playfully and said, Xiao Yu, although in my opinion, you are the most suitable inheritor. However, since you recommend Xiaolan so much, then as you wish, from now on, the god of life has no chance with you. Xiaolan will accept my 9 assessments. When she completes the assessment, she will officially take over my throne. After a pause, the goddess of life added, Xiao Yu, starting from today, Xiaolan can no longer sacrifice to you. You have to find a solution for the last soul ring of your blue-silver emperor martial soul. Hearing this, Xiao Yu raised his eyebrows. There is also a blue-silver emperor on the Sun and Moon Road. My 9th ring goal was originally placed on it. While Xiao Yu was thinking, Xiaolan exclaimed, Goddess of life, I. The goddess of life stretched out her hand and pressed down on Xiaolan, and her aura pressed down on Xiaolan again. Xiaolan, please be quiet. Your first test is to become a human within 10 years. At the same time, you are not allowed to perform sacrifices. Otherwise, you will directly fail the 9 tests of life, and you will lose the qualification to inherit the throne of life. Goddess of life, I have no intention of. Xiao Lan, please be quiet. Before Xiao Lan finished speaking, Xiao Yu interrupted her again. After pulling Xiao Lan back, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice, Senior Goddess of Life, I will help Xiaolin complete her reincarnation as soon as possible. Regarding my 9th ring, I already have a goal. You don't need to worry about this. Okay, remember what you said. While speaking, the Goddess of Life gave the God of Destruction a look. Immediately, the projection of their spiritual thoughts slowly dissipated in midair. Seeing this, Shira God and Poseidon no longer stopped. After giving Xiao Yu an encouraging look, the projections of the two slowly dissipated in midair. Xiao Yu and the others were left alone. After a while, Xiao Yu and the others just came back to their senses. In the distance, there was an exclamation. High Priest, what's wrong with you? In front of Poseidon Temple. As the gods left, the strange phenomena in the sky were slowly disappearing. Xiao Yu, who heard the shouts, turned his head and looked back. At this time, the half Douluo was rushing towards this side very quickly. Like a frightened child, Ama Douluo's face was filled with anxiety. Seeing this, Xiao Yu looked back at Bo Saishi who was not far away. There were some guesses in his mind. Were you attracted by the previous movement? The Heiao sacred pillar is the closest to here. So was the Ama Douluo the first to arrive here. It seems that Sea Dragon Douluo and the others will probably come here soon. Clatter. While Xiao Yu was thinking, Bo Saishi managed to stand up with his scepter. Compared to when we first met, at this time, the majesty and indifference on Bo Saixi's face were long gone. The weakness caused by the temporary loss of the 9th soul ring has not disappeared. The god of destruction and the god of Shira confront each other. The mental impact of the explosion still brought a certain burden to Bo Saishi. Seemingly noticing Xiao Yu's gaze, Bo Saishi gave a helpless smile. Xiao Yu, if nothing happens, I will go back to Poseidon Temple first. Bo Saishi had just finished speaking. Half Douluo has already rushed to her side. Ignoring Xiao Yu at the side, Half Douluo hurriedly supported Bo Saishi with both hands. High Priest, how are you? What happened on Poseidon Island? Who hurt you like this? Quote. While speaking, Half Douluo frowned and glanced at Xiao Yu. Half Douluo couldn't understand why a strong man like the High Priest suffered such serious injuries. But Xiao Yu acted like nothing happened. At this time, Bo Saishi felt the concern of Half Douluo. Her eyes softened and she spoke softly. See which, I'm fine, don't worry. No foreign enemies have invaded our Poseidon Island. While talking, the two of them walked slowly towards the Poseidon Temple. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu also hesitated. However, after a brief silence, Xiao Yu still opened his mouth to call Bo Saishi who was not far away. Senior, please wait a moment. I have one more thing to ask for. Hearing this, Bo Saishi stopped walking and looked at Xiao Yu with some confusion. The sea girl Douluo on the side stared at Xiao Yu with an angry expression. Xiao Yu, can't you see the High Priest's current state? What do you have that you can't talk about later? Quote. Just when Half Douluo was about to say a few more words to Xiao Yu, Bo Saishi stretched out his hand to hold her. Bo Saishi held the scepter, managed to straighten his body, and said in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, if you have anything to do, just say it. I will do my best to help you. High Priest. Before Xiao Yu could say anything, the sea girl Douluo who was guarding Bo Saishi called out anxiously. Feeling that the arm holding her was a little harder, Bo Saishi sighed helplessly. See which, it's really okay. I'm just a little weak. Seeing that Half Douluo was still ready to speak, Xiao Yu quickly interrupted. Senior, I would like to ask you to use the power of Poseidon Island to help me find another continent. Another continent? After hearing Xiao Yu's words, everyone present was stunned. They had never heard of another continent. They all looked at Xiao Yu suspiciously. Seeing this, Xiao Yu slowly spoke. Senior, the other continent I'm talking about is called the Sun and Moon continent. There are also soul masters and soul beasts on that continent. In addition, the humans on that continent still retain a complete system of soul guides. I'm very interested in these. After a pause, Xiao Yu added. Sun Moon continent is moving towards Douluo continent. It is expected that within 10,000 years, the Sun-Moon continent will collide with the Douluo continent. Hearing this, Bo Seixi's expression changed. After another glance at the Shira mark on Xiao Yu's forehead, Bo Seixi's expression calmed down. It should be that Shira got again, telling Xiao Yu the information. Single quote. After thinking for a moment, Bo Seishi spoke again. Xiao Yu, can you tell me the specific search direction? Direction. After murmuring, Xiao Yu started thinking in his heart. In the original work, the Sun and Moon Empire bordered the two great empires of Tianyun and Xingluo at the same time. Located in the west of these two empires, Poseidon Island is isolated overseas, located to the east of the Tiandou Empire. Douluo star is a planet. Based on the above information, if you want to search for the Sun and Moon continent in this era, there are only two general directions. The first is to start from the west of the Tiandou Empire and drive the ship westward to search for it. The second is to start directly from the east of Poseidon Island. It seems that the Soul Masters on the mainland have no idea of going on a long sea voyage. At the same time, there are not many ships that can support long voyages. If I want to find a new continent, I still have to trouble these Soul Masters on Poseidon Island. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu spoke again. Senior, come out from the east of Poseidon Island. Search all the way east. But I'm actually a little unsure about the specific direction. After listening patiently to what Xiao Yu said, Bo Seishi nodded silently. Okay, I get it. Xiao Yu, looking for a new continent is not something that can be accomplished in a short time. You may have to wait on Poseidon Island for a while. While speaking, Bo Seishi turned to look at the Sea Lady Douluo beside him and said, Sea Witch, you go and gather the other holy pillars now. Put the search for the Sun and Moon continent on your agenda. After hearing Bo Seixi's words, the Korean female Douluo said reluctantly. High Priest, what will you do if we all leave? Your body is so weak now. Moreover, what Xiao Yu said was illusory. Who knows whether what he said was true or false? Quote. Saying that, half Douluo looked at Xiao Yu suspiciously. Xiao Yu, are you deliberately trying to drive us away because of the Yanyan assessment? Hearing this, Xiao Yu spread his hands helplessly. Sea Witch, you think too much. While speaking, Xiao Yu looked at Bo Seishi again. Seeing this, Bo Seishi spoke at the right moment. Sea Witch, I believe Xiao Yu will not lie to us. After hearing what Bo Seishi said, half Douluo then paused for a moment. In her shocked eyes, Bo Seishi continued. Just now, 4 gods arrived in front of the Poseidon temple in the form of projections of spiritual thoughts. They came for Xiao Yu. Several of the gods had conflicts over making Xiao Yu the heir to their throne. After listening to Bo Seixi's words, half Douluo froze on the spot. She stared at Xiao Yu blankly, her eyes full of disbelief. At this moment, Bo Seixi's voice sounded again. Sea Witch, go gather everyone, I'll leave this matter to you. Ah, hearing this, the sea girl Douluo, who came back to his senses, pointed at himself in disbelief. After getting Bo Seixi's confirming look, half Douluo wilted, and she responded helplessly. I understand, High Priest. Half a month later. The core area of the far north. Inside the Snow Emperor's residence. Bang bang, with a few banging sounds, the door of this residence. Spider web-like cracks began to appear on the ice crystal door with an inestimable thickness. Next moment, boom, with a loud noise, the entire ice crystal door shattered. Countless pieces of ice fell scattered on the ground. After a while, the movement around him stopped. Xiao Yu pulled Dugu Yan in. Looking at the scene around him, Xiao Yu couldn't help but say something. There is nothing here. How did the Snow Emperor live here for hundreds of thousands of years? As he spoke, Xiao Yu summoned his Barret martial spirit. His 8th soul ring began to flicker. After a while, the shadows of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor appeared next to Xiao Yu. After noticing the messy scene around him, the Snow Emperor rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Immediately, Snow Emperor looked at Xiao Yu blankly. She knew in her heart that the situation where her residence became like this must have something to do with Xiao Yu. Feeling the Snow Emperor's aggressive gaze, Xiao Yu pretended that nothing happened. He said shamelessly. Snow Emperor, you can summon the soul beasts in the far north right now. Take us to the goal of this trip as soon as possible. Quote. Hearing this, the Snow Emperor stared at Xiao Yu again. After seeing that Xiao Yu still had no reaction, Snow Emperor's face turned dark. After glaring at Xiao Yu angrily, Snow Emperor said angrily. Xiao Yu, I want to borrow your spiritual power now. Send my voice to every corner of the core of the far north. Please bear with me, I will soon. After hearing what Snow Emperor said, Xiao Yu nodded. Snow Emperor, you just need to use it. Hearing this, Snow Emperor stopped talking and began to work hard to squeeze Xiao Yu's mental power. After a while, her cold voice spread around. The soul beasts of the far north. I summon you as the Snow Emperor. After Snow Emperor's voice stopped, she began to wait silently. At this time, Xiao Yu could clearly feel it with the help of his huge mental power. Countless soul beasts are swarming towards this place. Among them, there are several relatively powerful soul beast auras. They are all existences that have been cultivated for more than 100,000 years. After a while, snapped, a bare paw slapped on the newly broken ice crystal door. Xiao Yu and the others looked up. At this time, a snow-white giant bear as big as a mountain appeared in everyone's sight. Xiao Yu also felt the aura on its body. Is this the 300,000-year-old ice bear king who became Huo Yuhao's 8th soul ring in the original work? Single quote. While Xiao Yu was thinking, the mountain-like giant bear noticed Xiao Yu and the others. Looking at the messy scene around it, bloodshot eyes began to appear. The surging soul power condensed between its palms. Xiaobai, calm down. Just when the white bear king was about to attack, the Snow Emperor's cold voice sounded. After hearing this voice, Ice Bear King Xiaobai froze on the spot. It looked in the direction of the sound. Soon, the blood-robed and red-haired Snow Emperor appeared in its eyes. Seeing this, Ice Bear King Xiaobai gave a tentative shout. Mother! After hearing the sound, Ice Emperor laughed out loud. Du Guyan looked at Snow Emperor in confusion. Noticing the gazes of Ice Emperor and Du Guyan, Snow Emperor sighed helplessly. She waved to Ice Bear King Xiaobai. Xiaobai is a child I picked up. He lost his mother when he was a child. Live with me. That's why it calls me mom. While Snow Emperor was speaking, Ice Bear King Xiaobai had already approached. At this time, the ferocious look on its face disappeared. It looked at Snow Emperor blankly and said, Mom, why did you become like this? After hearing the voice of Ice Bear King Xiaobai, the Snow Emperor said helplessly. My 7th divine punishment is coming soon, so I chose to sacrifice it to this boy. While speaking, Snow Emperor pointed at Xiao Yu and said, his name is Xiao Yu. He is 14 years old and is already a 97th level titled Douluo. At the same time, he also obtained the inheritance of God Shira, and was only one step away from becoming a god. It was precisely because of this that I chose to sacrifice to him. I want to use his help and go to the god realm with him, so as to avoid my catastrophe. Hearing this, Ice Bear King Xiaobai looked even more confused. It kept muttering in its mouth. 14 years old, 97th level soul power. How can this be? How could any human being achieve such soul power at this age? Mom, are you being deceived? While speaking, Ice Bear King Xiaobai frowned and looked at Xiao Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Yu said nothing. He no longer concealed his aura, and silently unfolded his soul ring. The next moment, 9 soul rings, 1 black, 6 red, and 2 red gold, appeared in front of Ice Bear King Xiaobai. The aura above several soul rings made Ice Bear King Xiaobai retreat unconsciously. After a while, Xiao Yu took back his breath. He looked at Snow Emperor and said, Snow Emperor, why don't you come and talk to it? Hearing this, Snow Emperor nodded. She looked at Ice Bear King Xiaobai again and said, Xiaobai, I remember that your next divine punishment is coming soon. Are you sure you can survive this scourge? Quote. After hearing the Snow Emperor's words, Ice Bear King Xiaobai also came back to his senses. Mom, I'm not sure I can survive the next divine punishment. After saying that, it glanced at Xiao Yu. Mom, does this Xiao Yu have a second martial spirit? Are you planning on asking me to sacrifice for him? Quote. Hearing this, Snow Emperor shook his head and said, Xiao Yu does have a second martial spirit. However, your attributes are not suitable for his martial spirit. Therefore, Xiao Yu will not accept your sacrifice. After a pause, Snow Emperor pointed to Du Guyan aside and said, Xiaobai, this is Du Guyan, she is the inheritor of Poseidon. With Xiao Yu's help, it is certain that she will inherit the throne of Poseidon. Du Guyan now has level 70 soul power, and I want you to sacrifice her to her. Become her soul ring, then follow her to the god realm, where you can survive the divine punishment and enjoy eternal life at the same time. After hearing what Snow Emperor said, Ice Bear King Xiaobai began to examine Du Guyan. Noticing the other person's eyes, Du Guyan silently took a step forward. At the same time, he unfolded his martial spirit. When Ice Bear King Xiaobai saw the soul ring behind Du Guyan, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Although Du Guyan's soul ring configuration far exceeds that of ordinary soul masters, it is completely incomparable to Xiao Yu. Noticing the look in Ice Bear King Xiaobai's eyes, Du Guyan said in a deep voice. Xiaobai, my strength is not as good as Xiao Yu. But please believe me, I am confident that I will complete all the divine assessments and successfully inherit the divine throne. I promise you, in the future, I will take you to the God realm together. Snow Emperor's residence. After hearing Du Guyan's promise, Ice Bear King Xiaobai didn't know how to make a decision. At this moment, Xiao Yu spoke again. Xiaobai, if you are willing, I can also transform you into a special undead form. Let you live in another form. Wait until it's time to go to the God realm. I will take you with me again and resurrect you. You can rest assured that this won't be long. It will take me about a year at most to complete the divine examination and inherit the divine throne. By then, there is no need for Sister Yanyan to take action. I can bring you back to life. Quote, after hearing Xiao Yu's words, Ice Bear King Xiaobai once again turned his attention to the Snow Emperor. Mom, I don't know what to decide. Come and help me make up my mind, I will listen to you. Looking at Ice Bear King Xiaobai's eyes, Snow Emperor took a deep breath and said. Xiaobai, make a sacrifice. After hearing what Snow Emperor said, Ice Bear King Xiaobai no longer hesitated. It looked at Du Guyan and said, I believe in my mother, and I am willing to sacrifice to you. With that said, Ice Bear King Xiaobai looked at Xiao Yu again. There was a look of anticipation in its eyes. Xiao Yu, I am willing to be transformed into that special form by you. But you have to ensure that I can stay with my mother. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded in response. Okay, I will try my best to satisfy your request. After receiving Xiao Yu's reply, Ice Bear Wang Xiaobai no longer hesitated. It raised its front paws and stretched them in front of Du Guyan. Seeing this, Du Guyan also quickly stretched out his palm to cover it. The next moment, the soft icy blue halo escaped from Ice Bear King Xiaobai and covered Du Guyan. It doesn't take a moment. A red light flashed on Du Guyan's left arm. Immediately, a blood-red soul ring with 2 golden lines appeared on Du Guyan's martial soul. Ice Bear King Xiaobai has already experienced 2 divine punishments, and he is not far away from the 3rd one. Now it can be regarded as a soul beast with a cultivation level of 300,000 years. The enhancement brought to Du Guyan by its ice attribute origin is visible to the naked eye. In the sight of Xiao Yu and the others, the aura on Du Guyan's body also began to become stronger rapidly. Level 71, Level 72. Wait until the soul ring is completely stable. Du Guyan's aura was fixed at level 78. Feeling the aura on Du Guyan's body, Xiao Yu nodded with satisfaction. After absorbing the soul ring, did you directly increase your soul power to level 8? Not bad at all. Just when Xiao Yu thought everything was coming to an end. Buzz. Du Guyan's originally stable aura began to change again. The newly acquired 290,000-year-old soul bone in her left hand began to emit ice blue light. At the same time, Du Guyan's torso bones seemed to resonate with this soul bone. The red golden stream of light escapes from Du Guyan's torso. During this process, Du Guyan's soul power aura began to become stronger again. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu smiled again on his face. Because of Ice Bear King Xiaobai's sacrifice, did its original energy successfully draw out the unabsorbed energy from the torso bones of the deep-sea demonic whale king? Quote. While Xiao Yu was thinking, Du Guyan's aura began to become stronger again. Level 79, Level 80. In the end, due to the bottleneck, Du Guyan's soul power was fixed at level 80. After a while, Du Guyan slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the full soul power in his body, Du Guyan couldn't help but exclaimed. Xiao Yu, I have actually reached level 80 soul power now. I am about to catch up with you. Congratulations, Sister Yanyan. Looking at the surprised Du Guyan in front of him, Xiao Yu silently thought in his heart. Sister Yanyan can now absorb 1 soul ring and 5 soul bones. This time I come to the far north. Just enough to help her gather all the soul rings and soul bones at once. As long as the quality of these soul rings and soul bones is high enough, she has every chance to directly hit the realm of titled Douluo. While thinking, Xiao Yu had already walked to Xiaobai. Xiao Yu skillfully condensed his soul power into a purple-black ball of light and patted into Xiaobai's body. As the light ball merged, purple-black flames also covered Xiaobai's body. After a while, the undead Xiaobai stood up from the ground, 2 points of soul fire ignited in its eye sockets. When he first regained consciousness, Xiaobai was still a little uncomfortable adapting to this new body. Snow Emperor leaned towards Xiaobai. Her cold voice sounded. Xiaobai, how do you feel? Are you feeling a little uncomfortable? Quote. It's okay, I can accept it. Just when Xiaobai and Snow Emperor were communicating. Swish swish, there was a rustling sound. After hearing the sound, several people in the venue stopped what they were doing. They looked through the broken ice crystal door, and Sao looked in the direction of the sound. At this time, hundreds or even thousands of snow-covered soul beasts of all kinds have gathered. These soul beasts seemed to feel the aura on Xiaobai's body. They wanted to leave, but because of the Snow Emperor's order, they hesitated again. Therefore, these soul beasts have been lingering at the entrance. Don't dare to come in, don't dare to leave. Seeing this scene, Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor looked at each other. Then, they looked at Xiao Yu and said, Xiao Yu, these are the spirit beasts living in the core area of the far north. Just leave it to me. Regarding the matter of finding those 2 things you asked me to do, I will make arrangements immediately. But I'm not sure when I can find it. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. It's okay. Snow Emperor will make arrangements first. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Snow Emperor looked outside again. Immediately, the Snow Emperor added, Xiao Yu, I am going out in this posture. They may not be willing to obey my orders. Therefore, I need to borrow your soul power. Mom, I'll go out with you. Before Snow Emperor finished speaking, Ice Bear King Xiaobai interrupted him directly. While speaking, Xiaobai waved his bony bear paw. The soul fire in its eyes suddenly ignited. Mom, I want to see if that soul beast dares to disobey you. I'll teach them a lesson. Quote. While speaking, the undead Ice Bear King Xiaobai walked towards the soul beasts blocking the entrance. Seeing this, Xiao Yu looked at Snow Emperor and said, Snow Emperor, please wait a moment. As he spoke, Xiao Yu's 8th soul ring began to flicker. As a huge amount of soul power is consumed, the murderous aura that condensed into substance appeared all over Xiao Yu's body. The next moment, these special energies were injected into the Snow Emperor's body. Snow Emperor's aura also began to fill up. After a while, a smile appeared on Snow Emperor's face. After nodding towards Xiao Yu, she took the Ice Emperor and flew towards those soul beasts. 1 month later, in the Snow Emperor's residence, under the clear and translucent ice crystals, Xiao Yu and Du Guyan are working hard to cultivate their soul power. At this time, the Snow Emperor and the Ice Emperor were chatting boredly in another place. Xiaobai, who was in an undead state, lay quietly beside them, listening to their chat. Snow Emperor, those soul beasts have been looking for them for more than a month. There is no news yet. Xiao Yu and Du Guyan were able to endure it without complaining. After a pause, the Ice Emperor continued. Moreover, Xiao Yu asked Du Guyan to stabilize his realm first. There is no rush to absorb the subsequent soul rings and soul bones for now. This Du Guyan actually didn't say a word and practiced silently in this environment for more than a month. The same goes for Xiao Yu. His own cultivation level is already high enough. However, he still didn't slack off. This makes me have to admire them. After glancing at Xiao Yu and the others, the Ice Emperor couldn't help but sigh. It's no wonder these human beings have achieved such high levels of achievement. These short-lived species have higher cultivation talents than us soul beasts. And because of their limited lifespan, these human beings dare not slack off at all when practicing. So within just a few decades, they will be able to maximize their talents. Among them, the outstanding ones can even become titled Douluo, possessing the strength equivalent to our 100,000-year-old soul beasts. I don't know how we soul beasts will survive on this continent in another 10,000 or 20,000 years. After hearing the Ice Emperor's words, a worried look appeared on the Snow Emperor's face. Human soul masters are like the natural enemies of soul beasts. They quickly become stronger by plundering the origins of soul beasts. The current situation is not bad, there are not many traces of human existence in the far north. But who knows how powerful humans will become in another 10,000 years. While thinking, the Snow Emperor couldn't help but sigh. Well, immediately, the Snow Emperor looked at the Ice Emperor and said, "Hi Emperor, this is not something we can worry about anymore. After sacrificing to Xiao Yu, we no longer have the position to care about these things." Quote. As he spoke, Emperor Shui's voice also dropped. After hearing the Snow Emperor's words, the Ice Emperor didn't know what to say. Both fell into silence. At this moment, Xiao Bai, who was sleeping with his eyes closed, spoke. "Mom, maybe you can go and beg those two descendants of the gods. If anyone can solve the conflict between our soul beasts and humans. Come to think of it, those are the only gods." Hearing this, the eyes of Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor lit up. They all looked at Xiao Yu. The Ice Emperor couldn't help but murmured. Since the birth of mankind, there have been countless geniuses. But there has never been anyone who can cultivate to the level of Xiao Yu at the age of 15 or 16. Now, on Douluo continent, more than half of the soul beasts that are more than 200,000 years old have become the qualifications for Xiao Yu and the others to be promoted to the gods. Thinking about it, there will be no more humans who can achieve their achievements in the future. Perhaps we can really put our hope in them. As long as Xiao Yu is willing, this matter may not really be resolved. While Ice Emperor was muttering to himself, Xiao Yu slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Hyokui and the others. In the past month, Hyokui and the others have talked about similar topics many times. Regarding this question, Xiao Yu already has the answer. He looked at the Ice Emperor and said, "Howdy, regarding what you said, I do have a way to solve it myself." With that said, Xiao Yu walked towards Bing Di and the others. "If you can make those soul beasts become my followers, I am willing to protect them." As he spoke, Xiao Yu began to think in his heart. It's mentioned in the original work. It is because after Poseidon became the god, all the creatures in the sea became immortal. Whether they are soul masters or ordinary sea creatures, they are the source of his faith. It is precisely for this reason. In terms of power alone, Poseidon is only slightly weaker than Shira God. Relying on this, Poseidon dared to compete with Shira God for Tangsan's successor. While thinking, Xiao Yu's eyes showed a hint of fire. If that's the case, why can't I do something similar? Wait until I inherit the throne of Shira God. I still have 100 or 200 years to stay on Earth. During this time, with absolute power, I can completely integrate all the human forces on the two continents. And in a short period of time, I established my own sect and harvested faith on a large scale. Moreover, I possess the essence of a plant emperor, and all the plants on Douluo continent can provide me with faith. If the Soul Beast clan can also become my leaks. In this way, the entire Douluo continent, all living things will become the source of my faith. How could the divine status I condensed with so much faith be weak? Just when Xiao Yu was thinking, Ice Emperor's hesitant voice sounded. "Xiao Yu, did you just say that as long as those soul beasts are willing to believe in you, you will protect them?" Hearing this, Xiao Yu raised his eyes and looked at Ice Emperor. He said in a deep voice, "Yes, as long as they are willing to provide me with faith, I will protect them." Hearing this, Snow Emperor and the others also began to think. After a while, Snow Emperor said, "Xiao Yu, Ice Emperor and I are here. I am confident that these spirit beasts in the far north will believe in you. But for the soul beasts in other places, I may be powerless." Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. "Shui Emperor, I know what you said. I will find a way to solve this problem myself." Just when Xiao Yu was talking, Kakaka, several ice jade scorpions with cultivation levels of over 10,000 years crawled into the Snow Emperor's residence. Xiao Yu and the others looked at the ice jade scorpions. When they arrived near the Ice Emperor, the ice jade scorpions began to neigh at the Ice Emperor. Hiss. After hearing those voices, Hyokui showed a surprised expression on his face. Found it so quickly. After muttering to herself, she looked at Xiao Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, the Tianmeng ice silkworm you are looking for has been discovered by my tribe. Now, countless soul beasts are chasing it. That guy can run really well. Let's go there quickly, this time we must not let it escape." Hearing this, Xiao Yu did not dare to waste time. In the original work, Tianmeng Bingkan had the idea of visiting the mainland after seeing Tangsan become a god in the far north. Later, because of being chased by the Ice Emperor, it fell onto the ocean, drifting along the sea all the way to Douluo continent. Finally, he was caught by Tian and others in the Stardo forest. Xiao Yu didn't think that those soul beasts with a cultivation level of only about 100,000 years at most could delay Tianmeng Ice Silkworm for long. Following the direction pointed out by Ice Emperor, Xiao Yu directly used his teleportation soul skill to quickly rush in that direction. The edge of the core area of the far north. A big, snow-white insect was running away desperately. Upon closer inspection, there are several golden lines on its body. Countless ice attribute soul beasts chased and intercepted it from all directions. It's over, it's over. Are these soul beasts crazy? Are they all chasing me? After scolding a few times, Tianmeng Iceworm's body began to flicker rapidly. After a buzz, an intense white light appeared. The white light briefly obscured the sight of those hunting soul beasts. At this time, in the white light, a hint of cunning flashed in Tianmeng Iceworm's eyes. As a burst of light swept across, its body gradually becomes like the surrounding ice. At the same time, another brand new Tianmeng Ice Silkworm appeared out of thin air and fled in another direction. After a while, the white light disappeared, and those soul beasts came back to their senses. Looking at the Tianmeng Ice Silkworms going away, they chased after them without even thinking. A few minutes later, looking at the pursuers who had gone away, Tianmeng Bingcan showed a contemptuous smile on his face. They are indeed a bunch of idiots. After making a mockery, Tianmeng Bingcan looked towards the sea. Bingbing, it seems we can't meet each other for the time being. These soul beasts are looking for me like crazy. It must be an order from you or the Snow Emperor. Maybe it's time for me to leave. Tianmeng Iceworm was chanting as she squirmed her fat body and started to rush towards the ocean. Just after taking a few steps, Tianmeng Iceworm suddenly paused. A strong sense of crisis appeared behind it. Its brain gave a frantic warning and a strong tingling sensation, causing it to temporarily lose consciousness. The next moment, boundless blood energy and murderous intent appeared, turning into countless blood-red inscriptions. Seal all the surrounding space. Seeing this, Tianmeng Bingcan smiled bitterly in his heart. Damn it, what was I feeling just now? If I had run away directly, I might be in the sea by now. After secretly swallowing a sip of saliva, Tianmeng Bingcan changed his smile and turned his head. It wanted to see who it was that brought it such a strong sense of crisis. Did the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor come together? Thinking of this, Tianmeng Bingcan said with a smile. It's Bingbing, are you looking for me? I am willing to be eaten by you. Although he said so, Tianmeng Bingxi was frantically thinking about ways to escape in his mind. The next moment, Tianmeng Iceworm turned around and was stunned. A soul master holding a strange martial spirit appeared in front of it. Behind him were the shadows of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. Tianmeng Bingxi can feel that the current state of Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor is not normal. As if there is no entity. The Spirit Master's aura was also extremely terrifying. Tianmeng Bingxi was very sure that that human being was definitely a Super Douluo who stood at the top of mankind. His soul ring configuration is also extremely terrifying. Basically, they are all 100,000-year soul rings. From two of the soul rings, Tianmeng Bingxian could clearly feel the auras of the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor. The last two soul rings were of colors it didn't recognize. However, the faint aura emanating from those two soul rings made it feel frightened. It's over, those two soul rings aren't million-year-old soul rings, are they? Could it be that besides brother, are there other million-year-old soul beasts in this world? When this human being was in the 8th ring, he had the strength to successfully hunt a million-year-old soul beast. What should I do? Who can tell me? How on earth can I escape? Tianmeng Bing Silkworm wailed in his heart. Immediately, it reluctantly moved towards Xiao Yu. The strong man who could successfully hunt down 2 million-year-old soul beasts and take away their soul rings was beyond what it could handle. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm knew very well that it had been locked and it couldn't escape. Tianmeng Iceworm looked at Xiao Yu and said while suppressing the fear in its heart. This big brother is so kind. What should I call you? Xiao Yu. It turns out to be brother Xiao Yu. Brother, your soul ring is full, can you let me go? Tianmeng Bingcan held it in for a long time, and finally spoke out her request. It looked at Xiao Yu expectantly, hoping that Xiao Yu would let it go. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor behind Xiao Yu spoke. Tianmeng Iceworm, why don't you run away now? It's all death anyway. How good was it that you fed me honestly at that time? Quote. After hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Tianmeng Iceworm suddenly became interested. It was just about to open its mouth to communicate with the Ice Emperor. Xiao Yu's voice sounded again. It's impossible to let you go. I want your soul ring and soul bones, as well as your million-year-old soul beast origin. But if you cooperate honestly, I can let you live in another way. As he spoke, the Barret martial spirit in Xiao Yu's hand changed into another form. A Shira demonic sword more than 2 meters long appeared in its hand. Seeing this scene, Tianmeng Bingcan froze on the spot. How is it possible? How is it possible that a soul master's martial soul could become something else? Seeing Tianmeng Iceworm's appearance, the Ice Emperor curled his lips in disdain. The soil is suppressed. At this time, Xiao Yu had already walked to Tianmeng Bingcan. Seeing that Xiao Yu had already raised the big sword in his hand, Tianmeng Bingcan hurriedly stepped back and exclaimed at the same time. Brother, don't. It's too big, don't come in. Ah! The next moment, Tianmeng Iceworm screamed in pain. The huge sword was inserted directly into its body and began to rapidly absorb the essence of other soul beasts in its body. At the same time, several of Xiao Yu's soul rings also began to flicker. Seeing that Tianmeng Iceworm was still trying to struggle, Xiao Yu said coldly. Be honest, I will start to pull your soul now. If you still struggle, then go die. While speaking, Xiao Yu opened his palm and grabbed Tianmeng Bingcanshu. At the same time, Tianmeng Ice Silkworm could feel that a special energy was pulling its soul. After realizing this, Tianmeng Bingcan's heart felt cold. Then he looked at the completely blocked space around him, as well as the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor who were eyeing him eagerly. Tianmeng Bingcan spread her little hands and her body slumped. I'm done with it, just do whatever you want. Seeing this, Xiao Yu increased his strength. After a while, the bloody light on Shira Demon Sword disappeared, and Tianmeng Iceworm also disappeared in place. It's like I've never been in this world before. At the same time, a snow-white insect appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. That is the soul body of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. Ignoring the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in his hand, Xiao Yu looked at his soul ring. At this time, after successfully devouring all the origins of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm, the dazzling black soul ring on Barret's martial soul has disappeared. All of his soul rings have reached the level of 100,000 years. Some soul rings even have a golden line added again. The edge of the core area of the far north. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was helplessly aware of his own condition. After a while, Tianmeng Bingcan looked at Xiao Yu pitifully and said, Brother, I only have one soul left now. I will follow you from now on, and you will protect me, right? Xiao Yu nodded casually. After receiving Xiao Yu's reply, Tianmeng Bingcan turned to look at the Ice Emperor and said, Bingbing, we will work together in the future, are you happy? Roll. The Ice Emperor did not give Tianmeng Bingxi a good look. She turned her head away in disgust. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm didn't care about the Ice Emperor's performance, and then moved closer. Bingbing, don't do this. Xiao Yu on the side saw that Tianmeng Bingcan still had the urge to be mean. He said directly grabbing its soul, Please be quiet for a while, and I will consider resurrecting you in another form after a while. In addition, I will also resurrect the Ice Emperor. Until then, you can pester her again. Now I will send you to a place where you can sleep there for a while and wait for your resurrection with peace of mind. While speaking, Xiao Yu opened the portal to the netherworld. Directly through the soul body of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in. After finishing, Xiao Yu looked at Snow Emperor and said, Snow Emperor, take me directly to the places you know where Snow Lotus grows. I did a quick search. If I really can't find it, I won't look for it. I don't plan to stay in the far north any longer. I have to go back to Poseidon Island to ask and see if they have found the location of Sun Moon Continent. I want to replenish my 9th soul ring as soon as possible. Quote. Hearing this, Snow Emperor nodded and said, Okay, Xiao Yu. Look over there, where I once found Snow Lotus growing. Saying that, Snow Emperor pointed out a direction for Xiao Yu. Following the direction of Snow Emperor's finger, Xiao Yu quickly rushed over. The next day, near an ice crystal cliff, the shadow of the Snow Emperor floated towards Xiao Yu and said, This is the 4th place. It is also the last place where snow lotus grows that I know of. If there is still no snow lotus here, then it may be very difficult for Xiao Yu to find that kind of 100,000-year snow lotus. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Okay, I get it. With that said, Xiao Yu summoned the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. Buzz. After a burst of invisible fluctuations, the blue-silver field opened to all sides. As the field continues to expand, countless information flows appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. The next moment, Xiao Yu had a hint of surprise on his face. Found it. After murmuring, Xiao Yu accelerated towards the location he had just explored. After a while, a pure white snow lotus with no variegated color appeared in Xiao Yu's hand. Looking at the 100,000-year-old snow lotus in Xiao Yu's hand, a trace of surprise flashed in the Snow Emperor's eyes. There actually is a 100,000-year-old snow lotus. No, that snow lotus may not be 100,000 years old yet. But it's almost the same. Looking at the snow lotus in his hand, Xiao Yu began to think. I can keep this snow lotus for now. There is no rush to absorb it yet. After finding the blue-silver emperor plant on the Sun and Moon continent, I'll think about how to deal with it. After looking up and down at the snow lotus in his hand, Xiao Yu directly put it into the space. Then, Xiao Yu looked at Snow Emperor and Ice Emperor and said, Ice Emperor, Snow Emperor, now that the things have been found, it's almost time for me to leave. Before leaving, I have to trouble you to make up for the ice attribute soul rings and soul bones that Sister Yanyan needs. Hearing this, Snow Emperor and the others nodded silently. After a while, Xiao Yu returned to the Snow Emperor's residence. Clatter. Xiao Yu just landed. Du Guyan walked towards him. Xiao Yu, how's it going? Is everything going well? It went pretty well. I found the two things I was looking for successfully. Most of my goals for this trip have been accomplished. Sister Yanyan, I will look for subsequent soul rings and soul bones for you in a while. After you have finished absorbing it, we will go directly back to Poseidon Island. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued to ask. By the way, Sister Yanyan, the content of your fourth test is with the help of the demon soul great white shark King Xiaobai. Successfully hunted the 100,000-year-old evil killer whale, right? Quote. Hearing this, Du Guyan nodded. Seeing this, Xiao Yu already knew what was going on. Forget about the soul ring of that evil killer whale. I have found two ice-attributed soul beasts in the far north that have been cultivated for more than 100,000 years. Sister Yanyan's soul ring must still choose the same attribute. However, the soul bone of the evil killer whale can be considered for absorption. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked at Snow Emperor and said, Snow Emperor, please summon those soul beasts again. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Snow Emperor responded in a deep voice. Okay, wait a moment. As he spoke, Snow Emperor once again began to extract the spiritual power from Xiao Yu's body. As the Snow Emperor's voice spread again, countless soul beasts once again gathered towards the place where Xiao Yu was. After a while, densely packed soul beasts, it once again filled the area outside the Snow Emperor's residence. Look at these soul beasts. After Xiao Yu pondered for a moment, he flew directly into the sky. He didn't hide his aura. After revealing his martial soul and soul ring, Xiao Yu's huge mental power and powerful momentum covered those soul beasts. The next moment, Xiao Yu's voice sounded in the minds of those soul beasts. I will select a few soul beasts from among you. Let them sacrifice to another inheritor of the god. In the future, after the inheritor of that god Zhuan becomes a god, those sacrificed soul beasts will be resurrected and follow the god to the god realm to enjoy eternal life. As he spoke, Xiao Yu began to look at the soul beasts in front of him. After a while, Xiao Yu completed the selection. Xiao Yu left behind two ice attribute soul beasts that were 100,000 years old, and a dozen ice jade scorpions that were 70 or 80,000 years old. Under the instructions of the Snow Emperor, the remaining soul beasts left her residence one after another. After taking a look at the soul beasts in front of him, Xiao Yu used his mental power to communicate with them. Ice Jade Scorpion comes forward first. Hearing this, those Ice Jade Scorpions from 70 or 8,000 years ago moved forward. Seeing this, Xiao Yu turned to look at Du Guyan and said, Sister Yanyan, come and kill these Ice Jade Scorpions. Their cultivation level is not low anymore, and there is a high probability that they can explode soul bones. After all this is done, I will resurrect them. Quote. Hearing this, Du Guyan nodded. She walked towards the ice jade scorpions, and an ice blade was condensed by her. After a while, all those ice jade scorpions died. Dozens of dark soul rings flickered in the Snow Emperor's residence. 5 soul bones also emerged from the bodies of those ice jade scorpions. Seeing this scene, the 200,000-year-old soul beasts were so frightened that they backed away. But after seeing Ice Bear King Xiaobai in his undead state, they stopped moving again. Xiao Yu ignored the 200,000-year soul beasts. Several purple-black light balls condensed on his hands and fell on the dead ice jade scorpions. After a while, the originally gorgeous carapace of those ice jade scorpions dimmed and turned completely purple-black. As the soul fire ignited, the wounds on the dead ice jade scorpions disappeared, and they stood up again. Seeing this scene, the 200,000-year soul beasts looked at Xiao Yu in shock. At this time, they had completely believed in Xiao Yu. On Douluo continent, except for Shen Zhuan and Shen Zhuan's descendants. Who else can do this? After thinking of this, the 2 soul beasts no longer hesitated. They moved closer to Du Guyan, hoping that Du Guyan would choose them. So that you can get the chance to make progress. After careful consideration, Du Guyan chose one of the 100,000-year soul beasts. Started to accept the other party's sacrifice. 1 month later. Inside the Poseidon temple, sensing something, Bo Saishi quietly opened his eyes. After more than 2 months, they finally came back. While muttering, Bo Saishi stretched out his hand and drew in front of him. With the flick of Bo Saixi's wrist, ripples flowed, and a light curtain appeared in front of Bo Saishi. After seeing the scene in the light curtain, Bo Saixi's pupils narrowed. Bo Saishi was shocked to find that Xiao Yu and Du Guyan were flying towards the Poseidon temple. More importantly, Du Guyan did not accept Xiao Yu's help. She relied on her own ability to fly in the air. Seeing this scene, Bo Saishi couldn't help but exclaimed. Du Guyan has already reached the level of title Douluo. After taking a deep breath, Bo Saishi clenched the scepter in his hand and walked towards the outside of Poseidon temple. She knew that Du Guyan was about to start the follow-up assessment. He has the realm of a title Douluo, plus the bonus of high-quality soul rings and soul bones. The subsequent assessment will not be too difficult for Du Guyan. Bo Saixi's mood was a little complicated at this time. On the one hand, she was very happy that Poseidon would soon have a new successor. Her mission will also be completed on Du Guyan. On the other side, Bo Saishi also had some expectations. She looked away into the distance. At this time, this was what Bo Saishi was thinking about. After completing the mission, you can go to the mainland to find Tang Chen and make up for the regrets of the past. While Bo Saishi was thinking, at this time, 2 small black spots were approaching her. After a while, Xiao Yu and Du Guyan landed in front of Bo Saishi one after another. Senior High Priest, Xiao Yu and Du Guyan greeted Bo Saishi one after another. Bo Saishi nodded in response. Then, she pretended not to care, looked at Du Guyan and asked. Du Guyan, have you reached the level of title Douluo now? After hearing Bo Saixi's words, Du Guyan nodded in response. Yes, Senior High Priest. At this time, Du Guyan also felt a little unreal in his heart. Even she herself didn't expect that it would only be 2 months. She was actually able to get to this point. Reaching out to ruffle the hair beside his ears, Du Guyan began to tell Bo Saishi about the far north. Senior High Priest, this is what happened. The Snow Emperor summoned all the soul beasts in the core circle of the far north. Then Xiao Yu persuaded them to sacrifice to me. With that said, Du Guyan grabbed Xiao Yu's wrist. The smile on Du Guyan's face grew even brighter. I received the sacrifice of Ice Bear King Xiaobai, who has cultivated for nearly 300,000 years, and I reached level 80 soul power in 1 breath. After that, it took about a month to consolidate the soul power. Later, with Xiao Yu's help, another 100,000-year soul beast chose to sacrifice to me. Relying on its origin, I rushed to level 85 soul power in 1 go. In addition, I still have spare soul bone space in my body. I started refining the high-quality ice-attributed soul bone that the ice jade scorpion exploded. After absorbing 3 soul bones in a row, I successfully reached the edge of level 90. Finally, after accepting the sacrifice of the last 100,000-year-old soul beast, I have reached level 92 soul power. At the same time, I also collected all the soul rings and soul bones in my body. After listening to Du Guyan's story, Bo Seixi's mouth opened slightly. She looked at Du Guyan in disbelief. In 2 months, you can increase your soul power to the 22nd level in one go. Obtain 3 soul rings that are over 100,000 years old, and 5 high-quality soul bones that are at least 70,000 years old. Judging from the quality of Du Guyan's current soul ring and soul bone, she may complete the follow-up assessment faster than imagined. Bo Saishi recalled the data Du Guyan just said in his mind. For a moment, she couldn't calm down. Just as Bo Saishi was thinking, Xiao Yu's voice sounded. Senior, is there any news about the Sun-Moon continent now? After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Bo Seixi's thoughts were brought back. After adjusting his emotions, Bo Saishi nodded towards Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, a month ago, Sea Dragon Douluo and the others have already found a new continent. Quote. As he said that, Bo Saishi showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Sea Dragon Douluo specially went to see that brand new continent. It was a completely different place from Douluo continent. Soul guides developed very well in that land, according to the information given by Sea Dragon Douluo. Except for the Soul Master. It seems that many civilians use soul guidance devices. There is a high probability that it is the Sun and Moon continent you mentioned. Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt happy. He knows very well that your last soul ring and soul bone have been obtained. The Blue-Silver Emperor on the Sun-Moon continent and the 700,000-year-old Evil-Eye Tyrant. He wasn't going to let anyone go. At this time, Bo Saishi also noticed Xiao Yu's expression. She said with a smile. Xiao Yu, there's no need to worry. Later, I will ask Sea Dragon Douluo and the others to take you there. Hearing this, Xiao Yu shook his head and said, Senior, it's not necessary. Just give me a nautical chart. I can go there myself. With that said, Xiao Yu pulled Du Guyan in front of him. Senior, Sister Yanyan has been delaying this for a long time. It's time for her to start the follow-up assessment. I'm going to hunt for the last soul ring on the Sun and Moon Road. Please keep an eye on Sister Yanyan's assessment. You don't have to wait until the last test to open it. We'll talk about the energy issue when I get back. According to our previous agreement, I will solve the problem. Good. Bo Saishi held her head slightly, then flipped her wrist. A brand new chart appeared in her hands. After handing the things in his hands to Xiao Yu, Bo Saishi said in a deep voice. Xiao Yu, this is the sea map that Sea Dragon Douluo and the others drew last time. After taking the things in Bo Seixi's hands, Xiao Yu began to look through them. This sea chart drawn by Sea Dragon Douluo is quite detailed. After a few brief glances, Xiao Yu put away the chart. Immediately, Xiao Yu spoke again. Senior, I'm sorry to trouble you about Sister Yanyan's matter. With that said, Xiao Yu looked at Du Guyan again. Before he could speak, Du Guyan spoke directly. Xiao Yu, just go directly. You don't need to worry about me. While talking, Du Guyan let go of Xiao Yu's hand. Xiao Yu, you have to work hard. Be careful I overtake you. When you come back, maybe he has completed all the tests, maybe he has inherited the divine throne. Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. He was wasting time, following the direction indicated on the chart. He rushed directly towards the Sun and Moon continent. After Xiao Yu's figure disappeared, Du Guyan also came back to his senses. She looked at Bo Saishi and said, Senior High Priest, I'm going to take the follow-up assessment first. 2 months later, above the sea area near the Sun and Moon continent, the strong wind carried the roaring waves, and a huge waterspout connected the sky and the earth. Under the low sky, the center of the storm, boom, a thunder exploded, and the surrounding area briefly lit up for a moment. At this time, Xiao Yu was suspended in midair. Ignoring the surrounding environment, Xiao Yu held the chart in his hand and sighed helplessly. Didn't you say it would take a month? I have been flying at sea for almost 2 months now. We still need to find someone to lead the way. At this moment, a few faint shouts came. Xiao Yu's ears twitched slightly, and he clearly identified these sounds among countless sounds. The next moment, Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. There's someone around here. Xiao Yu quickly looked around. The dark night could not block Xiao Yu's sight. After a while, Xiao Yu found his goal. At this time, at the edge of the storm, on a small fishing boat, several crew members dressed as fishermen were struggling to support themselves. Some of them were holding the mast, and some were desperately pulling on the cable. They tried their best just to win that glimmer of life. It's a pity that God did not fulfill his wishes. Boom. Huge waves more than 10 meters high hit the small fishing boat again. Crunch. The wooden hull finally failed to hold up and began to make violent noises. One of the crew members looked at a bearded man not far away with red eyes and said, "Jian, I'll take your place. After fishing for so many years, you still can't understand the weather. How dare you take us out to sea to fish in this weather? It's okay now, our lives will all be lost at the hands of others." After hearing what the crew member said, the bearded man didn't speak. He looked at the huge waterspout that was sweeping towards his fishing boat not far away. The bearded man's face was full of despair. Boom. They saw another huge wave crashing towards their boat. All the sailors on the ship had lost hope and closed their eyes silently. Keep your body as close to the boat as possible. They wait quietly for death to come. The next moment, a strange voice sounded in the ears of the crew members. Quiet. As the voice fell, blood-red light spread along the sea surface. In the dull eyes of the crew, the surrounding sea calmed down at this moment. The huge surging waves were instantly smoothed away by the blood-red brilliance. Da da da. There was a sound of light footsteps, and the crew's eyes were also attracted. A young man who looked to be in his 20s at most appeared in front of them. Looking at the stranger on his ship, the bearded guy who was scolded before reacted immediately. He crawled up and said, "Dear Master Soul Master, I don't know who your majesty is. I am the captain of this seabird, Jian. Thank you for saving our lives. I wonder if there is anything I can do for you." After hearing what the bearded man said, Xiao Yu frowned. Are the languages of Sun Moon Continent and Douluo Continent different? It's a bit troublesome. At this time, Jian also heard the young man's words. Just when he was wondering where Xiao Yu's accent was, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and made a vague stroke in front of him. In the fearful eyes of all the crew, a black crack appeared. Immediately, from the crack, a strange octopus monster squirmed and flew out. Ignoring the horrified looks from the crew around him, Xiao Yu spoke. "Xiao He, search their memories. I want to learn their language. Besides, you try to find information like maps. My lord, please wait a moment." After receiving Xiao Yu's instructions, Xiao He immediately took action. Buzz. Before the crew members could react, Xiao He split several illusory tentacles and inserted them into their minds. The moment they came into contact with the little black tentacles, all the crew members fell unconscious. The gleaming white light flickered on Xiao He's tentacles. After a while, Xiao He withdrew his tentacles. He rolled up a rice-shaped blue crystal and handed it to Xiao Yu. "My lord, here is the information you are looking for. You found the right place. This is already the edge of the Sun and Moon continent. At your speed, you can reach the Sun and Moon continent in less than a day." Quote. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. After receiving the blue crystal from Xiao He, Xiao Yu placed it directly between his eyebrows. The next moment, countless information appeared in Xiao Yu's mind. With strong mental power, he began to digest it forcefully. After a while, Xiao Yu said in an awkward tone, "Xiao He, let's go to Mingdu." At the end of his speech, Xiao Yu's tone gradually became normal. At this time, Xiao Yu has adapted to the language of the Sun and Moon continent. Ignoring the unconscious sailor, Xiao Yu took Xiao He back into the netherworld. Immediately, Xiao Yu flew directly in the direction of Mingdu. Noon the next day, according to the information Xiao He detected, Xiao Yu flew for more than 10 hours. Finally arrived near Mingdu. After taking a few glances at the surrounding buildings that were completely different from those of the Tiandou Empire, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze. He thought about it in his mind. In the original work, Huo Yuhao sensed the fluctuations of the Blue-Silver Emperor near the imperial city of the Sun and Moon Empire. It was precisely by relying on this weak fluctuation that he successfully found the location of the Blue-Silver Emperor. He can successfully find the Blue-Silver Emperor, but there's no reason why I can't. I just start searching in the blue-silver field. It doesn't matter if the movement is louder. As long as I don't leave the divine residence, no one in the entire Douluo planet except the Silver Dragon King can stop me. Quote. Suspended in midair, Xiao Yu closed his eyes. The next moment, buzz. Xiao Yu's blue-silver domain spreads around like water waves. At this time, inside Mingdu, the few titled Douluo who were busy all stopped what they were doing. Those titled Douluo looked in the direction of Xiao Yu. There was a hint of doubt in their eyes. Who is this? Such a strong field. How is it possible that this field covers such a large area? Moreover, this field is still of life nature. Did some titled Douluo from the healing department come to Mingdu? No, this is not a simple attribute of life. This is the domain of the botany department. As long as it is a plant soul master, in his field, he couldn't even exert half of his strength. Why did he expand his territory? Quote. While thinking, all those titled Douluo tacitly rushed towards the direction where Xiao Yu was. After a while, Xiao Yu opened his eyes, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Got you. While muttering, Xiao Yu changed direction and rushed towards a valley near Mingdu. Xiao Yu had just changed direction and was about to leave. A sharp shout came from behind him. Stop, this is Mingdu. Who allowed you to use it in such a wide range of areas? Quote. After hearing the sound, Xiao Yu turned his head and looked. A muscular old man was flying towards him. The scorching sun hung high overhead. 9 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, flashed behind him. Before it even approached, Xiao Yu felt a wave of heat coming over him. Seeing this, Xiao Yu stopped. He didn't say a word, and his huge mental power extended outward. Xiao Yu felt it carefully. Is this old man the titled Douluo of the Sun and Moon Empire? The martial soul is the sun. Is it the inherited martial spirit of the royal family of the Sun and Moon Empire? 1, 2, 4. Counting the old ghost in front of me, are there only 4 titled Douluo in Mingdu? Single quote. While Xiao Yu was thinking, several more figures stopped next to him one after another. They formed horns and surrounded Xiao Yu. Several titled Douluo arrived behind. First, he said hello to the latest old man. Then, they began to look at Xiao Yu in front of them. At this time, the titled Douluo who arrived first with the blazing sun on his head asked again in a cold voice. What family are you a member of? When was the titled Douluo promoted? Didn't your family tell you the rules of Mingdu? Quote. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The aura on his body pressed towards Xiao Yu. At the same time, the other titled Douluo also released their own momentum. Seeing this, Xiao Yu curled his lips. He could withstand the pressure of 4 gods, so what did these 4 titled Douluo mean? Xiao Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and directly summoned his Barret martial spirit. Xiao Yu pointed the black hole's gun directly at the titled Douluo who was suspected to be a member of the Sun and Moon royal family. The old man's expression changed drastically. Damn it, what do you want to do? Boom. Before the old man finished speaking, Xiao Yu shot him directly. In an instant, the old man, including his martial soul, exploded into a ball of blood mist. Not even a bit of bone or meat was left behind. The cold wind blew and the scene became extremely quiet. The other accounts all stared dumbly at the blood mist that gradually dissipated in the air. The next moment, everyone who came back to their senses stared at Xiao Yu as if facing a formidable enemy. Various defensive soul tools were arranged in front of them as if they were free of charge. Xiao Yu did not take action, but silently watched the performances of the people in front of him. After a while, after those people had arranged all the defensive soul tools, Xiao Yu said in a deep voice. Today, I won't kill you. 3 days. As he spoke, Xiao Yu slowed down and started thinking in his heart. Controlled the top-level combat power, as well as those royal members. I should be able to take over this empire smoothly. But, 3 days were given for them to summon all the titled Douluo from across the country. Time may not be enough. Give them a few more days. And I have to hunt down the evil-eyed tyrant in the evil forest. After refining the evil-eyed tyrant, I will definitely break through to level 99. The Shira Divine test will also be completed at that time. Although I have the confidence to overthrow them now, it will definitely be easier after I become a god. Until then, I will deal with them once and for all. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu changed his words. A month later, I will go to the palace of your Sun and Moon Empire again. It doesn't matter whether you want to lay a soul guide trap or gather titled Douluo to surround and kill me. I'll give you time to prepare. As he spoke, Xiao Yu ignored the people behind him. Turn around and fly towards the south. Seeing Xiao Yu's contemptuous attitude, the faces of several titled Douluo present were a little ugly. Looking at Xiao Yu's retreating back, they gritted their teeth, but in the end they still didn't take action. After a while, over a valley south of Mingdu. Xiao Yu looked down. Dense blue-silver grass covers every piece of land in this valley. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xiao Yu recalled the time when he cultivated blue-silver grass. Wasn't that the same scene in the blue-silver grass valley at that time? This should be it. In the original work, Huo Yuhao only flew for an hour and a half when he arrived here. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu accelerated towards the depths of the valley. His blue-silver domain spreads around like flowing water. Wherever the blue-silver domain passed, all the plants fell down. After a while, Xiao Yu stopped deep in the valley. After glancing around for a few times, Xiao Yu's eyes stopped at a corner. Come out. Xiao Yu just finished speaking. Countless vines gathered from all directions and weaved together. The result is a huge human face. The man looked at Xiao Yu carefully. After a while, more vines came and weaved into human shapes. Lan Yinhuang knelt down towards Xiao Yu and said respectfully, "I have met the Lord." Xiao Yu nodded. He was not surprised by the attitude of the blue-silver emperor in front of him. In the original work, this plant was mentioned in the conversation between blue-silver emperor and Huo Yuhao. He was born as the blue-silver emperor because he was baptized by Tian Lei, and he did not have the royal bloodline of the blue-silver emperor family. The spiritual power of the blue-silver grass clan is connected. As a strong member of the blue-silver emperor clan, he can sense what is happening on the mainland. He knew about Yin's sacrifice. Because of Tang Wudong, he had to call Huo Yuhao his lord. After looking up and down at the blue-silver emperor in front of him, Xiao Yu opened the nether space and took out the 100,000-year snow lotus he found before. Afterwards, Xiao Yu summoned his blue-silver emperor martial spirit. After you have absorbed this 100,000-year-old snow lotus, sacrifice it to me. A month at most, I will complete the divine examination and officially ascend to the throne of God. I will resurrect you then. Quote. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, this blue-silver emperor did not dare to neglect. He hurriedly stretched out a vine and took the 100,000-year snow lotus in Xiao Yu's hand. Yes, Lord. Blue-silver emperor didn't waste time and started to absorb it directly. Under the influence of the snow lotus, the momentum of this blue-silver emperor began to grow stronger. At the same time, dark clouds are gathering towards this valley, and fine thunder and lightning are jumping in the dark clouds. It exudes a frightening aura. After a while, the dark clouds over the valley became increasingly dense. The surrounding air became dull, and the thunder and lightning in the dark clouds had a faint tendency to fall. At this moment, Lan Yinhuang looked up at Xiao Yu and said, "Lord, please wait a moment. After I experience a thunder tribulation, my bloodline will become purer. Until then, I will sacrifice to you again." Quote. Good. After receiving Xiao Yu's reply, Lan Yinhuang no longer suppressed his own cultivation. When he broke through the 200,000-year limit, in an instant, the world was turned upside down and the silver snake danced wildly. 3 days later, outside the demonic forest, Xiao Yu was suspended in midair, overlooking the largest gathering place of soul beasts on the Sun and Moon continent. Xiao Yu looked toward the central area of the demonic forest, and his thoughts gradually became distant. 3 days ago, after that blue-silver emperor was sacrificed to me, my martial spirit has not evolved again. But after absorbing the origin of the blue-silver emperor, I successfully broke through to level 98. At the same time, the remaining source energy, it made me take a big step between level 98 and 99. Now, even if I no longer hunt any soul beasts, I just rely on cultivation. I can also break through this last threshold within a year. It can be said that I have already reached level 99 with half a foot. While thinking, Xiao Yu fell into the demonic forest. Looking at the withered and decaying scenes around him, Xiao Yu then began to think. In the original work, the evil-eyed tyrant lord has always been sleeping. The reason why he woke up was because Huo Yuhao killed his youngest son. Since he is still sleeping, maybe it will be easier for me to move my hands later. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu restrained his breath. Then he accelerated towards the depths of the demonic forest. Along the way, I relied on my own strong mental power. Xiao Yu avoided the soul beasts on the way from a distance and quietly went deep inward. 3 days later, without causing any movement, Xiao Yu successfully reached the deepest part of the demonic forest. Xiao Yu looked forward. A dark and deep canyon appeared in Xiao Yu's eyes. In this canyon, there are countless strange silver-white eyeballs lingering. Each evil eye is more than 3 meters tall, and the tentacles under its body are basically more than 16. Are all these evil-eyed tyrants more than 100,000 years old? All these 100,000-year-old evil-eyed tyrants are gathered here. Is it because the evil-eyed tyrant master is sleeping in this place? Are they guardians, or are these evil-eyed tyrants the bloodline of the evil-eyed tyrant? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu closed his eyes. He separated a trace of mental energy and explored the inside of the canyon. After a while, buzz, all the evil-eyed tyrants in the canyon rioted. Who dares to go deep into the ancestral land of our evil-eye clan? Xiao Yu ignored those evil-eyed tyrants, with a hint of joy on his face. Sure enough, here, even though he knew about my mental power, he still didn't choose to wake up. Do you look down on me so much? Quote. As he spoke, the corners of Xiao Yu's lips curled up. I like this kind of opponent the most. After murmuring, Barrett's martial spirit appeared in Xiao Yu's hands. When Xiao Yu raised the Barret in his hand, those evil-eyed tyrants also found Xiao Yu's location. They all looked at Xiao Yu. But Xiao Yu did not give the evil-eyed tyrants in the distance a chance to react. Buzz. Xiao Yu's 9 soul rings trembled at the same time. The next moment, the first 7 soul rings on Barret exploded simultaneously. Endless light spots floated around Xiao Yu. Huge energy comparable to that of a god poured into Xiao Yu's body. At this time, the evil-eyed tyrant master who was sleeping deep in the depths finally reacted. He had just woken up from a deep sleep. The first time he wanted to mobilize his mental power was to launch a counterattack against Xiao Yu. But it was too late. Xiao Yu pulled the trigger directly. Boom. Time seems to have stopped at this moment. The surrounding space began to distort, and a golden torrent spurted out from Barrett's gun. It pours towards the direction where the evil-eyed tyrant lord is. Including those evil-eyed tyrants with more than 100,000 years of cultivation, everything along the way was annihilated in this golden torrent. At this time, the newly awakened evil-eyed tyrant lord only had time to form a bloody barrier in front of him. He desperately tried to resist Xiao Yu's attack, but it's all in vain. Boom! The golden torrent swept down, and a blood-red soul ring with 7 golden lines appeared in the depths of the canyon. Wait until the golden torrent slowly stops. Xiao Yu put down the gun in his hand and looked deep into the canyon. After feeling the aura of the evil-eyed tyrant's dominating soul ring, Xiao Yu's smile became even bigger. The next moment, Xiao Yu's 9th soul ring flickered. The Barret in his hand turned into the form of sheer a demonic sword. Without wasting time, Xiao Yu flew towards the inside of the canyon. When passing by those ordinary 100,000-year soul rings, Xiao Yu inserted the big sword in his hand. In just a few breaths, the sword in Xiao Yu's hand swallowed up the power of the soul ring. After a while, after absorbing the extra harvest, Xiao Yu came to the deepest part of the canyon. Ignoring the bottomless pit beneath his feet, Xiao Yu floated in front of the soul ring dominated by the evil-eyed tyrant. At this time, Xiao Yu's aura was getting stronger. Even if you haven't absorbed the soul ring of this evil-eyed tyrant yet. Relying on the few ordinary 100,000-year soul rings from before, I successfully took the last step. As long as I spend a little time, I can break through to level 99 soul power in no time. However, it is not too late to absorb the soul ring in front of you first, and then break through. Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu inserted the sword in his hand again. Buzz. After a burst of invisible fluctuations, the more than 700,000-year-old soul ring in front of Xiao Yu was submerged into the sheer demonic sword. Huge energy also poured into Xiao Yu's body again. Feeling all this, Xiao Yu sat cross-legged in midair. Under Xiao Yu's control, the energy he had just absorbed was transferred towards the blue-silver emperor martial spirit. After a while, the Shira demon sword in Xiao Yu's hand disappeared. His blue-silver emperor martial spirit emerged. The dark soul rings on the blue-silver emperor's martial soul flashed simultaneously. In a very short period of time, those soul rings began to become darker at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the soul ring turned as dark as ink, faint red light spots began to appear on the edge of the soul ring. After about a few breaths, these red light spots are like a prairie fire, filling every corner of the soul ring. When the last touch of black disappeared, Xiao Yu's breath trembled. At the same time, a bloody beam of light fell from the sky. The majestic voice of God Shira resounded throughout the demonic forest. Asura's 9 tests, the final test is completed. The inheritance of the divine throne begins. Along with the voice of God Shura, blood-red divine power penetrated into Xiao Yu's body. At the same time, sudden severe pain appeared. Xiao Yu's soul bones were disassembled piece by piece. Xiao Yu, who had expected it, gritted his teeth and endured it. A moment later, in Xiao Yu's eyes, his 6 soul bones began to change in the blood-red divine power. Crown, arm guards, breastplate, a complete set of armor slowly took shape. At the same time, the Shura demon sword appeared again in Xiao Yu's hands. Blood-red brilliance burst out. Under the tug of the Shura demonic sword, the Shura divine clothes floated towards Xiao Yu one by one. When the Shura divine armor attached to Xiao Yu's body, blood-red flames burst out from it. Circles of soul rings rose from Xiao Yu's feet. The first soul ring that appears is red. Outside the red soul ring, there is a layer of red gold. The second one is still the same. By analogy, there is no change at all until the 7th soul ring. It wasn't until the last 3 soul rings that rose that there was any difference. Those 3 soul rings are all red gold in color, representing the power of God. The majestic and cold voice boomed from all directions again. The Shura god and the gods are in perfect harmony, and the Shura god reappears. The cultivation level of all soul rings has been increased by 50,000 years. Quote, the blood-red divine power poured out again. Xiao Yu's blue-silver emperor martial spirit also emerged. The same 10 soul rings rose into the sky. At this time, the blood-red light pillar in the sky finally dissipated. The inheritance of the divine throne ends here. At the same time, on the other side of the ocean, in Wuhun City, Bibi Dong, who was practicing in the secret realm of Rakshasa, spit out a mouthful of blood. She frowned and looked forward, and several blood-red light curtains appeared in front of her. After seeing the words on the light screen, Bibi Dong froze on the spot. The 7th test of Rakshasa God is completed. Reward: Rakshasa God Affinity Level 5. The 8th test of Rakshasa God is completed. Reward: Rakshasa God Affinity Level 5. Please assessors, please collect the energy required to start the inheritance of the divine throne as soon as possible. 1 month later, Mingdu Center, a gorgeous building complex stands here. This is the palace of the Sun and Moon Empire. At this time, countless elite troops wearing armor and holding heavy soul guides such as guns were stationed near these buildings. At the same time, an astonishing number of defensive soul guides formed a spherical light shield, enveloping the entire palace complex. In the center of this palace complex, in a huge domed building, sunlight penetrates the gorgeous ukiyo-e paintings and falls into the interior. A dozen figures were sitting around a long marble table. At this time, the middle-aged man in rich clothes sitting at the head of the long table kept tapping the table with his index finger. It makes a clicking sound. The atmosphere in the entire hall was oppressive to the extreme. The middle-aged man's deep but majestic voice sounded. Today is the deadline that Madman said. How are you preparing? Quote. Upon hearing this, the old man sitting on the left-hand side of the middle-aged man immediately stood up. Your Majesty, just don't worry. While talking, the old man took out a delicate small soul guide from his arms. Your Majesty, this is the Bolgagang defensive soul guide produced by our Minged Hall. Don't look at it, it's just such a small one. This defensive soul guide alone can block a Soul King level attack. The barrier currently wrapped around the palace consists of a total of 36,500 such soul guides. Even if that person is the first 99 level titled Douluo in history, he couldn't easily break the defensive barrier outside the palace. Quote. The old man just finished speaking. The bearded man in armor who was sitting on the emperor's right stood up and said, His Majesty, the Empire's first Soul Engineer Legion, known as the Empire's Sword, and the Second Legion, known as the Empire's Shield, have been assembled. In addition, a total of 8 titled Douluo have been recruited from various families in the Empire this time. At this time, we have a total of 11 title level experts. In addition to the 9th level soul guide provided by Mr. Kong, no matter how strong the titled Douluo is, it is absolutely impossible for him to escape from our encirclement. As soon as the bearded man in armor finished speaking, others immediately began to echo. The Legion commander is right. Agree. Your Majesty, just don't worry. As long as those of us have breath left, there would be no chance of that lunatic leaving alive. Quote. Listening to the words of the people around him, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire gradually felt relieved. He called his eyes to the senior officials in front of him and said, "As long as you are here, the Sun and Moon Empire will shine with the sun and the moon, and will be immortal forever. Your Majesty the Holy Ming." Just when the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire was feeling a little carried away by the compliments from everyone, a burst of terrifying pressure poured down. Boom! Along with the violent noise, the entire palace shook violently. Dust mixed with building debris fell from the sky. Although there were no injuries, everyone present became disgraced. After a while, the smoke dispersed. Ahem! The Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire waved his hand to scatter the dust in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "Everyone, get ready, the enemy is coming." With that said, he took the lead in revealing his martial spirit. The temperature in the room began to rise, and a blazing sun hung high above his head. 9 soul rings rose from his feet. At this time, several other people in the room summoned their martial spirits one after another. They are all figures who stand at the apex of power in the Sun and Moon Empire. The weakest among them also has a contra-level cultivation. At this time, the Legion commander standing on the left side of the Emperor said in a deep voice, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will go out and behead the man, and offer his head to your Majesty as a wine glass." Quote. As he spoke, the Legion commander put his hand on the 9th level soul guide on his waist. Click. With a crisp sound, he slowly pulled out most of the soul guide in his hand. At this moment, an attendant ran in a panic. "Your Majesty, it's not good." The outer barrier was broken by a single blow from the enemy. Hearing this, the bearded army commander paused. He quietly put back the soul guide he had just pulled out. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire didn't pay attention to this, and he hurriedly asked his attendants, "Where is the Soul Engineer army?" "No more, no more." The attendant knelt on the ground and cried. The moment the barrier was shattered, the Empire's Soul Engineer army launched an attack on that person. As he spoke, the attendant showed a hint of fear in his eyes. With one sword, he only used one sword. Everyone in the Legion turned into blood. Hearing this, the bearded army commander silently retracted his hand from his waist. He lowered his head and quietly retreated behind everyone. At this time, the Emperor of the Tiandou Empire had no time to care about the reactions of others. Buzz! The sun above his head suddenly ignited, and the flames enveloped the attendant. He looked at the attendant in front of him coldly and said, "Dare to spread false news and disrupt military morale. You deserve to die, Your Majesty." "I didn't." Before the attendant could finish speaking, the flames that enveloped him penetrated from the inside out. In an instant, the attendant was reduced to a pile of ashes. After completing all this, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire looked at the people behind him coldly and said, "Prepare for war." As he spoke, he tapped his fingers twice on his chest. The silver-blue brilliance flashed a few times. The Mingguang armor, a level 9 defense soul tool produced by Mingdatang and made using countless precious materials, protect every corner of his body. After completing all this, he ignored the people behind him. He strode directly out of the hall. Seeing this, the others did not dare to neglect. Finishing the armor one after another, they followed behind the Emperor. After a while, when everyone arrived outside the hall with murderous intent, the scene before them made them tremble uncontrollably. Just as the attendant said, there was no living person outside the palace at this time. No corpses could be seen, but blood gathered into rivers and surrounded the palace complex. At this time, on this long river of blood, Xiao Yu looked coldly at the people walking out. The Shira divine sword was suspended beside him. 7 red, 3 gold and 10 soul rings flashed at his feet. Boundless murderous aura and bloody energy lingered around him. The scene in front of us impacts the hearts of everyone present all the time. At this time, everyone on the Sun-Moon Empire's side realized it. The intruder was not the 99th level titled Douluo they imagined, but a god. Just when everyone was stunned, snapped. There was a crisp sound caused by armor hitting the ground. Everyone turned to look. I saw that the Legion commander who had just expressed his loyalty to the Emperor had immediately knelt down towards the figure in midair. Rodel, commander of the First Army of the Sun-Moon Empire, pays homage to the Lord God. It is the honor of my life to see your glory today. Quote. Seeing this scene, some people were scornful, while others were angry. More people secretly cursed how the Legion commander could be so shameless. Bang bang bang. Several more sounds came. With Rodel taking the lead, several senior officials from the Sun Moon Empire rushed to their knees. Outside the main hall, look at the performance of his ministers. The Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire, even though he didn't show any special reaction on the surface. But the anger in his heart was burning more and more intensely. But when he looked up and saw Xiao Yu, he had to suppress his emotions. It would be easier to say if it was an extreme Douluo. As a monarch, this is his home court. He was confident that the offender would stay here forever. Use his blood to wash away the shame he brought to the empire. But what he didn't expect at all was the opponent he will face this time. Not human, is a god who shows no mercy to mortals. Xiao Yu quietly looked at the senior officials of the Sun and Moon Empire below who were behaving differently. Whether it is those who kneel down and surrender, or those who remain silent. He didn't take it seriously at all. In the anxious eyes of everyone, Xiao Yu asked coldly. Drop. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire had not yet spoken. The senior officials of the Sun and Moon Empire who had just surrendered immediately started shouting. I'm waiting for you. I'm waiting for you to surrender. Lord God, you are the eternal light, and I am willing to die for you. I only wish to serve the Lord God for the rest of my life. Quote. Listening to the voices praying for surrender all around, he looked at his ugly ministers. Feeling the terrifying murderous aura coming from high in the sky, the Emperor's clenched fist finally loosened. He said in a hoarse voice. The 17th Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire. I wish to surrender. As he spoke, he lowered his head with difficulty. Seeing this, the remaining senior officials of the Sun and Moon Empire who had not yet surrendered no longer hesitated. They knelt down to Xiao Yu one after another, expressed his willingness to surrender. At the same time, the blood-red divine power flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. Xiao Yu began to scan the people below. As a god with the power to judge and kill, Xiao Yu could clearly see the resentment in everyone's hearts. In his perspective, the flames representing resentment more or less ignited in the hearts of everyone at their feet. For example, the regiment commander who surrendered first. There is also resentment in his heart. But his resentment was a tinder. The kind that will go out when a breeze blows. The resentment in the Emperor of the Sun and Moon Empire was like boiling magma underground. Even though he tried his best to suppress it, the resentment did not come out. But the resentment that cannot be erased is constantly accumulating in his heart, waiting for the day when it will burst out. After a few more glances, Xiao Yu withdrew his gaze. He didn't care what everyone below thought, and he didn't bother to care. There are easier ways to solve everything anyway. As he thought, blood-red divine power flowed between him. In just a few breaths, a dozen purple-black light balls were condensed by him. Ignoring the reactions of those below, Xiao Yu flicked his finger. Those light balls disappeared into the eyebrows of everyone in the field one after another. Buzz. Under the influence of divine power, their bodies became stiff, and two balls of soul fire ignited in their eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yu made a stroke in front of him. The netherworld space also expanded. Xiao He squirmed and flew out. My lord, your most loyal servant. Heartfelt congratulations on your successful ascension to the throne of God. You will be immortal forever. Your brilliance is like. Be quiet. Xiao Yu directly interrupted Xiao He's spell casting. Immediately, Xiao Yu flicked his finger. A touch of blood-red divine power shot towards Xiao He. In Xiao He's doubtful eyes, Xiao Yu's voice sounded again. Xiao He, I will temporarily give you a physical entity now. Don't be anxious about your resurrection yet. After I gather all those who need to be resurrected, I will help you shape your physical bodies. Without giving Xiao He a chance to show his loyalty, Xiao Yu continued. Xiao He, starting from today, you will be my representative. Members of the Sun and Moon Empire must obey your orders unconditionally. During this period of time, you will be responsible for compiling doctrine, sorting out canon rules, and gathering believers. Hearing this, Xiao He immediately reacted. Yes, my lord. After a pause, Xiao He asked with some confusion. My lord, what is your sect and your name? In which direction should the doctrine be written? Quote. Name and directions. After murmuring, Xiao Yu's eyes became distant. I want to build my own godhood, but where is my direction? Single quote. While thinking, Xiao Yu's mental power spread to the surroundings. Throughout the Ming capital, every detail of the lives of millions of people came into his eyes. Xiao Yu's soul trembled slightly. A flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind. My blue-silver emperor martial spirit can bring life and joy to people. My Barret martial spirit can bring death and sorrow to people. Everything in the world is born today and will die tomorrow. Only reincarnation exists in the world forever. Single quote. Xiao Yu's eyes gradually became clearer. His thoughts kept wandering. There is no theory of reincarnation on Douluo continent. The closest thing to it is the underworld authority controlled by the Rakshasa god. But at this time, this authority has fallen into my hands. Moreover, after becoming a god, my netherworld space also expanded again. Became a demiplane-like existence. Xiao Yu looked forward through the layers of void. A gray-white world filled with purple-black flames appeared in his eyes. After looking at it carefully, Xiao Yu finally made a decision. He looked at Xiao He and said, Church of Dawn. The Lord of 9 netherworlds of reincarnation. The essence of death is the starting point and destination of all living things. Hearing this, Xiao He immediately reacted. He knew that Xiao Yu was talking about the name of the church, its honorific name and its teachings. Xiao He quickly lowered his octopus head and responded. My lord, I will write the follow-up charter immediately. Hearing this, Xiao Yu nodded. Immediately, he stretched out his hand and made a hook downward. The dozen or so senior officials of the Sun and Moon Empire fell in front of Xiao He. Xiao Yu looked at them and said, From today on, Xiao He is the first pope of Dawn Church. He is my agent. You must obey his orders with full authority. After hearing what Xiao Yu said, the senior officials of the Sun and Moon Empire who had been transformed and whose eyes became fanatical responded immediately. My lord, I will obey your orders. Seeing this, Xiao Yu silently withdrew his gaze. Today, too many people died in the Sun and Moon Empire. Not only soldiers, but also many officials died in the previous massacre. This will inevitably have a certain impact on the operation of the Sun and Moon Empire. But Xiao Yu didn't care much about this. The senior management and top combat forces of the Sun and Moon Empire have all surrendered. The rest were unable to resist. Moreover, Xiao He also has the ability to play with souls and spirits. Coupled with the trace of divine power that Xiao Yu had just given to Xiao He, it was enough for Xiao He to solve everything. While thinking, Xiao Yu looked in the direction of Douluo continent. It's almost time. After delaying it for so long, it's time to meet Bibi Dong and the others. 1 month later, Wuhun City, enshrined in the temple. Under the golden seraph statue, the hot golden flame burned slowly. At the edge of the flame, Qian Renxue knelt devoutly. A hazy and sacred golden halo lingered around her. The majestic voice echoed throughout the hall. Has your mind calmed down? Qian Renxue did not respond to the voice and kept her kneeling posture unchanged. The next moment, golden flames spurted out from the angel statue, completely covering Qian Renshue's body. As the golden flame circulated, 9 golden light curtains slowly emerged. In Qian Renshue's confused eyes, an excited voice sounded from behind her. 9 exams for angels, the 9 exams that countless generations of worship hall masters have been waiting for have finally appeared. Grandfather. Qian Renxue turned her head in confusion. She didn't understand why Qian Douluo was so excited. Facing his granddaughter's gaze, Qian Douluo said with a smile. Xiaoshui, after returning from Tiandou, it took you more than a month to break through to the Soul Emperor level. Afterwards, you prayed under this angel statue for 108 days without eating or drinking. And successfully passed the test of the angel god here. As he said that, Qian Douluo's eyes flashed with emotion. Xiaoshui, I know that your talent is very good, but I didn't expect it. You will be the person that the masters of our worship hall have been waiting for. After a pause, Qian Douluo continued. Xiaoshui, starting from today, you must turn all your focus to the Angel 9 examination. The war plan against the Stardo forest that our spirit hall had previously formulated is temporarily suspended. Until you complete all the tests. Grandpa will always be with you. Grandfather. Qian Renxue looked at her grandfather in confusion. She couldn't figure out why. Just when Qian Renxue was still about to speak. Buzz. An indescribable pressure mixed with overwhelming murderous intent swept over. The moment he felt this breath, Qian Douluo's expression changed. He subconsciously pulled Qian Renxue behind him. Qian Douluo looked outside the hall with a solemn expression. At this time, his body was trembling slightly. As an extreme Douluo, Tiandou knew this clearly. The existence that can make him feel fear must be a real god. Is she that woman in the star forest? Single quote. A hint of bitterness flashed in Tiandou's eyes. At this time, Tiandou had no time to think too much. He turned to look at Renxue and explained in a hurried tone. Xiaoshui, the enemy who invaded this time is very strong. Our Wuhun palace may not be able to stop it. Snow, you set off immediately and leave Wuhun city temporarily. Grandfather, Xiaoshui, listen to me. Go now, you don't waste any time. Don't think too much about it, for you now. Completing the 9 exams is the only thing you have to do. After Tiandou explained to Renxue again, he turned around and rushed out of the hall. After a while, Tiandou, who had just left the enshrinement hall, noticed the figure in the air. Isn't it that woman? Who is this guy? 7 red and 3 gold, a total of 10 soul rings. This is a true god. Single quote. After seeing clearly the number of soul rings next to the figure in the air, Tiandou's expression froze. The only glimmer of hope in his heart was shattered. When he noticed the solid murderous aura surrounding that figure, Tiandou's hair stood up. He did not dare to neglect for a moment and quickly flew towards the figure in the sky. At this time, from every corner of Wuhun Hall, several more figures flew out, including Golden Crocodile Douluo and several other members of the enshrinement hall. They stopped one after another in front of the strange figure in the sky. In addition to their existence at these band levels, in the entire Wuhun city, all the soul masters stopped what they were doing. They were so nervous that they were trembling all over, so nervous that they forgot to breathe. The soul masters in Wuhun city stared blankly at the figure suspended above Wuhun palace. At this time, Tiandou didn't have time to pay attention to the old brothers beside him. He flew forward a little more and asked in a hoarse voice. Hello, dear God, not sure what we should call you. What else can we do for you? Quote, just call me Xiao Yu. After hearing Xiao Yu's reply, Tiandou's eyes showed a hint of joy. In his opinion, Xiao Yu was willing to communicate, and his attitude seemed good. That means everything can be discussed. Xiao Yu glanced at Tiandou in front of him. Xiao Yu already knew Tiandou's thoughts. Without wasting time, Xiao Yu spoke directly to break Tiandou's illusion. I want the 1,000-year foundation of your Wuhun palace. In addition, starting today, your beliefs must change. I will replace the angel god and accept your offerings. I need you to help me spread my faith to every corner of Douluo continent. Quote. Just as Xiao Yu finished speaking, a trace of anger lit up in the eyes of the titled Douluo behind Tiandou. As the most senior members of Wuhun palace, there is also the angel god in Wuhun palace, which is a lifelong belief for them. Xiao Yu's words just now have touched their bottom line. Just as they were about to speak out, Tiandou's voice sounded in their ears. Dear Lord God, we agree to your request. Brother. Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others wanted to say something, but were forced back by Tiandou's look. Tiandou no longer paid attention to Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others behind him. He looked at Xiao Yu again and asked Xiao Yu slightly humbly. Dear Lord God, I wonder if you have any other requests. Noticing Tiandou's performance, a trace of disappointment flashed in the eyes of Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others did not understand why Tiandou became like this. At this time, Tiandou also sensed the gazes of Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. Tiandou felt bitter in his heart, but he could not tell Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others his thoughts. Tiandou deserves to comfort himself in his heart. Sorry, old brothers, I know my behavior has disappointed you. However, there is a god on the opposite side. The resistance of us mere mortals means nothing. Temporary humiliation is nothing. Wait until Xiaoshui completes the 9 angel exams. Whatever we lose, Xiaoshui will help us get it back with our own hands. At this time, Xiao Yu glanced at Tiandou and spoke again. Tiandou, let the 2 descendants of the gods in your Wuhun palace come out. I will stay on earth for at least 100 or 200 years. During this period of time, I will not allow the second god to be born. As soon as Xiao Yu finished speaking, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others exclaimed in surprise. The inheritors of 2 gods. Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others looked at Tiandou stupidly. Tiandou ignored Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others. At this time, his expression was also a little confused. Two descendants of the gods. Besides Xiaoshui, is there anyone else in our Wuhun Palace who has obtained the inheritance of Shenzhuan? Single quote. Tiandao's mind kept thinking, but he still said with a smile. Dear Lord God, you may feel wrong. How can there be any descendant of the god Zhuan in our Wuhun Hall? Quote. In front of Wuhun Palace. Looking down at the people in front of him. Xiao Yu said coldly, your granddaughter, Qian Renxue, the inheritor of the angel god. And your daughter-in-law, Bibi Dong, the inheritor of the Rakshasa god. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, the breathing of everyone present stopped. After a while, after coming back to his senses, Tiandou spoke again. Dear Lord Shenzhuan, did you remember it wrong? We don't have these two people in our Wuhun Palace. Quote. Buzz. The pale murderous aura lingering around Xiao Yu turned into a sharp blade and pierced Tiandou's body. Seeing this scene, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others hurriedly stepped forward to help Tiandou. Brother. They glared at Xiao Yu, with a vague urge to take action. Second brother, I'm fine, please calm down. Tiandou endured the pain of the murderous energy eroding his body, and held on to hold Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others behind. Tiandou said to Xiao Yu, Lord Shenzhuan, please forgive my brothers for their offense. They are just ignorant mortals who do not understand your power. With that said, Tiandou bowed again. This Lord Shenzhuan, Bibi Dong is the Pope of our spirit hall. But I really don't know who Qian Renxue is you are talking about. Quote. Seeing that Tiandou was still speaking harshly, Xiao Yu stopped talking. His eighth soul ring flickered slowly. The surging murderous aura swept away in all directions along with the surging blood energy. In this process, the murderous aura and blood energy in the sky turned into countless complicated runes. These runes cross and combine with each other. In an instant, a translucent blood-red cover enveloped the entire Wuhun city. Xiao Yu pressed down on Tiandou and Golden Crocodile Douluo with one hand. A few runes transformed by blood went straight into their bodies. Bang bang bang. After the runes were submerged, Tiandou and the others, who could no longer use their soul power, fell directly from midair. They stared blankly at Xiao Yu in front of them. This moment, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others finally understood why Tiandou had restrained his temper so much before. Xiao Yu is indeed not an enemy they can deal with. There is only one other god who can defeat the god. At the same time, Xiao Yu, who had sealed Tiandou's soul power, looked towards the Wuhun Palace again. Xiao Yu's huge mental power fell. He began to scan the entire Wuhun city over and over again. The next moment, the corners of Xiao Yu's mouth quirked up. I found you. While murmuring, Xiao Yu reached forward and gave a weak grab. Pale murderous aura and blood-red blood energy mixed with each other. It turned into two huge hands of blood and grabbed towards the Wuhun Palace below. Xiao Yu fished it out gently. Two big bloody hands landed in front of him with a figure in tow. At this time, Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, who were restrained by the bloody palms and lost their soul power, were looking at Xiao Yu in front of them with different expressions. Bibi Dong's eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, without much emotion. But it's the opposite. Qian Renshue's expression is constantly changing. Surprised, confused, regretful. All of a sudden, various expressions appeared on her beautiful face. Compared to the past, Xiao Yu's appearance had not changed much, and Qian Renxue recognized Xiao Yu at a glance. She asked in a hoarse voice, Li Feiyu. After hearing Qian Renshue's voice, Xiao Yu looked at Qian Renxue and said in a calm tone, Li Feiyu is just a pseudonym, my real name is Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu. After hearing Xiao Yu's answer, Qian Renxue had no time to react. Bibi Dong, who was originally like a corpse, screamed out in surprise. At this time, her calm expression could no longer be tense. Bibi Dong frowned and looked at Xiao Yu in front of her. She didn't know how to express her emotions. As a divine examiner, Bibi Dong will never forget the name Xiao Yu. You know, Xiao Yu is the mission target of the 7th test of Rakshasa God. After years of searching, but still not getting any information, Bibi Dong had the idea of giving up. She originally thought that she would never be able to complete the 7th test of Rakshasa God. But some time ago, Bibi Dong was surprised to find that her 7th test was suddenly and inexplicably completed. The 8th test was also completed directly at the same time. In the secret realm of Rakshasa, those light curtains urged her to quickly gather enough energy to start the 9th test. She was still wondering why this happened. At this time, when I saw Xiao Yu, Bibi Dong finally understood all the reasons. More than 2 months ago, when my 7th and 8th exams were suddenly completed, it should be the time when Xiao Yu just stepped into the realm of Shenzhuan. No wonder the Rakshasa god is urging you to complete the final test quickly. I was originally planning to collect enough energy in the battle soon. It seems there is no chance. But that doesn't matter anymore. Xiaogang is dead, and I have no nostalgia for this world. And, listen to this guy. It seems that Wuhun Palace is going to be destroyed in her hands. The only pity is that I can't personally cut off the disgusting bloodline of the Angel clan. After sighing in my heart, Bibi Dong spread her hands and her body relaxed. At this moment, Bibi Dong simply gave up struggling. Xiao Yu didn't bother to pay attention to what they were thinking, he said directly. Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong. What I just said is very clear. I need to collect faith, and I have to stay in the world for at least 100 years. In order to maintain absolute dominance. During this period of time, I will not allow the birth of a second god. After a pause, Xiao Yu continued. As the inheritors of God, you have only 2 choices. Either choose to give up the opportunity to inherit the divine throne and surrender to me. Or choose death. As a sign of respect for the god, I will personally destroy your souls. Quote. As he said that, Xiao Yu stretched out his left hand and shook hands with the 2 of them. Following Xiao Yu's movements, the 2 big bloody hands holding Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong also began to tighten. The terrifying feeling of suffocation and squeezing filled Qian Renxue's hearts. Looking at Xiao Yu's indifferent expression, Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong knew it very well. Xiao Yu indeed had murderous intentions towards them. At this time, after looking at the terrifying murderous aura lingering around Xiao Yu, Bibi Dong's eyes flashed, and she had a bold idea in her mind. Judging from his appearance and what he just said, this god is in front of me. Definitely not a kind person. Moreover, he just mentioned my relationship with Qian Renxue. This guy obviously knows something. Judging from his character, if I die in his hands, in order to prevent further trouble, he might kill Qian Renxue and Qian Douluo as well. In this way, Qianxia's disgusting bloodline will be completely cut off. Single quote. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong's eyes became cold. Next moment, 2 completely different voices sounded at the same time. I am willing to surrender. I will never surrender, just kill me. In front of Wuhun Palace. After hearing the completely different answers from Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong, Xiao Yu was a little confused. According to his original idea, with the pedantic temperament of the Angel clan, it would be difficult for him to convince Qian Renxue to surrender. And Bibi Dong, an ambitious person who wants to destroy the mainland and destroy the Wuhun Palace, should choose to pretend to surrender. Unexpectedly, the reality was directly the opposite. Qian Renxue was the first to surrender, but Bibi Dong chose to fight to the end. After noticing Bibi Dong's unusual answer, Xiao Yu, who realized something was wrong, raised his eyes and looked at Bibi Dong. Blood-red divine power flashed in Xiao Yu's eyes. In his perspective, a flame representing resentment was burning in Bibi Dong's heart. The flame was faintly pointing towards Qian Renxue and the dilapidated buildings around. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yu vaguely had an answer in his heart. Does Bibi Dong still hold grudge against Qian Renxue and Wuhun Palace? But after knowing that Qian Renxue also had the qualifications to inherit the divine throne, she knew that her wish to destroy the Angel clan with her own hands would most likely come to nothing. So she wants to lend me a hand to do this. Single quote. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's eyes became evil. Just when he wanted to speak, a sound of footsteps came from behind him. Xiao Yu turned around when he heard the sound. At this time, Qian Douluo and his group, who looked a little embarrassed, were running here in a hurry. After a while, Qian Douluo and his party stopped in front of Xiao Yu. When Qian Douluo noticed Qian Renxue, who was being held like a little chicken by a big bloody hand, his expression changed greatly. Before he could greet the old brothers behind him, Qian Douluo knelt down in panic and said to Xiao Yu, "Dear God Zhuan, you must not take action against Xiaoshui. Our Wuhun Palace will do our best to help you collect faith. Moreover, I guarantee with my life that Xiaoshui will not be your enemy. Quote, Grandfather. When Renxue saw Qian Daoliu's groveling look, she also became a little angry. There was also a trace of hostility towards Xiao Yu in her heart. The same is true for Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others behind Qian Daoliu. But after seeing Xiao Yu's methods, they had to keep their thoughts deep in their hearts. Bibi Dong on the side looked at Qian Daoliu and the others' embarrassed appearance. Her heart felt extremely happy. At this time, Xiao Yu, who was suspended in midair, took in everyone's expressions. Xiao Yu easily guessed what everyone was thinking. Qian Daoliu and Renxue both want to wait until Renxue succeeds in inheriting the throne and then come to me to seek justice. Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others simply dared to be angry but dared not speak out. Bibi Dong wants to use my hand to achieve her own goals. Thinking of this, Xiao Yu's mouth showed a trace of ridicule. But he was too lazy to respond to Qian Daoliu and the others. Xiao Yu didn't care about Qian Daoliu's thoughts and didn't bother to care. The next moment, amid everyone's confused gazes, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and tapped downwards. Blood-red divine power spread out. It turned into dozens of blood-red chains and tied up Qian Daoliu and the others. At the same time, Xiao Yu turned his palms. A dozen purple-black light balls were condensed by Xiao Yu. Then, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and waved at Qian Daoliu and the others. Those purple-black light balls merged into their bodies. When those purple-black light balls merged, Qian Daoliu and the others immediately became quiet. At the same time, their skin began to glow a light purple color. Seeing this, Qian Renxue's expression changed drastically. What are you doing? Xiao Yu, who heard the sound, turned to look at Qian Renxue. Don't worry, I'll be with you soon. As Xiao Yu spoke, the transformation of Qian Daoliu and the others was over. Qian Daoliu and the others slowly opened their eyes. 2 points of green soul fire flickered in their eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Yu once again turned his attention to Qian Renxue and Bibi Dong. He waved gently to Qian Renxue. The big bloody hand holding Qian Renxue floated towards him. In Qian Renxue's horrified eyes, Xiao Yu once again condensed a purple-black ball of light in his hand. Qian Renxue, knowing that this purple-black ball of light was definitely not a good thing, began to struggle desperately. Qian Renxue, relax, don't resist. After all, you don't want your grandpa to be hurt because of you. After hearing Xiao Yu's words, Qian Renxue paused. Seeing this, Xiao Yu had already pressed the purple-black light ball on Qian Renxue's forehead. At the same time, in the worship hall, the huge angel statue trembled. The golden flames surged towards Xiao Yu like a wave. Xiao Yu, who sensed this, snorted coldly. Bloody divine power flashed in his hands. Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and pressed down on the position of the angel statue. A huge palm appeared covering the entire worship hall. With an unstoppable momentum, he crushed towards the angel statue. Buzz! Almost in an instant, the golden flames along the way were all wiped out by the bloody palm. Boom! With a loud noise, the entire worship hall began to collapse. Only the angel statue was not greatly affected. Seeing this, Xiao Yu silently increased the strength in his hands. After a while, the angel statue was finally overwhelmed and shattered layer by layer under the tremendous pressure. When the angel statue completely collapsed, Qian Renxue slowly opened her eyes. Soul fire also ignited in her eyes. At the same time, the mark on Qian Renxue's forehead, symbolizing the 9 examinations of angels, has disappeared. After completing all this, Xiao Yu once again set his sights on Bibi Dong. At this time, Bibi Dong had already vaguely guessed it. The effect of those purple-black light balls that Xiao Yu had just penetrated into Qian Daoliu and the others. Bibi Dong recalled the days when she was locked in a secret room. Bibi Dong, who didn't want to be enslaved, struggled desperately. He seemed to feel Bibi Dong's emotions. On Bibi Dong's forehead, a sickle-shaped mark flickered several times. Purple-black divine power escapes from it. The bloody hand that controlled Bibi Dong also began to show signs of disintegration. Seeing this, Xiao Yu didn't say much, but silently increased the output of his divine power. With the injection of massive divine power, the big hand of blood that controlled Bibi Dong became stable again. Immediately, Xiao Yu stretched out a finger and pointed between Bibi Dong's eyebrows. with the injection of Xiao Yu's Shira divine power. The mark symbolizing the 9 examinations of Rakshasa at the center of Bibi Dong's eyebrows also disintegrated. After noticing this, a smile appeared on Xiao Yu's lips. Immediately, Xiao Yu recondensed a purple-black ball of light. In Bibi Dong's frightened eyes, he clicked on her eyebrows. January 1, 2646 in the Wuhun calendar. Wuhun Palace announced the birth of a new god. A new main god was added to their pantheon. His name is, the Lord of 9 Netherworlds of Reincarnation. The next day, Wuhun Palace announced the establishment of the Wuhun Empire. The capital is Wuhun City. At the same time, Wuhun Palace began to recall the Wuhun Palace Soul Masters stationed in the Star Luo Empire. After learning these 2 shocking news, the entire Douluo continent is talking about. March 1st of the same year, the Tiandou Empire surrendered without a fight and actively chose to become a subsidiary of the Wuhun Empire. In contrast, the Star Luo Empire chose to declare war on the Wuhun Empire. All of a sudden, within the Tiandou Empire, people's resentment is boiling. Everyone was discussing why the Tiandou Empire surrendered without a fight. Nobles and officials, large and small, began to jointly petition the Emperor Qinghe who had just ascended the throne. However, all their requests were rejected. Affected by this, small-scale rebellions began to appear in the Tiandou Empire. March 5th, an assassination team composed of 20 titled Douluo descended on the imperial capital of the Star Luo Empire. And on that day, all the royal members of the Star Luo Empire were slaughtered. At the same time, there were a large number of nobles living in the royal capital. Senior officials of the Star Luo Empire and generals in the army also died in this turmoil. Suddenly, the Star Luo Empire's regime showed signs of disintegration. The operation of the entire empire came to a standstill. It was also this battle. Let all ordinary people realize the terror of titled Douluo. April 1st, the army of Wuhun Empire set foot on the territory of Star Luo Empire. June 7th, the troops of the Wuhun Empire officially arrived at the imperial city of the Star Luo Empire and announced that they would officially take over the power of the Star Luo Empire. January 1, 2648 in the Wuhun calendar. Emperor Qinghe of the Tiandou Empire officially announced his abdication. At the same time, the banner of the Spirit Empire began to be planted in the Tiandou Empire. June 9, 2650 in the Wuhun calendar. The Wuhun Empire once again announced that Poseidon has joined the pantheon of Wuhun Palace. And announced it, on the other side of the sea. There is another continent, and there is a unified empire on that continent, the Sun and Moon Empire. This empire has already completed its unification. Their development level is much higher than that of the Spirit Empire. All of a sudden, people were talking a lot. September 13, 2667 in the Wuhun calendar. The Wuhun Empire once again announced that the God of Life has joined the Wuhun Palace's pantheon. October 17th of the same year, the Wuhun Empire officially declared war on the Star-Do Forest. The 3 gods took action together. All the evil beasts lurking in the Star Forest that intend to destroy mankind will be killed. The Silver Dragon King, the co-master of the Soul Beasts, also died today. January 1, 2670 in the Wuhun calendar. The Overseas Sun Moon Empire and Wuhun Empire jointly formed the Human Federation. Historians regard this day as the most important moment in human history. Mr. Westner, this is what I wrote down. Quote, at this time, in a spacious and bright classroom, a young man in simple clothes was talking. Opposite him, an old man with white hair and beard stood on the podium. Westner patiently listened to the answers from the students in the audience, with a smile on his face. Okay, Jarok, it seems that you listened carefully before. You remember this content very well. Sit down. Quote. After the student sat down, the old man began to explain again. It's September 17th, year 2779 of the Wuhun calendar. A full 109 years have passed since the day of unification. As he spoke, Westner's face showed a hint of emotion. After the reunification is completed, the speed of progress of our humanity has once again reached a new level. As he spoke, he looked at the students in the stands again and asked, does anyone know if anything else happened in the past 100 years? After Westner raised the question, everyone in the audience immediately began to respond. I know, teacher, choose me, let me do the talking. The most important thing is that the Lord of the 9 Netherworlds of Reincarnation has performed many miracles. Yes, that Lord Shenjuan can grant others eternal life. It seems that many of those soul masters in Wuhun City are still alive. Quote, I really want to go to Wuhun City and meet that Lord Shenjuan. Listening to the commotion in the audience, Westner slapped the podium several times with the pointer in his hand. Quiet, please be quiet. I know what you're thinking. If you want to see that Lord Shenjuan, just practice hard. Strive to be admitted to the Advanced Soul Master Academy in Wuhun City. Go and participate in the continent-wide Young Soul Master competition held every 5 years. The team that wins the championship will all have the opportunity to meet the Lord God. After hearing Westner's words, the eyes of the students present began to heat up. Seeing this, Westner smiled again, just when the old man was about to say a few more words of encouragement to his students. Buzz, a shocking wave of fluctuations swept over. Sensing this, Westner immediately summoned his martial spirit. 6 soul rings were floating behind him, showing no intention of stopping. He flew directly outside the house. The next moment, a cold voice sounded in the ears of all the creatures on Douluo planet. I am the Lord of 9 netherworlds of reincarnation. My followers, from now on, the netherworld is born and the 6 paths of reincarnation are established. Those who chant my true name will see eternal life in reincarnation. After Xiao Yu's voice disappeared, the sky above Douluo continent began to twist. Westner could vaguely see a gray world. In this gray world, a purple-black sun has become the main light source. Countless souls are wandering wantonly in this world. At the same time, in the netherworld, Xiao Yu, who had just successfully established his own godhood, did not hesitate to use his divine power. He began to do his best to expand and maintain the netherworld, which was officially promoted to a plane. Not far away from him, Du Guyan and the others were waiting anxiously. Looking at Xiao Yu struggling to hold on, Xiao Wu, who had completed the resurrection, stared at Du Guyan, who had become the god of the sea, and asked, why don't you go and help Xiao Yu? As she said that, she turned to look at Xiaolan and asked, Xiaolan, you too, are you just going to watch? Xiao Wu, you don't have to worry. Xiao Yu still has a backup plan, we don't need to worry. Hearing this, Xiao Wu was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what Xiaolan meant by the back finger. Just when she was still thinking of asking Xiaolan a few questions, several familiar scents appeared. Xiao Wu turned to look at Xiao Yu. At some point, 2 bone dragons, several ferocious beasts, and a silver-haired girl appeared next to Xiao Yu. They are bound by black and white chains. The next moment, Xiao Yu stretched out his hand and tapped these figures a few times. Their figures immediately disintegrated, turning into countless light spots and integrating into this newly promoted small world. At the same time, the surrounding space stopped expanding and gradually became stable. After a while, Xiao Yu, who confirmed that the netherworld had been completely opened up, flew towards Du Guyan and the others. Du Guyan and the others were not given a chance to speak. Xiao Yu held the 3 of them in his arms with a big hand. Let's go, things are almost done. We have been on Earth long enough. It's time to go to the God realm. End with flowers.